This story began with monstrous events, and all because of our protagonist, Ariadne. She herself was responsible for the death of the crown prince. He believed in her honesty until the last moment, until his assassination. Ariadne did not hate the heir, but she could not let him live. If she did, she would lose everything she had fought so hard for. When her loyal servants arrived, the dirty work was already done. All she had left was to order, with a serene voice, the guard to remove the body of her victim. She did not see how they took the young man from her chambers. Now she only thought that, finally, she would be truly useful. Although a small tremor ran through her, Ariadne was sure that her beloved, thanks to her, would achieve her longed-for goal. The only thing she had to do was forget her sin and focus on the supreme goal. Too many lives were lost that day. Too much blood was shed for the love of her life to become the main heir to the throne. From now on, everything will be different. There are no more obstacles in her way. Ariadne decided to run to her beloved. She had to share the exciting news with him. In the hall she entered, there were also many dead knights, loyal to their prince until the end. Getting close enough to see her beloved's face, the girl could barely contain her joy. Despite the corpses, with a tense intonation, the one sitting on the throne asked how everything had gone. It was evident, just by looking at him, that this man had taken care by himself of everyone who prevented him from reaching the throne. The girl took a quick look around and decided not to delay the answer any longer. Although she didn't feel comfortable, the assassination of the crown prince and the dead guard weighed heavily on her. Ariadne, with a firm voice, announced that Crown Prince Alfonso was dead. This news provoked an euphoric reaction in her beloved, sitting on the throne. His gaze was a mixture of jubilation and danger. He exuded a threatening aura. In a fraction of a second, her beloved no longer inspired fear. He was relaxed and jovial. He told Ariadne that she had done a good job and could be proud. Getting up from the throne, the beloved announced that from now on his time of triumph began. The young woman had to wait a very short time, and then her dream of many years would fully come true. Very soon, Ariadne would become the principal woman of the kingdom, and she would spend all her time by her beloved's side. She addressed him tenderly by name. She liked to pronounce it every time. Ariadne hugged Cessair and finally felt relief, because if her beloved is happy, she is too. The young woman had long been willing to do anything, even the most terrible things, just to be with him once and for all. 9 years had already passed since the coup d'etat, and every one of those days Ariadne did everything possible to support her chosen one. She took on all the administrative work of the inner court. She has many servants, but this did not help her feel either power or freedom, because Cessair, although he was close, was very far away. In reality, our heroine performed all the duties of a queen, but her status remained that of the regent's daughter-in-law. It wasn't easy. From the beginning, there were rumors that her status prevented Ariadne from becoming Cessair the Great's wife. She constantly heard reproaches and gossip that the young woman lacked education. She was born on a farm and lacked status. Almost every aristocrat wanted to let the daughter-in-law know that she was a true disgrace to be in that castle. One of those days, Ariadne overheard some young women arguing about Lord Cessair's future wedding. Ignoring most of the attacks directed at her, this time the protagonist could not ignore their conversation. The second aristocrat replied with certainty, and a slight mockery in her voice, that the wedding would obviously not be with the current fiancé. With every new word, Ariadne's heart shrank more and more, and she struggled to contain her emotions. Meanwhile, the aristocrat continued to opine that the lord should not tie his life to a person who was an illegitimate child. Calming down, Ariadne looked at the ring they had given her and thought it was time for that young aristocrat to stop talking nonsense. But the young woman did not want to stop and began to recall the rumors about Ariadne's father. Yes, those rumors existed, that her father was also an illegitimate son, not a second cousin to the crown prince. Furthermore, an aristocrat who joined the chat reported that such children would never receive God's blessing because they were born in sin. Here Ariadne's feelings reached their limit, because now these aristocrats were mocking not her, but her future husband. She could no longer stand this, so she attacked the gray-haired woman so that she ended up on the floor. She wanted to make that vulgar woman understand that no one had the right to insult Cessair. Ariadne said that if they wanted to throw dirt on someone, they should throw it on her, not on her future husband. The commotion raised by the aristocrats was impossible to ignore. So soon the doors of the hall opened, and the one who entered saw an unpleasant scene. Turning around, Ariadne saw her beloved and was very happy, because he would put those shameless women in their place. But instead of the expected praise for his future wife, Cessair sided with Countess Marquez. His words hurt the protagonist. She never expected to be treated this way. Meanwhile, Cessair ignored her as she got up. As he offered his hand, the Countess commented that, unlike her fiancé, the regent had been taught manners. Ariadne didn't understand anything. She couldn't believe they ignored her like that, without even asking her what had happened. A little later, when the couple were alone, Cessair began to scold the protagonist for what she did. He told her that her behavior was unacceptable towards the aristocrats of the capital. He reminded Ariadne that he greatly needed the support of the capital's aristocracy during his regency. The young woman understood her mistake and agreed, but she didn't expect to hear that she was less useful than that lady from the capital. Cessair didn't stop, and said that a woman as foolish as Ariadne did not deserve to be the regent's wife, and he would only accept her if she became a virtuous lady. At that moment, the protagonist's world collapsed. Turning away, Cessair moved away from her as if she were a leper. This conversation resurfaced today in Ariadne's memories. She remembered every detail of that day, even though 8 years had passed. For these 8 years, Ariadne tried to become the person her husband desired, but she remained only the sister-in-law. That night, Cessair reminded his sister-in-law how magnanimous he was as a ruler. He plans to take the power that belonged to the deposed crown prince. The young woman wanted to stop him because he was pressuring her too much. Although she didn't like the situation, Ariadne knew that if she endured a little longer, her dream would soon come true. Very soon, she would become the regent's wife. She just needed to have a little more patience. After a while, Cessair, as if by accident, dropped a phrase that was a total shock to Ariadne. He had made another important decision, one that his sister-in-law would not like. Instead of Ariadne, Cessair wants his sister Isabella to be the queen. Maybe the girl misheard, or perhaps it is the truth. She was not ready for this revelation. She pushed him abruptly, gasping, still unable to believe what she had just heard. She let slip that her sister was married to the late Alfonso, and that Isabella was no longer a virgin. Calmly, Cessair replied that his sister had remained pure throughout her marriage. Her beloved said that Ariadne's attitude revealed her desire to see her sister in a convent. But she insisted she was not a virgin. With a voice already broken, the protagonist shouted that her sister had an abortion, enraging Cessair. This sent him over the edge, and he declared that Ariadne saw her sister as an enemy. And that was unacceptable. Cessair did not calm down, and was indignant about how repulsive and wicked women were, treating each other like that between sisters. He was furious, and it showed in every movement in his tone and in the way he looked at his fiancée. Ariadne did not understand his anger. If she had only told the truth, the idea in her head refused to accept reality. She knew that Cessair and she loved each other, didn't they? Exhausting her last strength, she fell to her knees before him, begging him that they should be together, because he had confessed his love to her. But with every second, the terrifying truth became clearer. Although she still refused to believe it, Ariadne, driven by emotion, lunged at her beloved, asking him to take her as his wife so they would be together forever. In response, Cessair only repeated that this behavior was typical of a foolish woman, and therefore she could not be his wife. The regent declared that she was not a match for his beautiful and noble Isabella. After those words, the image in the protagonist's head finally completed itself. She asked her beloved directly if he had originally planned to marry her sister, even when the crown prince was still alive. Cessair did not hide it, and added that Isabella belonged only to him from the start, as the most beautiful woman for the strongest man. A few seconds later, with a mocking smile on his face, Cessair added that not everything had gone well at first. It was all the fault of her father, who put Ariadne in as the fiancée instead of Isabella. When he found out who his wife would be, Cessair felt outraged and humiliated. From the beginning, he saw Ariadne as trash and cursed the world for giving him such a woman. Those words shattered the young woman. She fell to the floor without strength and burst into tears. With a trembling voice, the fiancé asked if she had perhaps just been a replacement all this time. The regent was relentless and looked at her like an insignificant person. His voice and intonation revealed arrogance. He confidently stated that Ariadne was so horrible that she couldn't even be a decent replacement. A chill ran down her spine. She was still trying to cling to a small hope that everything would turn out well, but the boyfriend's arrogance confirmed the opposite. Ariadne was on the verge of hysteria. She snapped at him that it was thanks to her that he could stage the coup d'etat and get rid of the crown prince. She reminded him that, for his well-being, she had lost a finger. Ariadne listed everything she had lost because of him. In reality, she had lost everything, from her reputation to her life. She sacrificed herself and gave everything at his feet so that he could fulfill his dream and ascend the throne. Cessair, listening in silence, found nothing to reply to her. He only grimaced at her words, showing Ariadne her insignificant place in his life. After that, he shouted at the guards, hoping one of his servants was nearby. He declared that his fiancée had gone completely mad. Such a sick person only deserves to be locked up in the West Tower, so she doesn't hurt herself or others. Of course, Ariadne strongly opposed such treatment, but she could do nothing against the surrounding servants. They took her to the tower and locked her up. Ariadne and Cessair walk through the forest in the court and chat about small things. The young woman's heart feels very warm. She asks him questions, and he tries hard to answer sincerely. But honestly, they simply enjoy chatting together. Cessair talks about the humility of the lily of the valley, growing by the roadside. He says they are beautiful and very similar to Ariadne, but only he can see this similarity. The girl loves this comparison, which reveals the true feelings of her beloved. But all this only happened in the fantasies of a sleepy Ariadne, locked in a tower. Upon waking, she realized it was only a cruel dream, woven from her unmet desires. Today is the day her beloved will officially become king, an event to which she dedicated much effort. She even chose the song and decoration in advance, everything that could make this day in Cessair's life one of the best. In the coming hours, her ex-fiancé will receive the long-awaited title. The weight of betrayal crushes her especially hard today, because it is she, Ariadne, who should be by his side on the throne. The silence was broken when Isabella burst into her sister's room. Dressed as a bride, Ariadne was shocked to see her sister in the tower, and wearing that outfit, she immediately asked how and why she had come to her place of confinement. After the initial shock, she asked the question that truly tormented her. What was the relationship between Isabella and Cessair? Her sister's answer left her cold. She not only called her beloved, my husband, but also forbade her from calling him by his name. The protagonist thought she was seeking revenge for the death of Crown Prince Alfonso, so she asked directly if she wanted to get back at him for her husband's death. But Isabella's reaction revealed that the late Crown Prince Alfonso meant nothing to her. With a malicious smile, she clarified that she was referring to Cessair, her current husband, and that Ariadne had no right to offend him. Then, Isabella repeated Cessair's words almost verbatim. She, the noblest in the kingdom, was the one who should be beside the king. Isabella decreed that Ariadne's attempts to become queen were futile from the start. She shouldn't have even tried, and she, not knowing that her sister slandered her, calling her an indecent widow, will pay dearly for that slander against the new queen. She will pay dearly. Ariadne asked how Isabella could behave like that if Alfonso truly loved her. Her sister only replied that all the men in the kingdom love her, in one way or another, so Alfonso's love means nothing. Isabella continued explaining that it is not right to reciprocate everyone, or she would end up with a reputation as a prostitute. Ariadne asked the obvious question, why then weren't Isabella and Cessair together from the start? She replied that the protagonist gave up the marriage with Cessair to her. Then Ariadne asked, if that's the case, why are you coming to me now? And the answer was simple. When Ariadne married, Cessair was just a mere count, and therefore Isabella was not interested in him. The sister declared that she regretted Alfonso's death a little, but since he didn't make her queen, now she is with whoever will give her that title. And it turns out that now Cessair is the one who can give her the desired place, next to the state ruler. Ariadne was devastated, and for the first few seconds, did not know how to respond to such a declaration. The protagonist's world completely collapsed, because Cessair was everything to her, and now it is unattainable forever. Ariadne told Isabella that she, unlike her, did not love Cessair and separated him from her beloved out of mere whim. And she did all this out of mere whim, just to seize the throne. The protagonist's words made Isabella laugh sincerely, although Ariadne couldn't see the humor in it at all. After laughing, Isabella revealed that it was Cessair who sought her out, begging her to stay with him, and that he had always remembered her. He said that Ariadne was too bulky, that when embracing her, he felt like he was embracing a man, that her breasts were sagging, and that her black hair did not suit her at all. In contrast, when embracing Isabella, the man felt a fragile body that he had to protect at all costs. The sister asked Ariadne if anyone had ever truly desired her. With that attitude, no man will truly look at you, even if you risk your life for him. Isabella decreed. According to Isabella, everything someone like her desires can be obtained for the right price. Ariadne refused to believe that Cesare could have treated her so unfairly. Isabella stated that her husband is now completely obsessed with her, but the moment will come when he no longer needs her, and it will be inevitable. Isabella was sure that at that moment he would remember Ariadne, who was loyal to him for 14 years. The new fiancé does not like this situation, as she does not want to worry about her future. For the future to be bright, Ariadne needs to disappear from this world. And only a few seconds later, Ariadne felt intense pain and saw the blade that her sister managed to drive into her. The only thing the protagonist could think about was the injustice of this world. She tried to understand at what stage of life she went wrong, and how great it would be to have the opportunity to return to the past. For centuries, there has been a rule that sinful acts are paid for and good deeds return. Thought Ariadne, she would like to live in a world where everyone receives what they deserve. Suddenly, a voice in her head questioned her about whether she could live according to the law of good, to which she immediately responded that she would try, that she could. After the pain and darkness, Ariadne understood that everything had passed and that right now she was seeing herself in a mirror. She recognized the place where she was. It was her old house, the one where she spent her childhood. She looked at her hands and noticed they were much smaller than she remembered. Upon examining her reflection in the mirror more closely, the protagonist realized she had turned back into a child. Everything the same, but now with a birthmark on her face. Her thoughts about the mark were interrupted by the voice of a servant girl, who called her by name abruptly. Well, this time everything will be different, and Ariadne will not allow herself to be manipulated any longer. From now on, no one will be able to look down on Ariadne, because she is ready to fight for her life. A few seconds later, another servant girl burst into the room. She was very agitated and, breathless, blurted out that they had come for Ariadne. The protagonist realized that she had arrived on the very day she moved in with her father. Her father, the Cardinal of Mare, accepted the ecclesiastical post, but he had a wife and children. However, due to his position, he could not have a legitimate wife. So his partner, Lucretia, a pure aristocrat, remained his lover. The couple had 3 children, and although they were illegitimate, they had the same rights within the family as those born in marriage. The beautiful Isabella was second after her brother, but she was the favorite of her parents, for her beauty captivated the entire capital. But besides them, there was Ariadne, the daughter of a servant girl of the cardinal. From the beginning, she was treated as the daughter of a maid of non-noble origin, so she was sent to live on a farm. And now, again, Ariadne was taken to the house of the Cardinal of Mare, a luxurious palace. With many servants, she will have to endure mockery again, but this time the heroine is ready to fight back. The father didn't even deign to stand up to greet his daughter. He only examined her with a piercing gaze. Ariadne remembered these events, and therefore decided to do everything possible to make her life different this time. She immediately began to demonstrate aristocratic manners and show how happy she was to see her father. Such a greeting was unexpected for the cardinal, but he decided not to show it at all. He only replied that, despite the long journey and lack of education, Ariadne showed herself to be an intelligent girl. Ariadne tried to show through her appearance and words that she would study diligently, but the stepmother's stern gaze and her words that a woman's dignity does not lie in education increased the tension in the room. The aristocrat continued by saying that her duties included respecting and loving her brothers and sisters, as well as not doing foolish things. During her monologue, Ariadne understood that she now perceived this woman very differently. And if before she considered her a true aristocrat, now she understood that such thoughts were absurd. The young woman thought that in such a family, it is very easy to fall into traps because of the father, who values family harmony. Well, now Ariadne will act very differently. She bowed and swore to follow every piece of advice from this wise woman to the letter. Finally, with a mischievous smile, she added a title. The word Madame. That last word completely bewildered both the stepmother and her father, and they looked at each other seeking a reaction. The stepmother replied, her face filled with disgust, that she was no Madame if she had asked her to call her mother. With a sincere and visibly amused smile, Ariadne addressed her by calling her mother dear. They hadn't finished clarifying the status of Madame and Mother dear when the door opened, And Ariadne heard that voice. She hated so much apologizing for being late. Obviously, the protagonist knew her sister would be there, but she didn't expect to hear her so soon. A chill ran down her spine, and for a few seconds, she fought against the avalanche of feelings that flooded her. Meanwhile, Isabella kindly greeted her sister and told her that she could come to her for whatever she needed. At that moment, Ariadne gathered the necessary courage to turn around and finally look at her sister. She needed to compose herself urgently so that Isabella would not perceive her true feelings and make her her enemy. In the first encounter, Ariadne thought her sister was a celestial star and always wanted to be by her side. But over time, this led her to feel oppressed and live only in the shadow of her brilliant sister. All this, in the end, led to Isabella, with a radiant smile, driving a sword into her back. Ariadne thought that now, dear sister, everything would be very different and the past life, where you won, would not be repeated. These thoughts accidentally reflected on Adriana's face, causing incomprehension in her sister. To ease the tension, Isabella extended her hand, smiled sweetly, and proposed they call each other sisters. The game continued, and Ariadne gladly accepted Isabella's hand and called her sister. Seeing such a united family, the cardinal was pleased and said he was very happy about such cordiality between the sisters. When the conversation ended, the ladies decided to retire to their business, and just then the younger sister approached. Before going downstairs, the brand new mother threatened Ariadne, forbidding her from causing them trouble. In response, the protagonist modestly lowered her gaze and replied that she had not and would not do anything wrong. To herself, the young woman decided that it was time to start acting immediately. The younger sister decided to express her opinion, saying she didn't believe she was Ariadne's sister. The youngest continued by saying, "How could I be the sister of someone who grew up her whole life on a farm like a commoner? And what is more, one could not forget the fact that her mother was a simple servant." Ariadne remembered that before she never answered such insults, she only endured the mockery. But this time, everything would change. The young woman replied to her younger sister, who deeply regretted that the circumstances of her life were that way. And obviously, such a response left her stunned. And this is where Ariadne began to act openly to crush her sister's insolence. And so doubts. The young woman, with a smile, said that it seemed the parents only dedicated time to Isabella. This greatly enraged the sister, and she replied that she knew nothing about her family. In a fit of emotion, the sister pushed Ariadne, but something totally unexpected happened. A few seconds later, she saw that Isabella was lying on the stairs. When the younger sister decided to push Ariadne, she managed to dodge it. But Isabella was coming right up the stairs, and the blow hit her. Ariadne didn't expect that result either, but she was glad that a great tragedy hadn't occurred at that moment. The noise caused by the fall was heard by the father, who came out of his office to find out what had happened. Seeing Isabella sitting down, he immediately began demanding answers and explanations about who was to blame. In the first moments, the youngest tried to justify herself, but realized she wouldn't get away with it unscathed. Therefore, with a clear conscience and an upright face, she declared that Ariadne was to blame for everything. Naturally, the father became enraged and lashed out at the newly arrived daughter, stating that she had barely arrived and was already causing trouble. The younger sister loved this plan. She enjoyed seeing the successful mischief, but Ariadne wasn't thinking of giving up and declared that she regretted what had happened. After all, Isabella fell down the stairs trying to help the protagonist. At this sentence, the sisters were shocked. They didn't understand what Ariadne was planning. Meanwhile, with a sad and repentant face, the girl sincerely regretted the fall. It turns out she was playing with Arabella, and she, unintentionally, pushed her while they were playing. The cardinal did not expect this. Now it turns out the culprit is not the newly arrived daughter. Arabella did not accept this ending and desperately tried to prove that it wasn't so, stating that Isabella wasn't helping, but was just passing by, worsened the situation for the youngest. Ariadne swore she would never lie to her father, despite her lack of education and manners. She needed the cardinal to believe her, so she decided to involve her older sister in the conversation. She told him to ask her how things really were for Isabella. It was a good decision, but in the first few seconds, the girl on the stairs didn't know what to answer. Ariadne expected Isabella to say the right words to get out of the situation unscathed. And so it was. Isabella confirmed that her younger sister had only gone a bit too far playing, and that they shouldn't scold her too much for it. In this way, Isabella did everything, not only to calm the situation, but also to present herself as the savior. But Arabella herself did not expect such a stab in the back from her older sister. But she stood firm and said that Arabella had made a mistake today, but next time she must be more careful. For the youngest daughter, this was a real blow, as her own sister had sided with a stranger. Once everything was clear, the cardinal immediately punished the culprit, forbidding her from leaving her room for 2 weeks, and forcing her to pray the entire time. Arabella begged not to be punished so harshly. She even knelt down to avoid it, but instead of reducing her sentence, they added another week of confinement, and reminded her that she must repent. Meanwhile, the servants helped Isabella get up and return to her chambers to rest. The cardinal thought of his wife and became furious because she didn't show up to resolve such a mess. Ariadne noticed her father's displeasure at Arabella's attitude and how he complained about the poor upbringing of his children. Wow, the situation ended up even better than Ariadne expected. The first victory is hers. Her father called Isabella and told her she had to get married, but he didn't like the fiancé because it was rumored he was illegitimate. Isabella believed that with that marriage, she would not honor her family name, and that was exactly what her parents expected. The cardinal knew Isabella was right and reflected on the best way to act. He admitted that those rumors existed, despite his official position as the prince's cousin. Let's not forget that Count Cessair is still the king's bastard. Lucretia joined the conversation, stating that she would not hand over her daughter to just anyone. Looking at each other, mother and daughter, they decided to propose an idea that would solve the marriage and maintain family honor. Lucretia argued, if Cessair is illegitimate, his wife must also be so. Under these circumstances, according to them, Ariadne would be the best option for him. The father reflected, and after a moment, surprisingly agreed. His daughter was born from a maid, so she would be a good match for both families. And so, they finally made the decision to send Ariadne as a match for Cessair. The protagonist thought that if nothing changed in this life, the reason she was called home was obvious. But this time, she would not allow everything to turn out exactly the same as in her previous life. Ariadne must find a way to avoid her engagement to Cessair. But how to achieve it? Marry another or run away. The young woman concluded that her family would not allow her to marry another, so that option is ruled out. Enriching herself on her own is also not viable without an aristocratic husband, our protagonist continued to think. And with Cessair, Ariadne will never find a happy ending, as her beloved made very clear what he feels for her. The only clear thing is that, from now on, Ariadne will not lose herself in silly fantasies and naive ones. She still remembered his look in their last conversation, shortly before her death, and she will never forgive the fact that Cessair abandoned her for Isabella. Ariadne decided that, in this life, Cessair will completely pay for all his sins. Her reflections were interrupted by the servant, who brought her the freshly washed clothes. With a haughty look, she took the white clothes to the room. The girl remembered that the servant was Isabella's henchman, so that had to change. And that's it. Her name was Maeta, and rudely, she ordered Ariadne to change and come down for dinner. Ariadne had to act, so she decided to delay the servant and asked her to help her dress. Obviously, the servant refused. After all, she was a bastard who lived for years on a farm. Let her change herself. In her opinion, the girl had no right to behave like an aristocrat, and she told her so bluntly. Maeta didn't want to waste any more time with Ariadne and hurried to leave, but the heroine managed to stop her. Unexpectedly, Maeta received a resounding slap and barely managed to keep her balance. In an aristocratic tone, Ariadne decreed that the servant must know her place and not repeat such dismissals. Maeta retorted that both were born as servants, so why couldn't she treat her as an equal? For Ariadne, it was expected after all. This is how they had treated her whole life. Now the servant dared to insult the cardinal because of his origin, being an orphan. Ariadne was not even half an aristocrat. She finished by saying that if the cardinal also liked her, she could give birth to a child like Ariadne. This time, the slap was much stronger, and the servant fell to the floor with a thud. With hatred in her voice, the heroine decreed that she would pay dearly for insulting her father. From now on, Maeta had to measure her words, or new problems would arise between them. Bringing the servant to tears, Ariadne ordered her out of the room. While Maeta fled her chambers, Ariadne thought that, in a way, the servant was right. The protagonist understood that much depended on her father, but she could not make the mistake of relying only on a man. To secure her position in society and become stronger, The young woman desperately needed an ally. Not much time passed before the servant, with swollen eyes, returned in the company of Lucretia. And Isabel, the mother furious, began her speech with a shout. Ariadne had no right to hit the servant. Maeta had already concocted a story. The young woman attacked her without reason, while she was folding the clothes. Listening calmly to everything, without any astonishment, Ariadne prepared to give her rebuttal. To do this, she put on a face of total repentance and addressed Lucretia, calling her dear mother. Immediately after, she revealed that the maid had insulted her father. Ariadne could not remain silent. Lucretia, stunned by such a revelation, demanded an immediate explanation. Immediate, the young woman recounted that, according to the maid, her father raised all his illegitimate children as if they were his own, without any shame, so that they would feel like heirs to the aristocracy, even if they weren't really. Maeta instantly denied everything, swearing that her family was of noble birth. She would never dare to say that. Ariadne added that the servant also disrespected her father for being a nobody. Just because I don't have aristocratic blood, does she refuse to serve me, unlike my sisters with noble mothers? Ariadne knew that Lucretia would never let such comments go unpunished, as the cardinal's connections are the family's weakness. And finally, Ariadne added that Maeta would be delighted to have a child by her father, if he paid attention to her. That was the last straw for Lucretia. Fury was palpable on her face. She lunged at the servant, shouting that she had dared to look at another woman's husband, and deserved 10 lashes. The servant tried to justify herself, but it was useless. The other servants were already dragging her out of the room. Shortly after, Lucretia told the protagonist that in such situations, she should inform her immediately, instead of hitting the servant without warning. The protagonist listened attentively to the lady and acted as if she completely agreed with her. Making a curtsy, Ariadne apologized for her action and offered to do something useful as a sign of repentance. She asked to be allowed to go to the Rambouillet orphanage for 3 days. The head of the family did not expect such a request and asked again if Ariadne really wanted to go to Rambouillet. The young woman confirmed her desire and asked that Maeta go with her, as she had also suffered because of her fault, and thus she could convert her to the religion. The mother was still not sure. She understood that she should punish her, but not by sending her to Rambouillet. Then Isabella joined the conversation and proposed that they go there not for 3 days, but for 5. She argued that the longer they spent in that place, the more deeply they could reflect on their guilt. This, of course, Ariadne did not like at all, but she did not show it and supported her sister's proposal. And now they are approaching the place where they will spend the next 5 days by carriage. The servant felt uncomfortable since they got into the carriage, and even upon arriving at the place, she remained nervous. Everywhere lay the living and the dead, including both the elderly and children. There was blood, the smell of medicine, and excrement all around. No matter how bad Maeta felt, the scene she witnessed made everything worse. Ariadne, for her part, acted calmly, as if seeing something like this was routine. With every step, she rejoiced more, as this place was ideal for her plan. This asylum was built with money from Margaret, wife of Leo III, but the funds ran out, and people died constantly. The protagonists arrived at a covered building, where the situation was not much better than on the street. Ariadne noticed that her servant was much more upset than she had anticipated. Maeta's tension and fear increased every second. Ariadne, in a mocking tone, said that they would live here for the next 5 days and that Isabella could not help them. The heroine continued, regretting that her sister did not defend the servant when she was whipped with rods. Ariadne expressed her deep sorrow and concern for what Maeta had to endure. These words caused Maeta more irritation and resentment than repentance, or acceptance that Isabella was not as good as she thought. Ariadne informed them that they needed to head to the meeting point for all the destitute. The ultimate goal of the protagonist bringing Maeta was to completely break her psychologically. They advanced alongside a long building, and every resident of the place watched them closely. Ariadne considered this place optimal, as those who can starve to death live here and fall ill every day. While continuing to walk, Ariadne went over the plan for the next 5 days again and again. At one point, a girl called out to them, addressing her as a sister, which caused both of them to stop in surprise. Ariadne concluded that someone here had recognized her servant. She turned to Maeta to pay attention to what was happening around them, and to be more precise, to the girl in the corner with fiery hair, which made the servant even more nervous. Ariadne asked if Mayetta hadn't noticed that her sister was sitting there. And if the servant does not comply with what is required of her, she will be trapped in this place forever. The protagonist tormented Mayetta, decreeing that if that happened, she would soon die suffering. Like her sister, terror prevented Mayetta from speaking, but she managed to stammer that she didn't understand what she was talking about, and that she had admitted her guilt a long time ago. Squeezing the servant tighter, the protagonist asked if Mayetta didn't believe her words. The servant didn't know what else to say, but Ariadne demanded an immediate answer. At that moment, the protagonist glimpsed the hooded figure of an individual who claimed to be able to take only one person away. The enigmatic character added that he would choose the most intelligent and diligent one. The younger of the two girls replied that they were sisters who had lived together since childhood, and begged for them to be taken away together. One of them was Mayetta, who turned towards her younger sister with a face contorted by fear. In a second, she pushed her sister, and fervently replied to the hooded lady that Mayetta, was the one who should leave with her. Mayetta accused her younger sister, Sancha, of stealing, and claimed that her hands were trembling, incapable of working well. Judging by her face, the mysterious lady was completely satisfied with that answer. The guest took off her hood. It was Isabella, impressed by Mayetta's ambition. The older one promised to serve her, assuring her that she would not regret her decision. Then, Mayetta hissed at her younger sister, promising to get her out of that house as soon as she earned some money. Sancha did not want to be left alone. She was calling her sister, but the latter didn't even look at her. Seeing that scene in her mind, the protagonist felt lost. Without understanding what had just happened, Mayetta was frightened by Ariadne's strange behavior. She seemed to have frozen for seconds. The heroine slowly returned to reality, still trying to understand what she had seen, an illusion or the sister's past. Now she had to find out if it was true, so she turned abruptly and walked towards the young woman in her vision. Up close, the deplorable condition of the one who looked a lot like Sanchu was even more noticeable. But the redhead only saw her sister behind the protagonist. Ariadne leaned down, touched the bright fiery hair, and asked how she felt. Without waiting for an answer, Ariadne asked her to give an honest answer to a question. The heroine asked if she had a sister who worked as a servant in aristocrats' houses. A little uncertain, the girl nodded her head in response. Afterwards, Ariadne asked if her older sister had promised to come back for her when she achieved something in life and earned money. The young woman was extremely surprised and stunned, and immediately asked how the heroine could know such details. Ariadne felt bad realizing that the scene she had seen a few minutes ago was true. Knowing what she needed, the protagonist quickly said goodbye, thanking her for the answer, and wishing her a speedy recovery. Seeing such kind treatment, Mayetta's younger sister called Ariadne, addressing the protagonist as Madam, and begged her for a chance to see her sister. Sancha longed to speak with her sister. They hadn't seen each other since she went to work for the rich aristocrats. Ariadne couldn't believe what she was hearing. She couldn't conceive how she could have abandoned her sister and never visited her. Sancha confirmed that this meeting was the first in many years, and that she was happy her sister came to see her. Ariadne was still processing the words, asking again if her sister hadn't helped her all these years. Sancha answered affirmatively, although she was a little disconcerted to hear such a question. The only thing the poor young woman wanted now was to see her sister and finally be able to talk to her. Mayetta stayed close throughout the conversation, but didn't even dare look at her sister. Ariadne felt pity for this young woman, who, judging by her appearance, did not have much time left to live. The protagonist softly pronounced, but with a hard tone, the name of her servant. Staring intently at the servant, she asked her once more if it was true that she did not recognize her younger sister in the girl. Mayetta hesitated in answering, although her guilty look had already answered for her a long time ago. Even so, the servant decided not to confess that they were relatives, and therefore answered that she did not know that girl, causing complete incomprehension in Sancha. Desperate, the girl clung to Ariadne's clothes, crying out for help. She held the edge of the dress, and, through tears, begged her to help her somehow. The girl hoped that perhaps this lady would take her out of that house and give her hope for a new life. Sancha did not want to let go of Ariadne under any circumstances, sensing that this was her only chance for salvation. Then, Ariadne turned to Mayetta to bring one of the supervisors. Several days had already passed since Ariadne and Mayetta arrived at this unfortunate place, which was once called Salvation for the Poor. The protagonist was sitting under a tree, with the sole desire to eat something. A few days ago, she begged the manager to give Sanchi a little more food, but the guy couldn't grant her request because they simply have no way to treat the poor any better than they already do. To help the girl somehow, the protagonist decided to give her all the food she was entitled to that day. Ariadne had only planned this feat for the first day, so she didn't understand how she had ended up giving all her food to the girl for the third consecutive day. It is difficult to make plans for a bright future when your stomach aches from hunger, and in your head there is only food instead of plans. Ariadne remembered her vision again. Now she was sure that she had seen Mayada's memories. For some reason, no matter how hard she tried, Ariadne could not conjure those visions again. The protagonist touched the servant several more times, but they were neither visions nor a repetition of the first one. The girl concluded that the appearance of the vision does not necessarily depend on touch, but that there must be some other triggering factor. She was still reflecting on this strange gift, but the apple that appeared before her quickly relegated all thoughts to the background. She looked at the person offering her that apple, undoubtedly the most delicious in the world. But instantly, fear invaded her, and a heaviness and coldness took hold of her soul. The image of her past life struck her hard, remembering that she murdered the crown prince. That was in her previous life. But now the prince was there, alive, offering her an apple. It was terrifying to have before her the man whom Ariadne, with her own hands, pushed to death. The young woman took the apple from the prince, and their hands brushed for an instant. Feeling his warmth, Ariadne felt calmer and smiled warmly at Prince Alfonso. The protagonist thanked the boy for the apple as he settled down next to Ariadne. Starting to eat the apple, Ariadne thought that in this life she had not yet committed that terrible sin, and that now everything would be different. The heroine thought that it was undoubtedly the most delicious apple she had ever eaten in her life, and it was a pity that it ended so quickly. The young woman was surprised by this encounter and knew she wouldn't have another chance to talk to Alfonso, so Ariadne tried to make an indelible impression and show her best side, saying that she had gone 3 days hungry, but now, thanks to Alfonso, she felt much better. The prince said he had heard that the noblewoman gave her food to a sick child. Ariadne confirmed it while scheming how to get closer to him. Their conversation sounded like that of intimate friends or a couple in love. How sweet, or not so much, and straight to the point. The crown prince called Ariadne amazing. How strong. Ariadne feigned surprise at such a compliment. How innocent, or not. In reality, she achieved her goal. She captured his attention with her actions. Master move. Thoughtful, the prince admitted that he would hesitate to give away his food. Ariadne whispered that she wouldn't either. Well, the girl explained that she acted so nobly because the local bread is inedible. What a revelation. The prince did not expect that. He was taken aback. Words left her. So that's how it was, concluded Alfonso, perplexed and still a little flushed. What situation? Ariadne decided to hide from him that she knew he was the crown prince. The game continues. Alfonso asked how much longer the girl would stay in that house, to which she replied until tomorrow. The prince was worried that the young woman would go hungry again, so he directly asked her if she would give away her food again. Thinking for a moment, Ariadne declared that she initially wanted to stop today. And then, with a happy face, she replied that since they had given her an apple, she could hold out a little longer. This phrase moved the crown prince to the depths of his being once again. He decided to check all his pockets, remembering that he had something more than just an apple. He told her she should eat well, but that he only had that with him. Ariadne looked at the cookie he was offering her with great astonishment. After taking the cookie and thanking him, Ariadne realized that getting close to him wasn't as hard as she had initially thought. After that, the girl said she had to go back, which surprised the boy, who didn't think their conversation would be so short. The heroine explained that she had to return before they noticed her absence in class, and sadly added that she didn't know when they would see each other again. She left satisfied to have been able to talk, leaving behind a slight regret in the prince's soul. And just then, the prince called out to the protagonist. He begged her to tell him her name, as he longed to find her in the future. That was exactly what our heroine was hoping for. Now the crown prince would seek an encounter with her. Turning around and rejoicing internally, she replied that her name was Ariadne. Immediately after, she repeated her name, but this time adding that she was Ariadne de Mer. After 5 days, Ariadne returned to the cardinal's residence in the company of Sanchi. Lucretia asked from the doorway what kind of girl Ariadne had dragged along with her, to which the heroine calmly replied that she had brought her from an orphanage. That answer did not satisfy the mistress, who declared that Ariadne had no right to decide on hiring servants in that house. The lady insisted that, although the girl apologized, she was actually still disturbing the peace of her family. Of course, Ariadne was prepared for this meeting and planned her actions in advance, showing the matriarch a handkerchief and asking her to examine it closely. Furious, Lucretia refused to do as requested, declaring that Ariadne would not fool her. But Isabella immediately recognized the handkerchief and lunged at her sister to snatch it away. The handkerchief was embroidered with the symbols of AFS, which meant it belonged to Prince Alfonso. Isabella was surprised and worried that Ariadne had that handkerchief, so she asked her how she had gotten it. That was exactly the reaction the protagonist was expecting. The young woman replied that she casually met the prince at an orphanage, where he was supposed to be conducting an inspection, and he knew that Ariadne wanted to help a girl. Apparently, the prince thought Ariadne would take the girl and give her a job. Alfonso knew about the cardinal's good deeds, so he gave the handkerchief to Ariadne as a token of gratitude, and refusing it would have tarnished the family honor. Naturally, what Ariadne said was a complete lie, but the mistress of the house would hear no reasoning, and she claimed that Ariadne did it on purpose, just to mock her. Lucretia kept shouting and demanding that the girl be thrown out of the house immediately. The lady pushed Ariadne towards the exit, demanding that she also leave her house. The protagonist understood that without Sancha, she could not carry out her plans alone. Suddenly, Isabella, completely serious, declared that she now also wanted to go to the charity house in Rambouillet. This sentence surprised everyone in the drawing room, but the most astonished was Isabella's mother. She turned to her and began to argue that the charity house was no place for someone like her, and if Isabella wanted to meet the prince, it was better to do it over tea. The speech had an effect on the daughter, and she replied that, well, she wouldn't go there, but only on one condition. The girl must stay in her house, and that is Isabella's one and final condition. The older sister believed that this way she would have something to talk about with the prince, as her father gave her no other option. Ariadne listened attentively and realized that, unknowingly, her sister was helping her with her plan. Her naive sister, with her whims, was bringing her closer and closer to the goal. Sancha remained as a servant, and the heroine planned to soon make her personal maid. Alfonso pulled her out of her thoughts by abruptly snatching the handkerchief from her hands. Isabella, with a triumphant smile and the handkerchief held high, announced that she would keep it. Turning around, she went upstairs, adding that her sister had done a good job. This reminded Ariadne that her new life, for now, was not so different from the previous one. Something given, something taken away. Sancha approached the protagonist and thanked her, moved by having been saved. With a look full of determination, Sancha swore she would repay such kindness many times over. The servant's attitude completely took Ariadne by surprise. At the same time, she felt bad, as she had only taken the girl in to use her. She placed a hand on her head and only said, "Thank you," but it was sincere. In that moment, Ariadne truly thanked the young woman for her great support. Days later, Ariadne overheard Isabella arguing with her mother, very agitated. The mother, happily, said that the queen finally noticed her daughter's beauty. The conversation greatly disturbed and worried our protagonist. She tried to recall her past life, but Isabella never met the queen. Upon entering the room, two servants were waiting for her, very different from each other. In an annoyed tone, Mayetta said that the lady ordered her prepared to go out, and Sanchi, with enthusiasm in her eyes, added that a carriage from the palace was waiting downstairs. Sanchi added that the order was to take Miss Ariadne before the queen herself. The protagonist felt joy and disappointment at the same time. Seeing the queen was great, but the company of Madame and Isabella was not at all pleasing to her. The dress was already ready, prepared by the servants, impeccable and shiny. At that moment, a brilliant idea occurred to Ariadne to set a trap for Lucretia at tea. She trusted Sanchi completely, so she approached her and asked for help with her plan. The young woman wanted the maid to swap clothes with her. This way, Ariadne could slightly damage the reputation of her sister and Lucretia. According to the Holy Scriptures, Yesak Gan sacrificed himself twice. The first time he died alone, condemned by the people, but he was later resurrected. Afterward, the saint offered himself as a sacrifice to save the people from the divine punishment that fell upon the continent. Yesak was recognized as a saint and deserving of the people's veneration. In today's liturgy, the saint's first sacrifice was praised in Caligo, the queen's mother tongue. After listening to the entire ceremony, neither Madame nor Isabella managed to understand much. Although they tried to hide their confusion, and generally succeeded quite well, Lucretia had given up studying this language a long time ago, while Isabella only learned the basics. When the priest's speech ended, Ariadne noticed a woman sitting a few rows in front of her. At first, she couldn't believe her eyes. It was Queen Margaret herself. She was impressed by her noble and unavoidable aura. In her past life, Ariadne never met her, only saw her in portraits. Meanwhile, the priest reflected on why Isaac Hun sacrificed himself for a foolish people and immoral, and Isabella and her mother said amen. Ariadne was terrified by her family's impropriety, which did not go unnoticed, not even by the queen. Meanwhile, Isabella, with an angelic face, radiated happiness, convinced she had acted correctly. She wasn't even disturbed by the countless whispers of the parishioners in the temple. Isabella continued to attract stares, declaring her joy over the queen's invitation to today's service. For she loved that part of the saint's history. Her mother supported her, asking aloud what exactly attracted Isabella to that story, and mentioning, as if in passing, that the calligraphy lessons were suiting her well. The young woman replied that she liked the ending about the second victim. Ariadne thought her sister only understood the word sacrifice. When the mass was about the saint's first victim, Isabella continued to make a fool of herself, stating that Isaac Gon was happy that so many people came to mourn him. The temple attendees whispered even more. No one liked the idea of the saint hearing the lament for his own death. They concluded that the young woman must be very immature and that she envied the saint's posthumous fame. Ariadne understood that the cardinal's family reputation was collapsing, and she had to act now to stop this disgrace. Therefore, the protagonist exclaimed that, in her opinion, Yesak Gon was a brave man. And impressive, with a contrite expression, the girl added that surely Saint Yesak was very afraid when he died. This relaxed the atmosphere, and the parishioners began to comment on how good Ariadne was, and her devout faith in God. Meanwhile, the protagonist could breathe and calm down. Her family's reputation was safe. Everyone's attention was captured by the applause of one of the women, seated in the front rows next to the queen. She invited those present to the drawing room, where tea time would soon begin. The mayor's family stood up, and with great anticipation, followed the woman towards the drawing room. The queen observed the protagonist's family throughout this time, and noticed that the second daughter understood the Caligo language well. And there were Lucretia, Isabella, and Ariadne in front of the set table, where the queen's usual guests had already taken their seats. They were introduced to those present as members of the family of the Cardinal de Mere. Radiant with joy, Lucretia and Isabella mentioned having seen the queen at Mass. Ariadne was glad the queen had decided to attend tea. A guest was quick to praise Isabella for her beautiful dress. Looking at the lady who was speaking, Ariadne was surprised. She hadn't expected to see her there. She remembered her from her past life. She had been rude to her for her comments about illegitimate children. Ariadne remembered those events as if they had happened yesterday. That night, she defended the honor of her beloved Cesare. The elderly aristocrat continued the conversation, asking who had sewn such a beautiful dress. Isabella stood up to show all the beauty of her attire, and replied that it was the work of the family dressmaker. The woman said that her family's worker had golden hands, and it was a pity she couldn't place an order with her. Then Lucretia intervened, and declared that Countess Marquez could always turn to her employee. At that moment, the Countess's expression changed to one of disapproval. She stated that she saw no point in overloading the family employee, as she had not yet finished sewing the dress for the second daughter. Lucretia did not like those words and intentions at all, noticing the huge difference in her daughter's clothing. A cold sweat ran down Lucretia upon hearing that, despite the first daughter's lack of upbringing and her unofficial relationship, the hostess of Mari's house only cared about the eldest. The Countess ruled that all children must be treated equally. The opposite is unacceptable in aristocratic families. A murmur spread among those present, agreeing that the second daughter did not deserve such treatment. Isabella, looking for a way out, explained that her younger sister had just returned from the countryside due to delicate health, and had few clothes. Therefore, to help her, Isabella had given her one of her old dresses, and everyone misinterpreted the situation. The clothes were so modest because they were made to Isabella's liking. Isabella asked Ariadne to confirm her words. The protagonist perfectly understood her older sister's desires, but to ease the attention, she assured everyone that it was exactly as her sister said. But Ariadne was not going to give in to Isabella. So she added that this dress was too perfect for someone like her. And just then, as if by chance, she showed the hem of the outfit, where old stains could be seen. And dirty ones. Everyone who saw it was speechless for a moment and could only gasp. Ariadne said she really liked this dress, although she didn't know that it had previously belonged to Isabella. The heroine was triumphant. She had given her older sister a worthy reply and attracted everyone's attention at tea. The aristocrats were shocked to see the yellowish fabric of the hem, with kitchen work stains. It looked like servants' clothes. Ariadne noticed that she had succeeded in giving the impression that she worked in her own house, like an employee. Precisely about that, right in front of Lucretia, all the guests at the table began to murmur. One of the aristocrats asked Isabella if her sister didn't wear her old clothes, leaving the young woman without knowing how to answer. At that moment, everyone heard the queen's voice, who asked all guests to calm down. After this, she decided to question her elder daughter. She asked about the petticoat, which was full of stains and yellowish. Queen Margaret was direct. She asked if Isabella had worn that petticoat. No matter how cunning her older sister was, this time she could not invent an answer for the queen. That was enough for Margarita, who ordered Lucretia to take her older daughter away and return home. She addressed Lucretia as Mrs. Rossi, deeply humiliating her. Ariadne rejoiced, as Lucretia was treated not as a wife, but as a mistress. Immediately after, the queen ordered her servant to take the second daughter away. The queen urgently wanted a clean petticoat given to Ariadne, a situation that worried her and embarrassed her a little. The young woman still couldn't believe what was happening, but understood that it was time to get up and follow Queen Margarita's servant. They walked down the empty palace corridor, which brought Ariadne many memories from her past life. She looked around, and a great variety of feelings flooded her. The image of Césaire appeared before her eyes, with whom she spent 9 years within these walls. Very soon, anger consumed her, and the young woman clenched the hem of her skirt to calm down. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, Ariadne thought she wanted to erase those memories from her life. It seems the protagonist was too absorbed, because a few seconds later she bumped into a woman walking ahead. This hurt, Ariadne thought, while the servant accompanying her only sighed deeply. The reason for the stop was the crown prince, who at that moment was walking towards the young woman down the corridor. Seeing him, she shouted his name, as if she hadn't expected to see him there. Alphonse also didn't expect to run into Ariadne in this corridor. It seems this couple was euphoric. To see each other, although both were super confused, Ariadne concentrated to the maximum. She couldn't let the crown prince suspect that she knew everything. She asked, surprised, if Alfonso was the crown prince. He hesitated, and the maid scolded her for her disrespect. The maid finally formally introduced Alfonso, the heir of King Leon III, and Queen Margarita. The woman insisted that the protagonist behave towards the prince according to his very high status. Ariadne thought that normally a cardinal's daughter would not bow before a maid, but this one was the queen's right hand, and Queen Margarita would find out everything. The girl curtsied and apologized for her behavior. Unworthy. Alfonso told Carla that he was the culprit. Ariadne didn't know he was a prince, and in fact they were friends. Of course, Carla immediately replied that the friendship between the prince and that girl was inadmissible. Alfonso retorted, saying that if someone was his friend without knowing his status, could he be a false friend? Never. The royal maid emphasized the importance of social statuses and their strict adherence. In the blink of an eye, the prince was already standing, looking at Clara pouting, although it didn't last long, because instantly Alfonso looked at Ariadne with childish mischief. The boy suddenly grabbed the young woman and pulled her towards him without prior notice. He shouted at Ariadne to run, and without letting go of her hand, guided her at full speed. Not caring about Carla's scolding, it took them the world to escape indiscreet glances, and now they needed to catch their breath. It was then that both realized they were still holding hands and embarrassed. They let go immediately. Ariadne, laughing, noticed that His Highness had reacted very obviously to their encounter, to which Alfonso asked her to call him by his name. The girl, in a conceited tone, replied that she doubted she was authorized to disrespect His Highness, uttering the last phrase with marked slowness. Alfonso insisted, once again, that it was unnecessary for her to address him using his title. Ariadne, taking advantage of his confusion, proposed a rather unusual solution. She suggested that it would be best to choose fake names for both of them. The prince, once again, was surprised by her idea and didn't hide it. Ariadne, jokingly, proposed inventing a term of endearment for him, to which the prince, blushing, replied that it seemed Miss Ariadne was going too far. The young woman replied that if she called him by his name in front of others, everyone would quickly discover that he was the prince. She reminded him that he wanted to be treated like a normal person, not like the heir. So Alfonso accepted, although he wasn't entirely convinced by the idea. The mere idea of starting a secret relationship would be a great temptation for anyone. Reluctantly, the prince finally gave in to Ariadne's proposal. Then the couple tried hard to find a name for the heir, trying Alfonso. But the prince rejected them. Ariadne found the whole situation very amusing, especially that the prince had accepted the name thing so quickly. The protagonist casually placed her hand on Alfonso's. Softly, she turned his palm over and drew the symbol of the letter A with her finger. The prince, visibly flustered, watched Ariadne's every move. The more Alfonso looked at the young woman, the more he wished to be someone important to her. He felt free and happy by her side. He didn't want to let her go. He longed to spend more time together. But something tormented him. He feared scaring her away, although the need to share his concerns was greater. Alfonso confessed that there was something Ariadne was completely unaware of. The girl tensed up upon hearing those words, as nothing like that had happened in her previous life. The prince revealed that Ariadne was in the palace because of him. Someone had told the queen about their meeting at the orphanage. He added that the queen's informants told her about his every move, but the information about Ariadne, for some reason, caught her attention. The time had come for Ariadne to change her opinion of the prince. Before, she considered him inattentive, but now she saw that Alfonso perfectly understood everything around him. Ariadne found it interesting to discover this facet of the prince's personality. Alfonso thought this was how his mother showed concern for him, but he didn't like such exhaustive surveillance. The prince spoke sadly, and it was evident that every word cost him a huge effort. He tried to express his feelings, but simply shut up and decided to keep his emotions to himself. Turning to the girl with an embarrassed face, he suggested talking about something else. At that moment, Ariadne unexpectedly approached him, causing Alfonso to feel confused once again when interacting with her. Impulsively, she placed her hand on his head, not knowing herself what to do next. The prince watched the girl intently and wished that this moment would last an eternity. Without removing her hand, Ariadne told him that it must be very hard to carry such a burden. After that, she removed her hand and decided to move a little away from the boy. Her words touched Alfonso's raw nerve. He felt that Ariadne understood him perfectly. Then, Ariadne said that surely Lady Carla would already be looking for her everywhere, since the queen ordered the maid to give her other clothes. Therefore, no matter how well the two were together, the girl was obliged to leave. The prince didn't want to let her go, but he couldn't say it openly. He felt sad when she left him at the charity home, but now that feeling multiplied. Meanwhile, Lucretia, upon returning to her residence, was furious about being publicly called Mrs. Rossi. Everything that crossed her path ended up shattered on the floor. She cursed the queen's entire family and couldn't calm down for a second. The fall of another vase of flowers happened near Ariadne, who had just returned home. The girl expected something like that, but not that absolutely everything would be destroyed. As if nothing had happened, Ariadne said she had returned, calling Lucretia mother. But the lady forbade her from calling her that. The owner began to demand an answer. Had Ariadne stained her dress on purpose? That is the essence of this woman, Ariadne thought to herself. Aloud, the heroine said she hadn't ruined it on purpose, and that she had no other clothes. Then Lucretia asked who was responsible for the dress. Without waiting for an answer, she shouted at the servants to search the girl's room and find the hidden crinoline. Ariadne liked how things were going, that Lucretia was furious, and that they wouldn't find any crinoline. The protagonist was already starting to think of ways to annoy Lucretia, even more to silence her. But it seems everything is about to go wrong right now, because Maeta called Lucretia, and that bodes no good. She declared that she knew who was responsible for Ariadne's dirty hem. Ariadne remembered that Maeta was in her room while she was getting dressed, and probably she overheard her plan to change clothes. It was Ariadne's mistake. She forgot to warn Maeta to keep quiet. Maeta pointed her finger at Sancha and said she was the culprit. Sancha was confused and looked at Ariadne, hoping she would come up with something. She understood that the end of this situation did not bode well for her. Ariadne couldn't think of anything either to avoid exposing herself and saving her from punishment. After finding the culprit, Lucretia grabbed Sancha by the hair, declaring that the crinoline thief had been discovered. But Sancha, crying, replied that she had nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, Mayetta ran to Sancha's room and found the crinoline there. Ariadne was furious with herself. Although she avoided suspicion, she ended up framing an innocent person. Lucretia started hitting the poor girl, who could only cover her head with her hands. In Ariadne's mind, the memory of Sancha arose, saying she would repay her debt for saving her life. The heroine then placed her hand on her head and replied to her with gratitude. And now she herself was exposing her. Ariadne didn't know how to act. She only realized that now she was no better than Lucretia, who was hitting Sancha. Her heart began to beat faster, and she felt an alien presence in her conscience. She saw how the scar from the lost finger in the past life appeared, as if she were once again the murderer of the crown prince. She heard a voice in her head, talking about the golden rule, that good deeds return with good, and sinful ones with punishment. The voice also said that she should treat her neighbor as she would like him to treat her. The voice said that the girl had neglected another person for her own benefit, although she herself was furious about the betrayal she suffered earlier. Ariadne understood that only she could hear that voice. Lucretia completely lost control and continued hitting the maid. Unexpectedly, Ariadne lunged forward, trying to protect Sancha. The maid saw how the mistress of the house lunged at her with the sharp tip of a feather. In a matter of seconds, blood began to drip onto the floor. The young woman stood paralyzed, hands covering her head, waiting for the blow. But it never came. Upon turning, Sancha understood that Ariadne had covered her and the blow had hit her instead. The maid could not believe what was happening. The blood on the floor came from the deep cut on Ariadne's back. When Sancha saw the wound on her mistress's back, she felt deep terror. Sancha asked Ariadne why she had acted so recklessly, throwing herself to protect her. Ariadne quietly told Sancha to tell Lucretia how everything really was. She begged Sancha to say that she acted under her orders, but the maid only shook her head and refused to obey Ariadne's request. The girl was astonished that the maid refused to expose her, even when Ariadne herself asked her to. Lucretia, holding back some of her fury, now decided to confront Ariadne. She raised her hand and was about to hit the protagonist, shouting that this ungrateful girl dared to mock her. But she couldn't finish what she planned, because the head of the family appeared at the door. The cardinal was furious. He did not like what he had just witnessed at all. Lucretia immediately addressed her husband, saying that he had been absent for a long time, and he didn't know what she had to go through today. While the husband and wife settled their differences, Ariadne quickly took the maid to her room. Alone, the protagonist addressed Sancha, looking her straight in the eyes. Sancha was crying because her mistress's shoulder was very bad, and she urgently needed the ointment. But Ariadne began to say that the maid should tell her mother the whole truth. And her father. Ariadne considered herself the only culprit for the situation, but Sancha was not going to do it. Then Ariadne asked her why she didn't want to confess and clear her name. The maid simply replied that her mistress had saved her life, and that she would definitely repay her, since Adriana had become her benefactor. When Sancha said she would always be loyal to the young woman, Ariadne's eyes filled with tears. The heroine had been abandoned by her family. Her beloved turned his back on her. She was left alone in this world, in her past life, and she was alone in this life. And apparently, now a person had appeared who would never betray her. Ariadne's soul was filled with warmth and sadness at the same time, as she brought the maid only to achieve her selfish plans. Sancha remained loyal to the protagonist, despite the beatings and insults, for which Ariadne was very grateful to her. In a burst of emotion, Ariadne hugged the girl and apologized for everything, which greatly surprised the maid. With tears in her eyes and her voice broken by emotion, Ariadne said that always, from now on, she would protect Sancha. After calming down a bit, the heroine added that she would make sure Mayetta left Sancha alone once and for all. Ariadne will do everything possible so that no one threatens them both, whether they are maids or Lucretia herself. The friendship between the girls strengthened like never before at that moment, and they both silently promised to always protect each other. Several days have passed since those events, and the scar that appeared on Ariadne's finger has not yet disappeared. Worrying her, the finger itself looked the same as before. There was no pain, or perhaps the heroine simply calmed herself with those thoughts. She remembered those feelings and the inner voice, which reminded her of the golden rule about good and evil. At that moment, a strange, throbbing pang arose in her finger. For a second, Ariadne thought it would evaporate. Now her finger was fine, except for a scar. But the girl couldn't get those sensations and memories out of her head. Sancha noticed her mistress deep in thought, examining her finger closely. She scolded her by saying that rubbing a sting would only make things worse. Ariadne showed her finger to the maid, asking if she saw any swelling. Sancha noticed nothing unusual, so Ariadne concluded that perhaps she was self-suggesting. Sitting on the bed, Ariadne commented to Sancha that the maid was not at all like she seemed in their first encounter at the orphanage. Ariadne thought that Sancha was like a kitten, shy and quiet, but in reality, she was quite bold and biting. Sancha didn't like those comparisons and reminded her that it was time for the young lady to practice calligraphy. Ariadne nodded, got up, quickly fixed her dress, and prepared for the lesson. The young woman was in a great mood, and upon leaving told Sancha she would be back quickly from class. The maid, with a wide smile, said goodbye, waving her hand. With her notebook in hand, Ariadne set off for the calligraphic language class. She couldn't help but think that time flew by when she was with Sancha. She was already imagining where they would go together after the lesson, but Lucretia's voice interrupted her. Apparently, Lucretia was talking to the cardinal, asking him if it was essential for Ariadne to live there. It was impossible to ignore that conversation, so she stopped in front of the door and eavesdropped. The door was ajar, so she heard every word of Lucretia complaining about her stubbornness and difficulty controlling her. When the cardinal began to speak, a pang of anguish gripped the protagonist, and rightly so, because her father finished the sentence by suggesting marrying her off to Count Cessair as soon as possible. The cardinal refused to hand over Isabella to Cessair, since she was the jewel in the family crown. Considering that Cessair was illegitimate, such a marriage would not give the cardinal greater prestige for his family. In her father's opinion, Isabella was the most valuable among his children. He educated her, invested money and all resources, and believed that Crown Prince Alfonso was the best match for his daughter. Ariadne decided that if her father did not want to marry Isabella to Cessair, due to her high value, she must become a more valuable investment for the cardinal than her older sister. Now the heroine must devise a plan to devalue her sister in her father's eyes and of society. With these thoughts, the young woman stopped listening to her parents' conversation and finally went to class. It took place in one of the bright and spacious rooms, behind whose closed doors the teacher's voice could be heard. The young woman stopped, concentrated, and devised an action plan to start implementing her plan to devalue Isabella immediately. After reviewing the teacher's probable reactions, Ariadne smiled and slowly opened the classroom doors. The teacher was telling Isabella that they should finish their studies early today, because today is a special day for the family. To make a great first impression, Ariadne greeted the teacher Madame Romani. In Caligo language, she apologized with a bow for interrupting the class and asked her to continue with the lesson. Such an appearance shocked both of Ariadne's sisters, and they didn't even try to hide it, especially Arabella, who dropped the book from her hands in surprise. The teacher was astonished by the quality of Ariadne's pronunciation and immediately asked how she had acquired such skills, to which Ariadne replied that she had learned the language in a village where a Caligo man lived. The young woman clarified that before she knew words and pronunciation, but with the teacher's help, she had managed to learn grammar and other knowledge she lacked. The compliment that all her knowledge was finally formed, thanks to the teacher, greatly moved Madame Romani. The teacher immediately said that Ariadne had mastered perfectly not only the foreign language, but also manners and etiquette. Madame Romani stated that she had taught many children, and that Ariadne, without a doubt, had a talent for knowledge. The younger sister could not believe what was happening, and therefore demanded an explanation from Ariadne as to why she knew Caligo so well. Arabella sincerely believed that her sister had clearly cheated somewhere. It couldn't be otherwise. Ariadne interrupted her younger sister with a hug, thus calming Arabella's fervor. The heroine stated that they should not speak with such ignorance in front of the teacher. The teacher asked if she remembered well that Ariadne had not yet debuted, and Arabella became uncomfortable. Madame Romani continued, saying that the middle sister was ready for society, and Isabella became enraged. The eldest daughter understood that the attention that should have been for her was now focused on Ariadne. This drove Isabella crazy. How dare the bastard show off like that? Isabella swore that she would never lose in this rivalry against Ariadne. She decided that today, everyone in the city would only have eyes for her. Isabella already visualized her image, with a tight corset that would enhance her perfect figure. The eldest daughter was already thinking about the cross, makeup, and the impact she would have on the aristocrats. It is difficult to deny the contrary. Isabella's beauty truly stood out among all the girls in her city. According to the faith, nobles and royalty are people who accumulated much good in past lives, and common people are those who sinned a lot. Therefore, noble souls must guide and govern sinful souls, so that in the next life they can rise in social status. That is why the ruling power is invested with absolute authority, carrying within it the word of God. Once a month, royalty and common people gather and listen to the cardinal's mass, who transmits the words of the Holy Spirit to the people. The mass was already full of people when the cardinal and his entire family appeared at the door. The aristocrats were happy to finally see Isabella, whose beauty was talked about throughout the city. Isabella de Mari radiated love and attracted the attention of everyone, regardless of age or social standing. The aristocrats managed to notice every detail of her outfit, both the exquisite blue dress and the golden cross, similar to a work of manual labor by the jeweler Luca. The young men captured every moment as she passed by them, because the cardinal's eldest daughter is precious. Isabella advanced with triumph and satisfaction, exactly the reaction she sought to provoke. She headed to her seat, pretending to ignore the admiring glances that followed her. Suddenly, Isabella heard whispers about the girl walking behind her. No one recognized her. She turned abruptly and confirmed that people were talking about Ariadne. Perfect! Isabella had nothing to fear. She would never lose to her sister in beauty. Ariadne wore a somber black suit, with her hair pulled back and no makeup. Isabella's mood improved even more. Her sister looked absolutely desolate. The protagonist had foreseen that her older sister's reaction would be exactly that. Ariadne thought to herself, the naive Isabella will soon lose all her court of admirers, because she knew that a crucial event was about to happen, one that would completely overshadow Isabella's beauty. If Ariadne was not mistaken at all, today is a crucial and decisive day in her life. The events of today, in her past life, led her to become Count Cesar's fiancée. That day, the king of Estrus, Leon III, saved the cardinal and proposed to Demare a payment for his help. The king then said that Demare must help the illegitimate Cesar become a pillar in aristocratic society. With the help of the cardinal's position, Cesar finally gained some power. As a result, the illegitimate Cesar took Ariadne, useless for his status of power, as his daughter-in-law. Therefore, today Ariadne must do everything possible not to repeat the events of the past. Because of this, the young woman was nervous, although she successfully hid her emotions from others. She squeezed her dress tightly in an attempt to calm down and begged the higher powers to help her. Ariadne pleaded for the original events in today's reading to be repeated, giving her the opportunity to change her destiny. Meanwhile, Count Cesar watched the cardinal's family from above, accompanied by his mother in the church. His gaze remained fixed on the very beautiful Isabella Damare. She was the perfect candidate for him, as she combined beauty and a high social status. Cesar thought that Isabella would be the key piece on his path to the throne. It's not for nothing that Cesar was considered the most handsome man in the kingdom. Every woman longed to be his chosen one. Cesar had an exceptional steed and unique jewels. He never lacked female attention, which he took advantage of. Everyone envied him, as he was the favorite son of the king and his beloved mistress, Rubina. Precisely because of this, Cesar believed that only such a perfect woman could be his wife. He pondered that it was time to visit the cardinal again and request Isabella's hand once more. Cesar noticed his father, who had settled in the royal box next to his wife and son. At that very moment, the king was chatting kindly with his legitimate son, provoking Cesar's irritation. Seeing his father interact with Alfonso, Cesar felt jealousy and the injustice of his own situation. He hated Alfonso with all his being, and believed that only he, Cesar, should occupy the place next to his father. He took a deep breath and clenched his fist tightly, so as not to reveal his emotions and calm down a little. The mistress and the illegitimate son still did not lose hope of coming to light and officially being by the king's side. Like the crown prince and his mother, Cesar moved away from the royal box, but he still couldn't shake off the irritation he felt seeing his younger brother, Ilfonso. At that moment, Cesar's gaze was drawn to a young woman in a black dress, who was walking behind Isabella. He didn't remember ever seeing that person in the Mare family. Cesare turned to his mother and asked who the young woman walking behind Isabella was, to which his mother replied that she was the cardinal's second daughter and his mistress, and that she had already managed to impress the queen. The count saw nothing special in Ariadne, so he couldn't understand what had caught the queen's attention. He shared the idea with his mother, but she replied that judging by appearance makes no sense, especially since the girl managed to please someone so fussy. Cesare paused in thought. If the cardinal's daughter is intelligent, what use is it? A woman has no place to use her intelligence. What a tragedy. Cesare's mother asked him if he had ever thought about how she had managed to achieve her goals. Come on, son. The mother was astonished. Did Cesare seriously believe that he had become the favorite mistress, only because of his pretty face? The son looked at his mother thoughtfully and paused for a long time, thinking what the devil to answer her. In the end he said, "Isn't it true that only your face allowed you to occupy that position?" To which the mother replied sadly that her son was a poor fool. But it was time to end the conversation. The guest priest's sermon was about to begin. Cesare was stunned to see who was going to address the citizens that day. What a surprise! It was the apostle Acerrito, who had recently become very popular in certain circles. What an uproar! The poor and needy from all over the country admired him because he spoke about religion in a totally different way. Basically, he was uttering heresies, claiming that even the most miserable sinner could be a child of God. According to him, even the poorest could be born with high status. What nonsense! And that is exactly what the apostle began to speak about, causing murmurs of indignation among the aristocracy. He spoke of Yesak as if he were an ordinary person, a total contradiction to the church. The cardinal was trembling. The parishioners were whispering, "This sermon must be stopped urgently. It's unheard of." The apostle continued speaking of Isaac Gone as a mere mortal, someone to whom God granted power. The cardinal of Mare knew it. He had a heretic in front of him, demolishing the sacred canons. He was profaning the faith in a mass presided over by the cardinal himself. An unforgivable affront. In the mind of the head of the Mare family, he already saw himself condemned to death for heresy. The horror! But the cardinal could not interrupt the sermon. The king had invited that priest. What a dilemma! He didn't know what to do. And every second of doubt filled him with even greater fear. The apostle kept talking about Isaac Gone, placing his hand forcefully on the Holy Scripture. When the cardinal heard the next sentence, he didn't know how to react to it. The apostle, with a thunderous voice and raising his hands, said that Yesak was a human son. At that moment, the young woman interrupted the cleric, entering the hall and banging the doors open. Ariadne's gaze was full of confidence and rage, and she walked quickly towards the apostle. No one expected that appearance from the young woman. The apostle froze in surprise, and the father looked at his daughter with fear. All the parishioners in the temple also paid attention to the young woman walking with such determination. Stopping approximately in the center of the temple, Ariadne reproached the apostle that he had no right to contradict the sacred traditions. And then she quoted the scripture that says Isaac had a divine origin from the beginning. The apostle declared that God created his son from nothing, therefore, Isaac is his creation, and therefore, he does not have a divine origin. Ariadne questioned the man. With what right did he interpret ecclesiastical scriptures his own way? Acerrito proclaimed that God is one. Therefore, Yesak could only be an ordinary human, endowed with divine power, and nothing more. Ariadne chose to quote the Gospel of Paulo, where it is detailed that Yesak manifested in the flesh of the Father. The Holy Spirit. Such a quote from the scriptures astonished the parishioners and made them reflect on their words. The father, understanding his daughter's intentions, worried about her and hoped that Ariadne would manage to unmask that heretic. The young woman, almost in front of the apostle, asked him if he considered himself more versed in the scriptures than the original 6 apostles. She grabbed him by the cassock and accused him of ignoring the Holy Scriptures. Murmurs went through the church, commenting that one could not deny the Bible and that the apostles' statements sounded like Mauritanian philosophy. The king, watching from the box, thought the apostle looked like a heretic. At that moment, a servant approached and asked if they should remove that man from the building, to which the king replied by asking who exactly the servant was referring to. The boy replied that, of course, he was talking about the girl. She ruined the priest's sermon. The king smiled discreetly. This whole situation was starting to seem amusing to him. He told the servant that the apostle should have been thrown out a while ago, but but he did not understand the girl's fault, and also to find out who she was. At that moment, Alfonso interrupted the conversation, saying that the girl's name was Ariadne. The king least expected to hear that name, much less hear it from his own son. Alfonso, with an expression of happiness, turned to his father and said that Ariadne was his friend. Meanwhile, the heroine kept pressuring the apostle, who, while backing away, lost his balance and fell. The cardinal didn't know how to fix everything that was happening before his eyes. He stared at the floor, trying to find a way out of that situation. At that moment, a man entered the church and asked where the sinner Alejandro was. He didn't come alone, but with many church people, saying he was there for the heretic. By order of the head of the church, Louis, the parishioners whispered again, commenting on the arrival of the clerics. The apostle Alejandro was terrified, too weak even to get up. The cardinal, examining the man's face and figure, knew that the inquisitor himself had appeared. He didn't know why the inquisitor had arrived so quickly, but the cardinal had to hurry to explain what was happening. Meanwhile, the inquisitor demanded that the heretic be removed to announce the reason for his arrest. The inquisitor reported that the Acerrito school had been declared heresy for distorting the sacred scriptures. From this, it is deduced that Alejandro is considered a heretic, and from this moment on, excommunicated from the church. But that was not all. Now the inquisitor was looking for the cardinal, who had allowed such nonsense. De Mere was just coming down the stairs, and from afar began to shout at the inquisitor so he would hear him. But the inquisitor had no intention of doing so, and only replied that the cardinal would also answer for the heretic in the great basilica. Terror seized the cardinal upon hearing that he too would be punished. De Mere thought someone had set a trap for him, seeking to limit him in ecclesiastical matters. The cardinal understood that if the inquisitor came in the name of the church, his word was law. He gathered all possible calm to explain the situation without provoking the ecclesiastical representative. The cardinal made an excuse, saying he had not invited the apostle. But Ariadne interrupted. She approached the inquisitor and begged him to listen to her carefully. All these events had already happened in her past life, and Ariadne remembered every detail. Right now, the crucial part of her speech begins, on which her fate depends. The inquisitor, without recognizing her, snapped that people of her class had no say in these matters. Despite everything, Ariadne looked at the inquisitor bravely and began to speak. She introduced herself as the cardinal's second daughter, which, at least, would elevate her status before the inquisitor. Ariadne declared that her father did not collaborate with the apostle Alejandro, and feared the heresy the accused had vomited. Precisely for this reason, according to the heroine, her father had prepared to refute everything Alejandro said. The father didn't know what his daughter was plotting, but he had no refutation whatsoever, so he only asked her to be quiet so as not to make everything worse. So that the inquisitor wouldn't hear, the father whispered to her that she was taking too many liberties, and she had no right to such declarations. The inquisitor was not delighted either, thinking that the young lady had simply decided to mock him. The church servant thought this cardinal had gone too far, first by inviting a heretic to speak, and then including his daughter in the spectacle. He got tired of waiting and called the cardinal and his daughter De Mere. With a threatening intonation, he declared that the De Mere family was making fun of the Mass. Ariadne understood that the servant had taken her behavior as rudeness, but the girl did not intend to back down. She understood that if she backed down even one step, her entire plan would fall apart. With a firm step, she approached the inquisitor and informed him that she was acting this way only out of respect for the church leader, because he would be the one inviting Apostle Lacerito to San Carlo, and her father should not prevent his speech before it began. It would be disrespectful to His Holiness. The inquisitor understood that there was logic in the young woman's words, so he decided not to interrupt her. Noticing the change in attitude on the inquisitor's face, Ariadne knew she had managed to take the initiative. She declared that her father was very worried about the imminent presentation of such an individual, and he had gathered evidence for a public refutation. After this, she looked at her father and asked if she was correct, hoping the cardinal would interpret her words correctly. The head of the House of Mayor, in the first few seconds, was unsure of his daughter's actions, and he hesitated a bit when answering. Ariadne looked at him with an expression that conveyed that she had everything under control, and that he should only trust his daughter. Seeing this and overcoming his fear, the cardinal could finally take a deep breath and confirm his daughter's words. He affirmed that his daughter spoke the truth and had evidence to present after the apostle. The cardinal, getting into character, said that he found it suspicious that His Holiness had invited the apostle. He was clearly plotting something. Such a speech completely convinced the inquisitor of the honesty of the de Mer family. As proof, the parishioners joined the conversation and confirmed that the cardinal's daughter stopped the heretic and saved the good name of San Carlos. Those present said that the second daughter was brave, devout, and honored the scriptures, as a cardinal's daughter should be, and they called her the heroine of the city. Faced with such words, the inquisitor had no choice but to accept all statements as true. He said his work for the day was done, and Ariadne could breathe a sigh of relief for saving her father's reputation. With this, Ariadne increased her value in the eyes of the cardinal and postponed her engagement to Cesare. And now, the heroine can live peacefully, without the constant fear of the engagement to the count. She is now free, and perhaps will be able to dedicate more time to the crown prince. Meanwhile, the king, already in his castle, admitted that the second daughter of Mer was not as simple as she first appeared. The king even felt like he had witnessed a well-rehearsed play, prepared for him by the church. He concluded that such an act by the young woman could not go unrewarded. Now it remained to understand how to reward such a young lady with maximum benefit for the royal family. The servant suggested that jewelry or a luxurious dress would suit a young lady very well. But the king suddenly said that the best reward would be the blue heart jewel from the depths of the ocean. It was so unexpected that the servant, forgetting all formality, could only be surprised and ask if he had really heard about the heart from the depths of the ocean. He was referring to a large, rare blue sapphire that, according to legend, was left on the shore by dolphins. The deep color of the jewel and the mystery of its origin made the sapphire the most desired jewel by any woman. And one of those women was Countess Rubina, the king's mistress and Cesare's mother. She had been begging her beloved for years to give her the jewel. The king still couldn't believe he would give such a rare jewel to a mere girl. His Majesty smiled, remembering how desperately his mistress desired that stone. The king thought it would be good if Ariadne married the king's son and then returned the sapphire to the family. The poor servant no longer knew how to react to his king's words. The king concluded that if he managed to link the second daughter of Mer to his family through marriage, it would be a great fortune. And specifically, he wanted her for his beloved illegitimate son, Cesare. The father called Ariadne to speak alone about what had happened in the church. He asked the young woman where she had gotten the ideas she presented during the service. Ariadne replied that she was bored and had read all the books in her house. The father didn't expect that and turned to ask if his daughter had thought everything through by herself. He asserted that a 15-year-old child would never understand those books alone. Ariadne was prepared for her father not to believe such a statement. So, the heroine began to list the books that had most impacted her, mentioning notes on the essence of the holy and the treatise on the Trinity. Her father was shocked and asked her if she had really read all that. Ariadne replied that the most interesting part of the books is revealed by paying attention to the structure of the sentences, where the unity between the Father and the Son is evident. It is difficult to describe what the cardinal felt at that moment, but he was clearly astonished by his daughter's deep religious knowledge. Who had spent her whole life in the countryside, Ariadne demonstrated that she was very interested in the subject of religion and that she would always be willing to support her father. Then, the father asked her if she wanted to go study religion at the great temple, to which the young woman replied that she would only be embarrassed there, since her knowledge was too scarce for that place. She said she preferred to continue learning at home, and that if she didn't understand something, she would ask her father. That answer satisfied the cardinal, and he told his daughter she could leave. Ariadne curtsied and thought that their conversation had been much simpler than she had anticipated. As soon as the girl reached the door, her father called her, startling the already relaxed heroine. She turned back to her father and asked what he wanted, hoping there would be no more questions about the incident in the church. The cardinal looked at her with a calm and focused gaze. Then he turned and looked out the window again. It felt like he was searching for the right words. Then he said softly that Ariadne was very good, just what the girl had never heard before from her father. Meanwhile, Count Cesare was drinking wine. Lots of wine, whose bottles, along with overturned glasses, lay on the table. But what he drank was still little, so Cesare decided to empty another bottle. His solitude was interrupted by his mother, who asked him if he knew stories about the cardinal's second daughter. The mother said they had named her the savior of San Carlo and considered her very religious. The lady thought it was not surprising that such a cardinal had such a good daughter, whom they now praise throughout the kingdom. Cessair was bored hearing about the second daughter of Demer, so he kept emptying the bottle. His mother strongly disliked that Romani ignored her words and looked at him with disapproval. She declared that his future wife should be as virtuous as that young woman. Someday Caesar will be king, and beside him there must be a worthy woman. Cessair got a little angry at those words, but quickly calmed down and placed the empty glass on the table. He replied to his mother that the throne would be occupied by the official son of King Alfonso. How could he be king then? His mother did not listen to his arguments and simply repeated once again that Caesar contradicted her. She told him she had repeated many times that his father loved him, and because of that he could be king. Cessair stood up abruptly and approached his mother. He became furious when Romani began to talk about the king's love for him. He said, how can his father love him if he hasn't given him a fiefdom and only gifted him a miserable noble title? Romani was furious with her son's attitude towards his status and his father. An enraged and somewhat drunk Cessair, meanwhile, smashed the glass he had handy. His mother replied that he had no right to treat the one who conceived him in her womb like that. She grabbed him by the shirt, hoping that way she could make him understand the necessary words. His mother pulled him towards her, and with full conviction, repeated that he would become king. After this, she let go of the young man, who had nothing to answer to such a statement. She added that there were rumors that the king was planning to give the blue heart from the depths of the ocean to that second daughter of Mer. She reminded her son that she had been wishing to possess that jewel for herself for years. Cessair, straightening his shirt, said he perfectly remembered her desire to have the heart from the depths of the ocean. He remembered how his mother told him that an astrologer had once revealed it to her, specifically that whoever possesses the sapphire will become king. In that case, Romani would be the woman beside the king, and Cessair would obtain the title of legitimate son. And apparently, the prophecy is starting to come true. After these words, the mother approached her son, hugged him, and reminded him that everything she does is for his bright future. So Cessair must obtain that gem at all costs. Ariadne received a letter. The king wishes to see her at the palace, so she prepared to meet the queen. And there is the protagonist, back in the palace, that place where in her past life she could never make her dreams come true. But today she is full of optimism and looks to the future bravely. Her father reminded her of manners, to be discreet and not cause trouble. As her father's carriage drove away, Ariadne watched him from afar, still unable to believe that he had personally accompanied her to the palace. The invitation came from the queen, and it seems she will be the one to thank Ariadne on behalf of the king. The young woman thought that with her mischief, she only wanted to avoid, or at least delay, her wedding to Cessair. But events spun out of control. Ariadne looked at herself carefully in the mirror. She wore a modest, yet elegant dress. She turned in different directions and decided she looked too simple. The girl thought that if she added a flower to her look, she would appear more refined. First, she wondered where to get a flower in the palace, but memory provided the answer quite quickly. Ariadne went into the garden where, if she was not mistaken, flowers grew that matched her dress. She remembered seeing peonies somewhere in the back of the palace. She just had to find them. Her search was interrupted by a masculine voice so familiar that it called the young woman by her name. It was Alfonso, who for some reason was sitting in a tree. Perhaps he climbed there to watch the girl arrive. Ariadne was surprised to see the boy in the park, and moreover sitting in such a tall tree. The prince didn't seem surprised, rather cheerful, and upon seeing her, immediately invited her to climb the tree with him. Thus they ended up together, side by side, not knowing how to break the ice at that crucial moment. They were so close that their hands almost brushed, but neither dared to shorten the distance. That longed for a centimeter. Only now did Alfonso notice that Ariadne was wearing a light dress, one that gets dirty with the slightest speck of dust. She joked, saying that someone hadn't considered the detail of the dress before ordering the climb. The prince, without hesitation, indicated for her to sit on him. A proposal as unexpected as it was flattering for the young woman. He only wanted Ariadne to be elevated, without thinking about the possible interpretations of that peculiar image. The girl was stunned to realize that the prince was inviting her to sit on his lap. An unabashedly direct gesture. But deep down, Ariadne knew she could not hesitate, not if she wanted to keep Alfonso's audacity alive. Because thanks to this boy, Ariadne could avoid the wedding with Cesar E. and escape the clutches of the Demer family. In seconds, she was already in his lap. And although she was very embarrassed, she did not show it. If anyone had seen the prince and Ariadne like this, the scandal would have been inevitable. The girl's heart was beating very fast, her thoughts tangled, and she no longer understood what she wanted. Fortunately or unfortunately, she soon heard a brief sound from the prince, and she didn't understand what he was referring to. Romantic thoughts quickly faded in the protagonist's head. Upon seeing that the prince had only placed a cloth on the branch where Ariadne was sitting, Alfonso, satisfied, said that this way the dress would not get ruined. But Ariadne no longer cared about the dress, but about having activated the romantic mode in vain. Alfonso asked why she had come to the palace today, to which the girl replied that Queen Margaret had invited her for an audience. The prince understood that the reward would be for her performance at Mass, and mentioned that his father was very upset about not being able to grant her a knighthood. Ariadne replied that she also regretted it, as she could have become a knight of the realm. Alfonso asked if it was true that the girl wanted to be a knight, as that would impose a series of obligations. If this is true, Alfonso will grant the title of knight to the girl. The protagonist burst into laughter and said that, in that case, she would have to swear loyalty to the prince. She cleared her throat emphatically, put on a serious face, and prepared for the speech. Looking at Alfonso, she swore that, from now on, she would only be loyal to her lord, would defend the prince from any adversity, and would put his safety above her own life. Ariadne swears to tell her lord only the truth, to carry out all his orders, and to always be by his side. At the last phrase, Alfonso blushed and asked if she would really always be with him. Ariadne, amused, asked him if perhaps the prince didn't believe it. As in every previous meeting, the time this pair spent together flew by again. Alfonso stared intently at the girl and told her that if she was always by his side, he could become an exceptional ruler. It seems that such frankness, once again, took the heroine completely by surprise. Lightness and warmth vanished, replaced by the weight and pain of memories from her previous life. The protagonist vividly remembered how she set a trap for Alfonso and took his life. She felt uncomfortable swearing loyalty to him now, after having betrayed him so cruelly in the past. She thought that if Alfonso knew what happened to him then, he would stop talking to her instantly. Lost in her thoughts, Ariadne's hand slipped from the rather thin branch, and she began to lose her balance. The young woman started to fall, but fortunately, the crown prince had an exceptional reaction. He managed to grab Ariadne, and now they were dangerously close to each other. Not fully aware of the closeness, Alfonso still looked at the girl with fear, and he asked her if she was okay. The protagonist, in a state of light shock, simply contemplated her savior. A little later, she smiled and sincerely thanked the boy for preventing her from dying in such a ridiculous way. Moving away slightly, Alfonso warned Ariadne that she should be careful, to which she fully nodded. She felt unknown emotions inside her and an unusual warmth enveloping her. She understood that this warmth came from her heart, and that could only mean one thing. At that moment, Alfonso asked what Ariadne was doing in that area of the garden, when the audience hall was on the other side. Ariadne had already forgotten her initial purpose, so she replied, laughing, that she was looking for a flower for her dress, so as not to look so plain. Alfonso was surprised that the young woman considered her outfit plain, as in his opinion she was beautiful. Ariadne did not expect such a compliment, so the surprise on her face was completely genuine. The young woman became nervous and said she doubted any lady would present herself at court in such a deplorable state. And upon saying it, she knew the last sentence had been unnecessary. Alfonso did not imagine that these worries tormented Ariadne, as he saw no flaw in her. He observed the adornment on his sleeve and decided it would be perfect to solve the problem of the young woman's simple outfit. After that, he tied the ribbon in her hair and was satisfied with the result. She gently tugged the ponytail and realized how comfortable it was. She really liked that the prince took off the ribbon and put it on her. Ariadne saw how naive and good the heir to the throne was, while being ashamed of her act, for she had never done anything like that. Once again, Ariadne felt pleased by his actions and thanked the young man again. The queen read a letter of thanks from His Majesty, which spoke of a reward for the cardinal's daughter. The king's missive ended with words about his hope that Ariadne would continue reaping glory in the name of the kingdom. Upon finishing reading, the queen ordered the young woman to stand up to begin delivering the corresponding rewards. Margarita, holding the chest in her hands, said she didn't expect the king to choose precisely that gift. Ariadne felt curious about what Her Majesty was saying and asked about the contents of the chest. Waiting for the heroine were 50 gold ducats, a queen's jewelry box, which she called trinkets, and the most important prize was a sapphire, the deep blue heart of the ocean. The girl did not want to accept such a gift in this life. She knew that possessing it would bring nothing good. She knelt down and implored them not to give her such a prize, because she absolutely did not deserve it. The queen looked silently at the second daughter of Demer, perfectly understanding why she didn't want the jewel. Whispers immediately began about how to refuse something so valuable, which could be a family heirloom. Ariadne still hoped she could refuse the jewel, but she was beginning to understand that, probably, she would not succeed. The girl understood that, unlike many for whom the stone would be a great treasure, for her it was a direct threat to her life. Because now, anyone who wanted to take possession of that stone would become a threat to the girl. Margarita declared that she understood the reasons for the refusal, but she could not stop giving the gift. As it was an order from His Majesty, the queen leaned toward the girl, urging her to accept her gift. So that no one would hear, Margarita whispered that she could not defend herself alone, and that Ariadne must subdue those who coveted the stone. The queen insisted that the young woman had to find a solution to keep all her enemies at bay by herself. Standing up, she added that finding such a solution would not be easy, but it was the heroine's only way out. After receiving this support, Ariadne began to scheme how to get out of that situation as unscathed as possible. The young woman dared to ask if she could request something else. The queen pondered whether her second daughter was excessively brave, or perhaps too insolent. Ariadne knew she was behaving improperly for a lady of her rank, but she could not back down. The queen granted her permission to express her request, although her gaze grew sterner with every word. When Ariadne finished, the queen stated that what she had said was nonsense. Panic invaded the young woman. She never imagined such a reaction from the queen to her request. But oh surprise, Margarita only wanted to clarify that it would not be a simple request. The queen revealed that Demer's second daughter had requested 2 favors at once. The girl felt immense relief. It seemed her impromptu plan would work. The queen warned that fulfilling her wish would not be an easy or trivial task. However, according to the queen, a perfect gift for Ariadne was already ready and prepared. The protagonist was amazed. What gift had the monarchs already prepared for her? A friend of the queen present commented that she resembled Margarita when she was young. That's why she treated her so well. Margarita's maids seconded the idea. Ariadne was as intelligent and modest as the queen in her youth. The queen laughed and admitted that, apparently, there was indeed a slight resemblance between them. But the queen believed that this young woman's destiny should be different from hers. Upon returning home, Isabella and Lucretia began to examine Margarita's jewelry box carefully. They observed every jewel and were fascinated by Her Majesty's gift. Isabella loved the diamond earrings. They suited her eye color perfectly. The eldest daughter noticed and told her mother, who confirmed they looked made for her. Isabella took Ariadne's hand affectionately and addressed her as her beloved sister. She asked her to give her those earrings, because if they didn't adorn a beauty like her, they would get bored. Ariadne knew her sister's audacity, but she didn't expect her to demand them so openly. Lucretia also thought that valuable objects that came to the family should be divided among everyone. Ariadne looked at her sister and her mother sadly. They would not like what she was about to say at all. She declared that she would also like to share the jewels, but she did not have the right to do so. Isabella's face changed instantly, and she said that if Ariadne doesn't want to share with her family, she could say it directly. The protagonist hurried to refute Isabella's words, saying that wasn't the problem at all. The problem is that it is a gift from the queen to Ariadne, and the initials of Her Majesty are engraved everywhere. It turns out that if she gives away the jewels, she will officially go against the queen's will. And as a result, whoever wears the jewels will receive punishment for embarrassing the royal family. Isabella and the mother were not at all prepared for this turn of events. But the setbacks from Ariadne did not end. She remembered another fact that was important for Lucretia to know. The head of the house looked carefully at her second daughter, who held a letter in her hands. It said that the reward of 50 gold ducats had been given to the Raybui charity house. Ariadne said that she donated all the money received to a charity in her name. Lucretia was furious because Ariadne dared to spend the money as she pleased. She lunged at the girl, shouting why she did it, and Ariadne replied that it was to improve the family's reputation. Lucretia, in a fit of anger, raised her hand against the girl, but the head of the family's shout stopped her. He rushed toward his wife and daughter to separate them, because he had foreseen this outcome from the beginning. The cardinal reminded Lucretia that many aristocrats and clergymen were watching their family, so it was time for his wife to stop being greedy and become more modest. After lecturing his wife, the cardinal approached to see the received jewels, and he addressed Ariadne by her name. He asked if it was true that the girl had been awarded the blue heart of the ocean depths. Ariadne did not want to hear that question and was thinking about how best to answer. The father, taking the silence as consent, proposed opening the chest and seeing what the gem was like. The heroine decided she couldn't hide the heart of the ocean, so she revealed it. Lucretia and Isabella immediately debated its possible value, while the father continued speaking with his second daughter. He argued that she didn't have a safe place to keep it, so she had better leave it in his room. The father asked Ariadne for her opinion, but she remained silent, although her mind was a whirlwind. She delayed answering, hoping her salvation would arrive at any moment. But no one knocked on the door, and her father kept waiting for her answer. Ariadne's nerves were at their limit. She said she thought his proposition would be the most sensible thing, each word spoken slowly, gaining valuable time. And just then, they knocked insistently on the door of the cardinal's house. And Ariadne knew that was the sound of her rescue. Her face changed drastically, going from tension to overwhelming joy. The newcomer announced that he came by order of Queen Margherita of Carlo. Then he read that the queen sent Mare's second daughter a crafted chest to keep a valuable gift. The queen's messenger said the chest must be placed in Ariadne's room, and she was going to say she lived in the attic, but her father interrupted her. He announced that the chest must be placed in the westernmost room on the second floor. That was precisely where the eldest son's room was, something his wife reminded the head of the family about. But the cardinal whispered to her that they could not know that the daughter lived in the attic. For Ariadne, it was the perfect situation, since she could not only keep the jewel, but she also got a large and comfortable room. Smiling to herself, the young woman told her family that she was going to her new room. Upon entering what had been the eldest son's room, Ariadne immediately appreciated the presence of the bedroom and the study. It turns out that Ariadne asked the queen that 50 ducats be partially spent on the manufacturing of the chest, and she would keep the rest for when she needed it, as it was the only way to keep the money without giving it to Lucretia. And to hide this fact, the protagonist asked for the corresponding order to be drawn up, which was the one she read to her family earlier. Ariadne was not sure if the queen would accept her requests to use the charity house as a cover. The girl was extremely grateful to Margherita for giving her jewels with her name on them, protecting the gifts from her sister and mother. Thanks to the good treatment towards Ariadne, the situation took a totally favorable turn for the young woman. Sancha knocked on the door and informed that another person from the royal palace had arrived to see the young lady. Sancha handed over a box that they left for the girl. The protagonist thought, if it's from the palace, it must be from Alfonso. To avoid getting in the way, Sancha quickly left the room, while Ariadne thoughtfully looked at the unexpected gift. When she opened the box, she was completely surprised by what was inside. Inside, there was a brooch with stones, and also a small note written on paper. Ariadne took the note, wishing to discover as soon as possible who had sent her the gift. She didn't have to guess much. Although the note had no name, the girl knew immediately who it was. Only the letter A was written on the entire sheet. Only one person would send a note with that content. Time has passed, and the protagonist is completely adapted to her new room. Sancha was fascinated with her mistress's room, especially with the bed, so soft and cozy. Ariadne replied that Sancha didn't have to do everything alone, since she now had 2 new maids. Sancha turned to the heroine and reproachfully said that a lady should not trust new maids so easily, especially in such personal matters. The maid didn't like that the young woman entrusted them with so much work, including cleaning the study. Their amusing argument was interrupted by a knock on the door. The girls were surprised. They weren't expecting anyone. It turned out to be Arabella, who came to see Ariadne with a musical instrument. When asked why Arabella had come, she replied with annoyance that it wasn't to play with the protagonist, but to make sure her middle sister didn't do anything silly. Ariadne understood that her little sister was simply bored, so it wasn't worth shooing her away. Ariadne remembered that, in this house, the youngest daughter was invisible to everyone. No one paid attention to her. In Mare's family, Hippolito was the only son, and Isabella was the greatest pride. So all the parents love-focused on this couple. Unable to attract attention in any way, Arabella became something of an outcast in her own home. Ariadne felt sorry for her sister, so she decided to talk to her, asking about the loot the young woman had brought with her. Apparently, the question was the right one, because Arabella quickly cheered up and said that Ariadne was unaware of her talents. Arabella declared that she played the instrument wonderfully and immediately played a few notes. Ariadne said that the girl perhaps had talent for music, and the younger sister immediately added that she even knew how to compose music. Ariadne had no idea about such talents of her sister in her past life, so she was extremely surprised that she wrote music. To demonstrate her skills, Arabella immediately played music of her own composition. The girls listened to the melody and were both amazed at how beautiful the music Arabella had composed was. Sancha called Arabella's performance incredible, and Ariadne still found it hard to believe the music belonged to her. The youngest daughter blushed at such compliments, saying her music was not that great. Ariadne pointed out that, with such talent, she should ask her parents to buy her an organ that would further enhance her gift. Arabella blushed a little and confessed that she had already thought about creating her own organ melody. The girl wanted to adapt the melody for a mass, but she needed an organ, although her mother said it would be an unnecessary expense. Arabella resentfully added that if Isabella didn't need an organ, no one would buy one for the house. Ariadne perfectly understood her younger sister's emotions, as she herself was in a similar situation. The protagonist advised her to talk not to her mother, but to her older sister. If Arabella managed to convince her sister, then her mother would not oppose the purchase of the organ. Arabella seemed unsure, but still decided that this proposal might work. Seeing her sister's reaction, Ariadne concluded that Arabella knew that she was loved much less than her older sister. The protagonist realized that she was starting to care about that child, but instantly, Ariadne was surprised. Worry about a girl with a much better position. That day, the sisters were doing calligraphy homework together at the table. Although they didn't want to study and were only quiet, Ariadne hoped Arabella would speak. Meanwhile, Isabella was looking in the mirror, thinking about how to be even more attractive. Arabella finally gathered courage and called her sister. Without looking at her and concentrating on her makeup, Isabella asked what she wanted. The girl begged Isabella to speak with their mother so they could buy an organ. Uninterested, the eldest said that if Arabella wanted it, they shouldn't buy it. Arabella insisted. It wasn't a whim. It would bring benefits to the whole family. Ariadne watched her sisters chat, and inwardly, she judged Isabella for spending fortunes on makeup. Ariadne decided to interrupt the conversation, fervently praising Arabella's singing. Immediately after, she begged her little sister to perform her melody for Isabella. The girl did not expect such a proposition and was stunned, but eventually agreed. From the first notes, Isabella understood that her sister's music was, truly, sublime. She was dumbfounded to learn that Arabella had composed such a beautiful piece on her own. The young woman confirmed that the melody was her authorship and hinted that it would sound even better on an organ. Arabella added that she had created the piece for a mass, although she hadn't finished it completely yet. Isabella instantly glimpsed how she could climb positions in high society thanks to Arabella. But to achieve this, she had to have a private conversation with her younger sister and convince her. She was waiting for her little sister to ask Ariadne to leave the room. Arabella didn't want to be left without Ariadne's support, but Isabella remained firm in her stance. Finally, the girl asked her middle sister to leave, something the protagonist already anticipated. Since Isabella was the only one who could help buy the organ, Ariadne did not argue, and she left. Isabella began to explain to her sister that family status is defined by the most capable one, so she had to help elevate that of the eldest, because it is precisely through that help that true blood sister relationships manifest. Arabella didn't like Isabella's idea, but she had no choice but to accept her conditions. And the day came when one of the Cardinal of Mare's daughters would present her melody for the Mass. All the parishioners waited eagerly. Beautiful Isabella was already in her place, receiving guests in yet another luxurious dress. She saw a young aristocratic couple enter the hall, people she had already met before. De Mare's eldest daughter addressed Amelia, commenting that she had arrived quite early. Amelia thanked Isabella for the invitation, who replied that it was unforgivable not to invite her to her first work. Immediately after, Isabella greeted Amelia's fiancé, Ottavio, visibly delighted with such an encounter. Isabella and Ottavio struck up a conversation like old friends, which disconcerted Amelia. She was unaware that her fiancé knew Demare so well and felt a pang of jealousy. Amelia went to take her seat, taking Ottavio with her, who was still chatting animatedly with Isabella. When all the guests were present, Isabella announced that it was time to begin. She was convinced that, in a matter of minutes, everyone would only talk about her talent. Today, Isabella planned to completely overshadow Ariadne, who had captured all the attention of the parishioners the previous time. She already imagined herself back in the spotlight of fame and how every aristocrat would admire her again. Arabella, lost in thought and with low spirits, discreetly took a place among the parishioners. She understood that her sister had simply used her to draw attention to herself. The girl felt very hurt. No one would know that the music was actually hers. She remembered how happy she was when the long-awaited organ finally arrived at their house. Arabella was happy then. Finally, she could rewrite the melody for the Mass and play it on the new instrument. But she still didn't understand how her sister had managed to get away with it. The younger sister didn't understand why it had been so easy for Isabella to convince their parents to buy the organ, when she never managed it. When the organ arrived home, Ariadne, with a displeased face, congratulated her younger sister on fulfilling her dream. Furthermore, the young woman was very upset because instead of the expected help from her sister, Arabella had lost the rights to her music. Ariadne was outraged that her little sister had allowed Isabella to write her name as the author of the composition. The protagonist inquired if this outcome should make Arabella happy. Her sister replied that, without Arabella's consent, Isabella would not have helped buy the organ, and she concluded by saying that perhaps it was a bad act on her part. Ariadne looked at her younger sister, showing her concern and compassion for Arabella. Finally, the heroine told the young woman that not all people in this world are good and fair. Arabella sharply retorted that bad deeds are for strangers, but Isabella and she are sisters, so Isabella wouldn't hurt her. Ariadne asked if her sister hadn't questioned why they bought the organ, instantly at Isabella's request, ignoring Arabella's own pleas. The protagonist pointed out that even the teacher training program was designed only to enhance the knowledge and skills of Isabella, completely ignoring Arabella's talents. Ariadne placed a hand on her younger sister's shoulder, showing her care and concern for her. The protagonist added that if bad deeds are silenced, no one will know about them, and that this time, her older sister simply stole her music. Arabella understood everything, but it hurt her to hear it, and she asked Ariadne to be quiet. Rage and desperation took over Arabella, and she shouted at Ariadne to stop immediately. The girl declared that all of Ariadne's words were heresies, and told her to stop slandering her older sister. Arabella vociferated that Mom and Isabella loved her very much. The crucial thing is that Arabella is a true Demare, so her family cannot treat her badly. Ariadne, on the other hand, is mistreated because she is a fake who deserves no love in this house. After these words, Arabella ran out of the room in tears. Ariadne was saddened, as in her past life she herself thought exactly like her younger sister. The protagonist felt no resentment, but an even greater desire to help her little sister, no matter what. The moment for Isabella's musical presentation had arrived, and all the guests were expectant. The eldest daughter cheerfully ordered the musicians to start playing her work. The room filled with strange and unpleasant notes that pleased none of those present. The orchestra conductor knew they were playing unlistenable garbage, but he couldn't stop. It was the work of the cardinal's daughter. For the audience, listening to that screeching of instruments had become unbearable. Arabella realized there was a mistake and quickly tried to think how she should act. She supposed someone had confused the notes by accident, or they had simply read them wrong. The audience, completely dissatisfied, maintained decorum and applauded restrainedly. Finally, there was silence, and the conductor informed the eldest daughter that they had finished Isabella's work because they couldn't play an incomprehensible part. He pointed to the notes and showed the point where the composition was illogical, asking why it was written that way. Smiling, Isabella replied that she simply wanted to emphasize that moment. The musician said the decision was bold, but that the organ solo part was very strange. Under those conditions, it would be extremely difficult for the musicians to play the notes with one hand. So the musician asked Isabella to play that complicated passage on the organ herself. Isabella asked if they were really asking her to play, and Arabella understood that she had to save her sister, since she didn't even know how to read notes. The musician was surprised by the young woman's unwillingness, if she is considered a recognized master among the aristocrats. Arabella decided she had to urgently help her sister get out of this catastrophic situation. She ran towards her sister, shouting for them to wait, which caused bewilderment among everyone present. Arabella said that in the final version, the introductions for the string instruments had been accidentally omitted. And of course, it was something no one could play. So Arabella started improvising the missing notes. Meanwhile, she quietly commented on her work, dropping a phrase about a part of the string composition. Absorbed in correcting the notes, the girl didn't realize that all attention was now focused on her. The parishioners began to murmur that the work, apparently, did not belong to Isabella de Mere. Apparently, she stole the melody from her younger sister and planned to pass it off as her own. With a smile and a malicious tone, Amelia called the eldest of Mere a shameless girl. Isabella did not like what was happening at all. She saw her reputation crumbling into pieces. Lucretia tried to save the situation, saying everyone had misunderstood it. In reality, the composition was written by both sisters. Isabella wrote the foundation, and the young woman complimented it. Isabella wrote the majority of the work. That's why her name is registered. Maybe someone believed Madame de Mere, but clearly there were very few. In the middle of her attempt to explain, Cesar called Lucretia, who had been observing everything from the side. Neither Isabella nor her mother expected to see the Count, and they were not very happy that he witnessed Isabella's failed musical debut. Cesar approached the de Mere family, greeting all his acquaintances along the way, which were quite a few in the hall. Upon reaching Isabella, the Count waited a moment before starting to speak. He started by greeting her, kissing Isabella's hand, and telling her it had been a long time since they last saw each other. The Count said that Isabella was, as always, magnificent, making her feel like an exceptional beauty. Then he affirmed that beauty is a woman's greatest virtue, pausing briefly afterward. And then Cesar insulted the eldest daughter, adding that sometimes, to fit in, one disguises themselves. And in those cases, that person looks repugnant, and that is precisely what the Count saw here today. Such a speech infuriated Isabella, who replied that the Count had no right to judge others' lives. To which the Count replied with a mocking smile that, without a doubt, he did understand today's scene. Isabella declared that she was not at all worried about her status or her position in society. Cesar replied that he wasn't referring to her, although she understood it perfectly from the beginning. The Count insisted that Isabella was beautiful, but also intelligent, something so unusual. Although his tone, contradicted his words, revealing his deep disappointment with the eldest of the de Meres. A friend of Cesar's, positioned behind, blurted out that the famous Isabella de Mere, apparently, had a brilliant mind, provoking mocking laughter. Impossible to describe Isabella's fury. No one, absolutely no one, had humiliated her in that way. She wanted to explain herself, but Cesar interrupted her, declaring that he came for music and found a bizarre spectacle. Cesar decreed that he had seen enough for today, and with a bow, he took his leave. Following him, a crowd of guests left the hall, casting looks of disapproval at the unfortunate de Mere. The rest of those present, following the Count's example, hurried to disappear from the building. Now Isabella faced her failure and shame, completely alone, her friend Amelia. Too scared to speak, she limited herself to watching the disaster in silence. Isabella did not like it and demanded that they stop staring at her. Meanwhile, Cesar returned home with one of his friends. His friend was eager to know why the Count got involved in Isabella's matter. Cesar didn't understand what Ottavio meant, because he thought he couldn't have acted any other way. Ottavio declared that before he believed de Mere's eldest daughter was not indifferent to him. He said that girl had dignity, was intelligent and beautiful, and by offending her, Cesar had made the path to obtaining her hand much more complicated. Ottavio asked if Cesar could remedy the situation, or if the Count had simply lost interest in the girl. Cesar replied brusquely that he did not have to adjust his opinion to moods and female judgments. Ottavio understood that he had gone too far by asking, and that it was better for him to be quiet now. Cesar continued saying that his wife should be wise and patient, and know when it was best to say nothing so as not to provoke the Count into uttering unflattering words. In the end, Cesar said his mood was ruined now, and he needed a drink. He told Ottavio that he would go ahead, and they would meet at the agreed place. Ottavio had no choice but to get used to his friend's explosive temperament. Back home, Isabella couldn't calm down or stop crying inconsolably. She didn't know how to present herself to people, but Cesar's look of contempt shattered her. Lucretia tried to calm her beloved daughter, but she knew that now they would treat her differently. At that moment, Arabella entered the room, and her mother looked at her with eyes full of rage. She started shouting at her younger daughter for daring to get involved in the note incident. Arabella, with a guilty look and soft voice, replied that she just wanted to help her sister. Furthermore, she didn't want them to play the notes wrong. Lucretia shouted louder, asking what difference it made if they played the notes right or wrong. Isabella also exploded. She accused Arabella that because of her, rumors and whispers would follow her. Arabella felt every word from her mother and sister like a stab. But Isabella stealing the music was the last straw. The young woman didn't hold back. That music was hers, not Isabella's. How dare she? Her face bathed in tears. The eldest looked at Arabella with a fury that chilled the blood. The girl screamed in desperation. She had composed the music. Isabella had only stolen it. Isabella was annoyed by these complaints. They weren't worth even a second of her precious time, she thought. Seeing that her sister ignored her, Arabella sought refuge with her mother. Begging for her defense, she told Lucretia that this music was only hers, that Arabella had usurped it, and that she should know it. But instead of support, the mistress of the house only uttered her younger daughter's name with rage. And with a threatening tone, she decreed that Arabella was talking about her older sister. The girl did not expect this reaction from her mother. She felt fear, rage, and pain at the same time. Lucretia grabbed Arabella and told her that only Isabella was the jewel of that family, and nothing would ruin it, not even her useless melody. She took the whip and brandished it against her younger daughter, as if she were the culprit for all the house's evils. Arabella tried to explain that it wasn't her fault, that Isabella had stolen the composition from her. The mother didn't listen. She hit her daughter again and again, as the poor girl had no one to defend her. When Lucretia finally calmed down, she allowed her younger daughter to leave. A shiver ran through Arabella, not only from the humiliation, but also from the physical pain. It was hard for her even to stand. She moved very slowly around the house, with her legs covered in bruises. The maids felt sorry for the young woman, but they didn't dare approach and help her. She heard the servants commenting on Ariadne's appearance, but she didn't have the strength to ask them to stop. She just wanted to reach her room. Just as she was going up the stairs, she ran into Ariadne, who immediately noticed her sister's condition. The sisters stared at each other, and in Arabella's gaze was a desperate plea. Ariadne called her sister by name and drew her closer, longing to help her however possible. The heroine opened her arms, seeking to embrace Arabella, hoping her sister would not reject her after their recent conflict. Arabella looked at her sister, unable to believe she was offering her help. Even after calling her a fraud, completely flooded in tears, she leaped into her sister's arms. Because no one else cared about her, they remained embracing on the stairs for a long time, until Arabella finally managed to calm down. But even when her sister stopped crying, Ariadne did not rush to let go of her, showing her that she would be safe with her. Shortly after, Ariadne received an invitation to an art exhibition with artwork appraisal. The jewel of the exhibition will be the appearance of Crown Prince Alfonso, according to the information sent by the Marquise Alejandra de Chivo. At the family dinner, conversation arose about the upcoming event, just as Ariadne opened the invitation letter. The exhibition itself was undoubtedly interesting, but the prince's appearance meant the invitation could not be ignored. An annoyed Isabella asked Malita if more invitations had arrived for the family, or if it was only for Ariadne, to which the maid replied that it was the only one. Isabella's envy could be felt, even without looking at the young woman. With a malicious smile, Isabella asked if Ariadne planned to attend the Marquise de Chivo's event. The eldest daughter commented that Ariadne had not yet been officially presented to society, and as such, she shouldn't go out without company before her debut. It was the first time Isabella had said anything useful. Ariadne had no choice but to agree with Isabella's words. At that moment, Isabella was euphoric, assuming she herself would accompany the young woman, or that her sister simply wouldn't attend the event. But then the father interrupted the conversation and said that, apparently, the time had come to present Ariadne to society. Just like that, Ariadne realized she would soon have to make her debut. Isabella, obviously, did not like her father's declaration and asked how there could be a debut if the ball season had already ended. The eldest daughter became nervous because she began to suspect what kind of ball the head of the family proposed to organize. Every spring, young men and maidens are invited to a special event to greet the king and the queen. but sometimes it happens that debutantes cannot attend the event. In that case, it is occasionally permitted to hold a separate ball to present the applicant to society. Isabella was surprised that her father decided to use his privileged position in society and organize a private ball for his daughter. The cardinal replied that Ariadne was also capable of elevating the name of the Mayer family in society. After the ball, Ariadne will have much more freedom of action, which will make her life much easier. In her previous life, there were no such conversations, and the young woman was very surprised at how much her father's attitude towards her had changed for the better. Isabella thought that, if she couldn't change her father's decision, she should at least prevent her sister from visiting the Marquise de Chivo's salon. Isabella modestly recalled that, since the debut had not yet taken place, her sister could not attend the event alone. The eldest daughter reasoned that, anyway, there would be no ball before autumn, and without a chaperone, she couldn't go to the salon. Lucretia understood where her favorite daughter was going, and also decided to participate in discussing the situation. The woman declared that she had been very ill lately, feeling unwell, and therefore, she couldn't be Ariadne's chaperone. Lucretia said that apparently they should call a doctor for her, and the cardinal asked what his wife was doing to constantly get sick. Ariadne opined that asking her mother when she was sick was wrong, as attending the event was only in Ariadne's interest. Isabella, thinking she had won, said it was a pity her sister couldn't go, since Prince Alfonso himself would be at the event. But Ariadne was not going to give up, and had already devised a plan on how to emerge victorious from the situation. At the same time, she replied to her sister that she was not disappointed at all about not being able to go to the salon. And so, on the day of the exhibition, Ariadne and Sancha were already heading there, invited by the Marquise de Chivo. Sancha was beside herself with impatience, as she would finally see the prince now. The maid did not like her mistress's mood or appearance at all. Looking at her mistress critically, the young woman declared that Ariadne should have dressed more elegantly. Sancha wouldn't stop talking about the prince and other handsome young men who would be at the event. Ariadne, for her part, was happy that, despite her sister's attempts, she could finally accept the invitation. The protagonist asked Madame Romani to be her chaperone at the event, and the teacher happily agreed to help. Ariadne thought about the paintings, which were imperative to acquire at that exhibition, as in a few years their price would skyrocket. And besides, Ariadne was eager to finally see the statue Nike Victory. This statue of Nike Victory was highly valued for its artistic quality and good state of preservation. In Ariadne's previous life, a wealthy aristocrat bought that statue and displayed it in his mansion to show off to everyone. Shortly after, Glicardot's travel notes were found. They said the statue was partially destroyed. It was missing a wing, but to maintain its value, they decided to leave it as it was, without restoration. This implies that the acquired sculpture was a fake. When this became known, the rumors in the city did not cease for long. Ariadne was curious to see that fake, and at the same time, she was glad that this story did not involve her. Upon entering the hall, she was introduced as the second daughter of Cardinal de Mayer. Her name had already resonated in the world of aristocrats, so everyone immediately looked at her. Ariadne noticed the stares upon her, but she remained unfazed. The guests began to debate her appearance. Some said she was less beautiful than the eldest daughter. Others found her charming. Ariadne felt the same as in her past life, when she walked through the palace, and everyone behind her back criticized César's fiancé. She understood that she wouldn't find company to chat with there, but she wasn't surprised at all. Her past life called again, so, to cheer herself up, the young woman headed to the appetizer table. But she didn't reach her goal, as she glimpsed Prince Alfonso standing not far away. He was surrounded by many young aristocrats, and was happily conversing with them about something. Apparently, Alfonso didn't see the girl, distant from everyone and looking at him with a sad gaze. To stop torturing herself, Ariadne turned around and walked towards the garden exit. She decided to wait alone until the auction began. The young woman didn't want Alfonso to see that she was alone and that no one wanted to pay attention to her. She felt hurt and started to think she looked ridiculous in that place. Suddenly, the prince shouted her name and ran towards her to catch up. Ariadne quickly turned, a mix of joy and surprise upon seeing Alfonso approaching. He reached her and confessed that he missed her. He was happy to be able to be with her. The feeling of loneliness vanished instantly. Ariadne was happy that Alfonso approached her, despite everyone's glances. Alone in the garden, Ariadne commented on how difficult it must have been to escape his admirers. He replied that it was not complicated at all. The prince even simulated how he pushed everyone aside to reach Ariadne as quickly as possible. The story endeared the young woman, and her mood improved even more. Alfonso was surprised that Ariadne came and asked her who was accompanying her. She replied that her chaperone was Madame Romany. The heir to the throne asked if she liked her outfit, to which she replied that it was better than the previous ones. Staring at her, Alfonso didn't see the hairpin he had given her and asked about his gift. Ariadne was somewhat confused and thought about how to answer so as not to disappoint the prince. The girl said the hairpin was wonderful, but it didn't match her outfit today. But she promised to wear it next time. Then, the couple decided to walk in the garden, talking about the weather and how hard it was to train in this heat. Ariadne unintentionally interrupted Alfonso. She was too stunned by what she had before her eyes. She showed Alfonso a spectacular flower garden and invited him to follow her. The boy was surprised to be invited to follow her, but it was a pleasant surprise, one of those that brighten your day. He couldn't take his eyes off the girl, who was carefully examining the newly discovered flowers. Not wanting to keep her waiting, the crown prince approached Ariadne. It was a garden with an enormous amount of floral plants. The place looked incredibly beautiful. Looking around, Alfonso concluded that there was a lot of vegetation here, which meant no one would see them from the outside. Realizing they were alone, Alfonso's heart beat faster. Overwhelmed by emotion, Alfonso started to blush. He urgently needed to stop his imagination, but he didn't know how. He kept repeating that he couldn't think about any of that. Ariadne was his best friend. Meanwhile, Ariadne was absorbed in the beauty of the garden stretching before her. Alfonso asked her if she wanted a flower like that, but she replied that they were the Marquise de Chivo's flowers. They couldn't just be plucked. The crown prince, lowering his voice, suggested doing it in secret. His intonation and the proposal itself made the young woman laugh. The next step was to devise a plan to take the flower out, and Alfonso suggested carrying it hidden in the hem of her skirt. Hearing such a proposal from the heir to the throne was amusing, and Ariadne couldn't contain her laughter. Still slightly flushed, Alfonso stared intently at the protagonist. The crown prince extended his hand and called the girl. Was she going to get that desired flower? Ariadne didn't expect the prince to lift her up, and at first, she was stunned by his action. She feared someone might see them at that moment, and that made her uncomfortable and a little scared. But he, oblivious to the girl's confusion, simply smiled at her and told her to pluck the flower quickly. There was no other option, and the heroine, with an impassive face and getting settled, prepared to take the flower. Alfonso lifted her high enough. Only a little bit was left to reach it. Mission accomplished. Ariadne, with the flower in her hand and still in Alfonso's arms, repeated how beautiful it was. The prince was happy that the girl got what she wanted, so he also looked delighted. And the time for the auction arrived. All the guests took their seats, including the crown prince. The event presenter introduced himself as Vincenzo, coming from the Republic of Porto. Ariadne looked around, seeing that the event had gathered many art lovers, thanks to the Nike victory lot. At the auction, the first work presented was a painting by an artist from Urbino, with a starting price of 5 ducats. No one was rushing to acquire the work of the little-known author, so a sepulchral silence reigned in the room. After waiting long enough, Ariadne was the first to make the minimum bid. Vincenzo accepted the bid and asked if anyone was offering more than the second daughter of Cardinal de Mere. Ariadne wanted to acquire this work, as she knew that in a few years his paintings would be worth much more. The auctioneer had almost finished counting the last bid and was preparing to close the deal. Throughout this time, the pleased heroine thought to herself that no one would pay attention to the author now, so there would be no problems. A male voice startled her out of her thoughts, making a bid of 8 ducats. Although the voice was sudden, Ariadne wouldn't confuse those intonations with anyone else. She directed her gaze toward where the bidder was, and her calm completely vanished. Even seeing him from behind, it was impossible to confuse her former love with anyone else. Count Cessair remained unflustered, waiting to see if they would top his offer. Ariadne disliked Cessair focusing on that painting. That hadn't happened before. Cessair only glanced at her, waiting for her next move with some curiosity. Noticing that the young woman was watching him, he turned completely towards her and greeted her formally. Ariadne remembered that look perfectly and instantly became furious, although she tried to conceal it. She knew that Cessair's look revealed his interest in something that had previously been indifferent to him. But the young woman did not intend to yield, so she raised her hand again to make a bid. She announced a bid of 10 ducats, hoping that the count would not continue bidding on the painting. The presenter asked if anyone wanted to exceed the new offer, but fortunately, no one reacted. Césaire just stared intently at the protagonist, unwilling to continue bidding on the lot. In the end, Ariadne got the painting for 10 ducats, which relieved the girl somewhat. She thought that the price, although it turned out to be higher than she planned, the important thing is that the objective of the auction visit was achieved. Now the heroine prepared to watch the fool's errand of those who would try to acquire the statue of Nike Victory. Throughout this time, Césaire watched the young woman and tried to understand her thoughts. And then, the main lot, the statue of Nike Victory, was brought into the hall. On a previously prepared base, Ariadne, grabbing more treats for tea, settled in to watch the show. The visitors immediately livened up, discussing the appearance and solid age of the object. The presenter informed that this lot needed no introduction, and immediately set the starting price at 1,200 ducats. Ariadne couldn't remember who participated in these bids in her past life. The young woman reflected on how much time had passed since those auctions. The first bid echoed, and Ariadne wondered who had made it. It seems the events are not developing as before. He shouldn't have been in the bidding. Ariadne didn't understand why Alfonso was bidding, why he cared about that statue. Pleasure and calm vanished, replaced by confusion and panic regarding Alfonso. But fortunately, the prince's bid was quickly surpassed by Count Marsilio. It seems the alarm was false, and now she can calm down. The count obtained the statue. The joy was fleeting. The prince raised the bid to 1,500 ducats. The count would not yield, nor would the prince, shouting at each other and raising the price non-stop. For an instant, it seemed the prince was yielding, but he was only taking a strategic pause for his next move. And now the heir to the throne bids 2,000 ducats, a sum the count will hardly be able to surpass. Ariadne racked her brain, thinking how to prevent the prince from winning the auction. She murmured almost inaudibly that she could not allow the prince to take that statue. César noticed her indecision and wondered why Ariadne didn't want the prince to make the last bid. The young woman perceived César's gaze fixed on her and asked him what he wanted. He raised his hand to catch the attention of the auction master of ceremonies. Immediately after, he declared that the lady next to him said that this particular statue should not be bought. This unexpected declaration unleashed a whirlwind of murmurs and comments among the event attendees. Ariadne was furious with Césaire, as he had managed to draw all eyes onto her. The auctioneer asked why the young woman had those thoughts. Césaire declared that he didn't know and that it was better to ask the girl, pointing at the heroine. Meanwhile, the count tried to understand the reasons for the strange behavior of his second daughter of Mare. Césaire supposed that, by some sign, Ariadne had discovered that the statue was a forgery. The reaction of the attendees was not long in coming. Murmurs about the falsehood of the sculpture flooded the venue. Ariadne did not want to get involved with the statue, so she said she did not understand what they were talking about. With complete calm, Césaire announced that the young lady next to him confessed to him that the statue was fake. Ariadne denied everything. The seller became furious and demanded that the young woman take responsibility for her words. She thought all adults were like that, and at that moment, her mind found a way to escape the chaos unharmed. The girl thought she should burst into tears, call the unpleasant gentleman, and say they had made her cry. Ariadne, with eyes flooded with tears and a complaining tone, said she was too young for so much responsibility. The protagonist thought that exit would be fun, but she couldn't end things in such a simple way. She wasn't sure if Alfonso would continue investigating the forgery if she backed down now. Ariadne reflected on the sum the crown prince had bid, as it wasn't that large for his family. But if the forgery came to light, it would severely damage the prince's reputation. And that couldn't happen. The most important thing for Ariadne was to ensure the prince would not be the subject of ridicule, under no circumstances. And this required the girl to show courage and take control of the situation. Without further hesitation, she decided to organize her thoughts before speaking. So she slowly stood up and shook the hem of her dress. Ariadne addressed Vincencio as an expert antiquarian, asking him if he considered the work authentic. He immediately replied that the statue was genuine. Otherwise, he would never have brought it there. The girl pointed out that, according to Gallicardot's notes, the statue's wing was damaged, and there is no information about its restoration anywhere. Vincenz replied that there is nothing wrong with the restoration, especially if it was carried out in the times of ancient Hellenia. Ariadne approached Cessair and extended her hand, demanding that he give her what would confirm the forgery. The Count whispered to the girl, asking if she really wanted him to hand over his sword. Equally silent, she replied that she didn't need the sword, but the baton that the Count always carried with him. He gave her the baton, completely bewildered. How did the second daughter of Mare know about his secret? Ariadne addressed Vincenzo del Cotto again, telling him that if a glass breaks, no matter how much it is reconstructed, it will always be broken. Del Cotto declared that ancient reconstruction also has great historical value. Ariadne re-asked if the merchant confirmed the fact of the wing's destruction, to which he replied that it was a well-known fact. The girl brought the conversation to the point that, if the wing fell off now, it would break in exactly the same places where it originally broke. The merchant looked at the girl without understanding anything, but then comprehension was added to the bewilderment. And fear. There was no turning back, and the heroine hit the statue with all her might. The merchant's mouth dropped open in shock, but he couldn't utter a word. The astonished event guests could only exclaim at the heroine's actions. Due to the impact, not only did the statue fly off, but the cart split in half with a crash. When the noise subsided, everyone looked at the statue and was extremely surprised. Despite the fall, the wing didn't even move, nor did it even crack. Ariadne said that the old statue should have broken in the restored area. But this sculpture looks new. The merchant, recovering from the scare, lunged at the girl, shouting that she was crazy. But Ariadne was not one to be easily intimidated by threats. She pointed the baton at him, asking again if the merchant was sure he brought the original statue. Those present in the room hotly debated the authenticity of the statue, looking at the merchant like a swindler. Cessair decided to intervene, finally standing up from his seat and walking towards Ariadne. And the merchant, Ariadne looked at the Count with contempt. She did not need his help at all at that moment. Approaching, Cessair asked the merchant only one question, but one that was unexpected for him. He addressed the merchant by his name, Vincenzo del Cotto, with an imperative tone, asking if that was his real name. Such a tone confused the already terrified merchant even more. A second later, the merchant, cursing everyone present, fled at full speed. Shouts of "swindler" were heard in the room, and the guards were demanded to block the exits. Cessair was completely satisfied with the result of the fake merchant's flight, and he looked at Ariadne with a smile. She was not exactly in a good mood, still furious with the Count for his snub. A rumor spread through the hall that the second daughter of Mare had stood out again. As at Mass, they even whispered that she possessed a penetrating gaze, capable of seeing the truth. The comments about her actions had not ceased, but she was already in the courtyard with Count Cessair. She considered it unacceptable that he incited another to lie. The Count, calling her little miss, replied that the important thing was that everything had ended well. She didn't like that treatment, so she reminded him that they were not friends and that she was the Cardinal's second daughter. Instead of apologizing, Cessair asked her to be quiet and listen to him. He told her that she had not yet debuted, which meant she was officially still a child, and children should not lecture adults. Besides, the Count was amused by her appearance. He said that yellow dress looked like a chick costume. Ariadne did not expect such shamelessness from her ex, and she said things a young lady should not utter. The Count replied that he was not as irresponsible as he seemed, and that he knew the real Vincenzo had been found dead. This angered Ariadne even more, as the Count could have solved everything by himself with that information, without involving her. Cessair said that, in his position, he had no right to use power as the king's illegitimate son. The girl declared that, in that case, Cessair should simply have stayed out of it. Cessair stated that all of that was not so important now. The former lover declared that he had traveled all the way to the event just to meet Ariadne. He moved too close to her and lowered his voice. The Count wanted the heroine to sell him the blue heart from the depths of the ocean, at whatever price suited him. Ariadne was astonished by Cessair's audacity. She said that even asking that was forbidden. But Cessair didn't give up and asked her if she had heard of the languishing swan. The Count affirmed that it was one of his most valuable diamonds, and he would give it plus 6,000 ducats in exchange for the heart of the ocean. Naturally, Ariadne knew the jewel mentioned by the Count very well. People believe this jewel is a gift of true love, and Ariadne in her past life always dreamed of having it. It hurt her to have sacrificed everything before and not obtained the jewel, and now he was offering it to her just like that. But what happened in the past life Let it stay there, along with this count. The mere fact that Cessair came to deliver the jewel seemed very ironic to Ariadne. She asked the count how, if he truly believed that a diamond gifted by the queen could be exchanged or sold for a lot of money. Cessair did not expect such a hostile reaction from the second daughter of Mare. Ariadne decreed that that jewel, a gift from the king, could not be bought with anything. Her irritation grew by the moment, although she tried to control herself to avoid provoking the count. She stated that Cessair, apparently, confused what was his with what was not. She demanded he react, and ending the conversation, turned abruptly. The count did not like that at all. He ordered her to stop, and upon her refusal, grabbed her arm. Ariadne saw that the situation was getting out of control, and demanded the count let her go. Cessair ignored her pleas, also furious, and demanded she repeat her last words. She didn't intend to repeat what made him furious. She was only going to ask him to let her go, but a voice interrupted her, demanding that he let her go. Prince Alfonso witnessed the scene and did not hesitate to intervene immediately. Seeing that his words had no effect, he added that he was addressing the Count of Como. It was hard to ignore, but Cessair still hadn't let go of Ariadne's hand. After waiting a little, Alfonso said the Count had hearing problems. He moved closer and repeated that the Count of Como should release the young lady's hand. There was no reaction, so the prince reminded Cessair of his disrespect. That phrase hurt Cessair's pride, but he couldn't reply to anything without releasing Ariadne's hand, in which he made a slight bow to the prince. Alfonso did not like the count's attitude. Cessair still hadn't let go of Ariadne's hand, which annoyed the prince. Alfonso said such a greeting was ill-mannered, only for acquaintances. The prince recalled that officially he and Cessair had never met. The tension was palpable between the two sons of the king, and Alfonso's gaze exuded disdain. In turn, fury emanated from Cessair, which Ariadne recognized both from her past life and this one. Seeing that the prince would not yield, Cessair finally released Ariadne's hand with evident displeasure. He bent his knee before the heir to the throne, reluctantly complying with the rules of courtesy. Between his teeth, he greeted Alfonso, using his official title with superhuman effort. Every word cost him a world, due to the rage consuming him inside. Alfonso listened to the greeting in silence, and his irritation over Cessair's action lessened slightly. He smiled at Ariadne and commented that this was the second time they had met so far that day. Completely ignoring Cessair, Alfonso announced that Cibo's family had been waiting for them for quite a while. Since the prince and Ariadne were going in the same direction, they decided to take a walk together, leaving Cessair behind. Before leaving, the crown prince looked at Cessair, as if just remembering him. With slight irony, he said he was glad to finally meet the Count of Como. The count endured this whole time without saying anything, although anger was reflected on his face. Ariadne and Alfonso finally left the count alone and headed to the hall together. The protagonist stopped abruptly and, turning, addressed Count Cessair. She told Di Como that he would have to pay the cost of repairing the floor, which the fake statue broke. That was the last straw. After which, Cessair could no longer contain his emotions. He stood up suddenly and started yelling at the girl, calling her a little viper. But Ariadne no longer heard those words, as she and the prince had moved quite far away. Alfonso commented that the girl had been magnificent and wanted to know how she knew the statue was fake. With an innocent look, Ariadne said she intuited it, and that it was good everything ended like that. The prince suggested she should have warned him of her knowledge, he wouldn't have bet, but she replied that he shouldn't lie to her. The conversation amused them. They laughed quietly and commented relaxed on the auction events. Suddenly, Alfonso decided to ask a question that had been gnawing at him for a while. He wanted to know how she dared to smash the statue if she wasn't sure it was fake. So direct, yet simple, the questioning made Ariadne slightly nervous. She cleared her throat and answered that she only wanted to protect someone from danger. The prince knew she meant him, and upon such a confession, a slight blush invaded his cheeks. To cool down the atmosphere, the pair stopped and looked around, making sure they were alone. That girl's statement made Alfonso harbor the hope of being something more than a friend. Maybe not her boyfriend yet, but Ariadne could already consider the prince someone special in her life. Alfonso seemed lost in his thoughts and took a while to realize she was trying to get his attention. Ariadne, laughing, told him that she deserved to have kept 2,000 ducats and hoped he could reward her worthily for it. The prince replied that if she wanted 2,000 ducats for the favor, then she was a real swindler. The girl said that instead of money, she would prefer him to grant one of her wishes. The prince asked if she wanted him, but Ariadne replied that she didn't know yet. But he would know precisely when that wish needed to be fulfilled urgently. Alfonso accepted the conditions and said he would await that day eagerly. They had spent quite some time together, so it was time to say goodbye. She greeted the prince one last time, knowing she would miss him again. The girl knew they would take a long time to see each other again, but hoped the separation would be brief. Alfonso pulled her out of her sad thoughts, calling her by name with his voice. The boy promised he would write her a letter very soon, without fail, and at the end added that he would await her reply, touching and surprising the girl even more. She loved hearing it, but to avoid showing too much joy, she just smiled and said she would wait for the letters. A few days later, her father informed Ariadne that she would have to organize her debut ball by herself. Ariadne was as surprised by the news of preparing the event alone as by how soon her debut would be. But instantly, the cardinal reduced her joy by announcing that the allocated budget was 150 ducats. This news took her breath away, and at first she didn't know how to react to such information. To finish, her father added that she must use all the assigned funds wisely. The protagonist knew that this sum was insignificant, but her father's gaze decreed that it was final. Ariadne understood that the sum offered was even less than half of the minimally necessary amount for such an event. The heroine decided to do everything possible for her debut, so she simply bowed and thanked her father. She was already starting to think about how to organize everything, since in her past life she had accumulated much experience managing the royal palace. Meanwhile, Isabella was visiting one of her friends. They tried to please her like the noblest person, offering her exquisite cookies and rare tea, but Isabella was bored. At that moment, the hostess, Letitia de Leonati, remembered that she had cookies brought directly from Caligo. She asked her servant to bring them, and while the boy responded, the girl's present paid attention to him. Isabella thought the boy was very handsome, but since he had no status, he would be useless to her. But the young lady noticed that Amelia was also looking at the servant with curiosity. Amelia was charmed by the young servant. He was gorgeous. Isabella was not going to miss the opportunity to have some fun. She shouted that how dare she look at the servant in front of her fiancé. Amelia was stunned and vehemently denied having done such a thing. Obviously, those words unleashed the fury of Amelia's fiancé. Amelia looked at Ottavio and saw that her boy was furious. At that moment, Isabella sat next to Ottavio and, touching his face, told him he was very manly, and that, therefore, he should not worry about a simple handsome servant. But effeminate, Isabella finished by saying that, in her opinion, Amelia was very lucky to marry someone like him. The flattering words took effect immediately. The most beautiful girl in the city had praised him. Isabella continued, provoking the other person's fiancé. She even placed a finger on his lips, asking him not to call her Miss de Mare. She begged Ottavio to call her Isabella by her first name. No formalities or high-ranking surnames. Ottavio did not expect this turn, and timidly asked if she was sure about what she was asking. And all this flirting in front of Amelia. Imagine the fury the poor girl felt. That was exactly the reaction Isabella was looking for. Everything was a game for her, pure fun. All the men of San Carlos sighed for the eldest daughter of the de Mares. They saw her as the most sought-after spinster. But a maid interrupted her moment of glory, entering the hall and addressing her mistress. She announced the arrival of Miss Julia de Valdezar. The hostess got up immediately, radiant with joy at receiving the young lady at the Viscount of Leonati's house. Isabella was not pleased that the attention focused on Julia, but she couldn't do anything to prevent it. The eldest de Mare did not understand why she was less than the Marquis of Valdezar's daughter, who now monopolized all the attention. It irritated Isabella that they called her by her first name, only for her noble status, while they kept calling her by her surname. She was already thinking about a distant future and the injustice, since one day her older brother would inherit the entire estate. And to not lose all honors, there is only one path for Isabella. For that, she must become Her Highness, Princess Isabella. And to use her name with pride, Isabella will do everything possible. Meanwhile, Ariadne planned how to organize a quality ball with the allocated budget. At that moment, Mrs. Marini from Sione's workshop came to meet her. She started taking Ariadne's measurements and showed her how she should stand in front of the mirror. The woman told her that the protagonist had pleasant facial features, and that with makeup, she would become irresistible. Ariadne said she wanted a simply cut dress, but one that looked decent. She wanted nothing of exposed skin or a lot of adornments, much less. The heroine said this because of the memories of her past life, which still tormented her. She believed that if she had a deep décolletage, she would instantly be labeled vulgar and indecent. Ariadne did not want to go through those insults again, not even in this new life. The memories of her past life faded with the words of the maid and Mrs. Marini, who disagreed with her decision about the dress. They said in unison that covering everything up was wrong and that she should not give up the décolletage. Mrs. Marini praised Sancha's knowledge, who replied that she only had modest knowledge. Seeing Sancha's reaction, Ariadne finally decided to accept their suggestions. The heroine said that if both were sure, they would do as they wished, and the girls happily high-fived in a sign of victory. After laughing heartily, Mrs. Marini looked intently at Ariadne. Then, she continued taking measurements and assured her that if she trusted her, she would be the most beautiful at the debut ball. Marini predicted that her companion would not be able to take his eyes off her, and Ariadne realized that she had to find one. Obviously, the first name that crossed her mind was that of Crown Prince Alfonso, but the young lady knew that having the Crown Prince as a partner was too ostentatious. She thought it would be complete nonsense, and that she shouldn't even allow herself to imagine such a thing. Ariadne repeated to herself that she had to stop thinking about it and find someone urgently. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not imagine anyone as her partner for the debut. Her mother solved the issue of the companion by calling Genobe de Rossi for that purpose. Lucrezia declared that since Ariadne had no noble acquaintances, she had invited a relative of hers. Genobe, looking around, commented that this mere residence was simply lavish. Ariadne was in shock over the suitor presented to her and barely managed to utter a greeting. The boy looked at the protagonist, stroked her head, and said that was right, apparently, the person with whom she would collaborate. Immediately after, he tapped her nose, plunging her into even greater stupor. Genobe told her not to worry and to fully trust him, because he was a good leader. After these actions and words, Ariadne was horrified by such a partner. Genobe observed her with an evaluating look and continued speaking. He commented that the girl, just as they had told him, was really tall, and that, with that height, she even wore heels. What need was there? Genobe said he would give her important advice that she should remember. He said that if girls wear heels, it means they are intentionally trying to attract attention, and that shows a horrible attitude towards their dance partner. In reality, a woman should only stand out for her inner beauty. All this means that Ariadne has to go to the ball without heels, and all the guests at the ball will value that decision, seeing her as a wise woman. Ariadne and Sancha, at the first opportunity, left the future partner and were now behind a closed door. In shock, the protagonist said she was willing to endure a lot, but not that. Sancha replied that she completely agreed with her. Ariadne said that facing this situation, she only had one solution, in a conspiratorial tone. Sancha repeated after her mistress that there was only one correct option. The protagonist said that now she had no choice but to ask him for help. A short time before, Alfonso had written her a letter asking how she was, and if she had arrived home safely. In response, Ariadne wrote back asking if he would be willing to be her partner at the ball. Alfonso replied with a letter telling her she only had to indicate the date and the place. Still looking at the envelope with the initial A, she thought that never before had anyone shown her such unconditional kindness. In her past life, despite all her sacrifice, Ariadne was always used and betrayed. She wondered if she had the right to accept Alfonso's kindness, considering the events of her previous life. Meanwhile, Cesare was arguing with his mother about Ariadne's debut ball. His mother said that her partner would be Lucrezia de Rossi's nephew, and this meant that Cesare had an excellent opportunity to regain attention. After all, that nephew was the most mediocre guy, and Cesare surpassed him in every aspect. She looked at Cesare and asked if she wasn't right in her judgments. Cesare said he was unaware of his mother's plans and that it would be better to change the subject. His mother retorted that he should stop being stubborn and that Ariadne was ideal for him if he wanted to be king. Cesare objected that the second daughter didn't even have the right to inherit. How could she help him reign? To make matters worse, that girl looked like an insignificant mouse with a detestable character. That's how the Count saw Ariadne. His mother snapped that he was grumbling because he simply hadn't managed to melt the young woman's heart. Cesare decreed that it didn't matter how proper she was. He would never associate with her in his life. His mother called him a failure, so scared that he doesn't even try to risk being her partner at the debut. Cessaire, furious, grabbed his jacket and left the room, muttering under his breath. His mother was very upset. She saw that her son had completely lost control and didn't want to listen to her. She forcefully dropped the half-drunk champagne glass onto the table. Mom decided to have her way, and the son will have to accept it no matter what. The woman squeezed the glass tightly. She has never lost a power struggle and doesn't plan to give in now. She will do everything alone, even if her son protests. It's something to be the king's closest mistress. Mayetta dropped the bomb. The sisters' debut is approaching. Seriously, Ariadne ordered her dress at that workshop. Isabella asked, incredulous. Mayetta affirmed, having heard that Mrs. Marini herself visited Ariadne. The eldest daughter did not understand the choice. That workshop is not the best, and Ariadne needs a dress that flatters her. Mayetta insinuated, doesn't this decision by the sister benefit Isabella? A girl in white always stands out in the crowd. To overshadow her sister, Isabella went to the workshop and demanded the brightest fabrics. The workshop owner did not understand that request. The debut belonged to the middle sister, not the eldest. And that means only the debutante and her partner can wear white. What a scandal. Isabella almost told her to do her job and not meddle in family matters. But it would be disrespectful. The eldest daughter explained that it was her little sister's wish that they both wear white dresses. How generous. Isabella added that all the sisters were very close and supported each other in everything. Is that true? The young woman affirmed that she would be the most beautiful wherever she went. Such self-confidence. Already in her room, Isabella racked her brains, thinking about how to eclipse her sister. With Mayetta, they considered several pranks, like spilling wine on the dress, but that would evoke pity, and they wouldn't allow that. And then, after thinking it over many times, a brilliant idea occurred to Isabella. Finally, the girl thought that perhaps Ariadne would use the breast pocket. That could be the key. Mayetta replied that it was possible. She just saw Sancha carrying fabric for washing. And if the maid knows correctly, that fabric is used for the breast pocket. Wow, this information helped Isabella plot her new evil plan. The day of the debut arrived, and Ariadne was already turning in front of the mirror in her dress. Sancha didn't know what shone brighter, her or the dress, and Ariadne believed the compliments. But there was something that still deeply worried our protagonist. She felt the dress fit differently, not like in the previous fittings. Ariadne asked Sancha how she had tied the fabric, if that was the problem. Sancha said that this time, she tied it looser to enhance the curves she hides. Furthermore, she took something from Maria and immediately tried it on the dress. It was precisely those hooks that Sancha immediately sewed onto the fabric. Sancha affirmed that this way it is easier to use the pockets, and one doesn't have to tie the fabric, which also prevents the knots from being seen. For Ariadne, all this information was new, and she doubted a bit about the use of the hooks. But Sancha said that this idea of Maria's hooks was simply brilliant. See what a good and intelligent maid you have nearby. Maria was very embarrassed by this phrase and replied that they shouldn't talk about her too. The conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, after which a servant announced that the young lady's companion had arrived. In seconds, a blush appeared on the girl's face, as Alfonso had come here especially for her debut. Turning to the mirror, Ariadne checked her hairstyle one more time, making sure she looked quite good. She took a deep breath, turned towards the door, and said that the time to step into the light had finally arrived. As appropriate for a debut partner, Alfonso was wearing a white suit. He was fascinated by how absolutely spectacular the protagonist looked today. The girl asked the prince if he had waited long, to which Alfonso replied that he had just arrived. He watched her with such intensity that the girl felt a little uncomfortable. Alfonso said that Ariadne was beautiful and elegant, that she envied nothing of Queen Guinevere from the legends. The girl blushed and said that it wasn't worth talking about things one doesn't feel. The prince replied that all his words were sincere, as Ariadne was more beautiful than ever today. At that moment, the door burst open, and Janovi rushed in saying he was already here. Her companion had arrived. Janovi was surprised to see Ariadne in the company of a person he did not know. He pointed at Alfonso with his finger and asked Ariadne where she had found that handsome little boy. That little boy looked at Janobi with a look full of contempt, and palpable malice emanated from the mother's nephew. Janobi said that a man is defined by his actions, and she, ungrateful, left with another, forgetting her loyal companion. Turning his back on the couple, Janobi did not intend to stop his speech. He turned back to Ariadne and snapped that she had put on heels, even though he forbade her to, and that she should change immediately. Alfonso interrupted Genobi's offensive speech, grabbing his nephew's hand. Alfonso decreed that the young lady had no reason to change if he was going to accompany her. Such audacity infuriated Genobi even more. He decided to show the prince who was boss and raised his fist to hit him, but the fist never reached its destination. Instead, the blade of a sword already threatened Genobi's neck. Alfonso demanded that the young man stop talking nonsense immediately. Genobi tried to reply, but only made things worse, as he now clearly felt the edge on his neck. Terrified, Genobi fell down suddenly and shouted at the prince, "How dare you point a sword at him without knowing who he is?" Those words provoked a chuckle from Ariadne, which she was unable to suppress. Taking advantage of the pause, Ariadne decided to finally introduce her companion. She said that before him stood the second son, Crown Prince Alfonso of Carlo. Janovi could not believe what he was hearing. He did not understand how the crown prince could be there. Having overcome the shock, Janovi threw himself at his feet and said that he was pleased to welcome the little star of our kingdom. He began to apologize, saying that he never imagined he would be standing before the very prince. Alfonso's gaze was full of contempt, because such behavior was unacceptable for an aristocrat. The prince said that the boy started begging for forgiveness as soon as he knew he was a prince. Alfonso accused Genobi of first insulting an innocent young woman, and then attacking a person he saw for the first time in his life. Ariadne listened to the prince attentively, observing her relative's reaction. The prince asked if Janovi would regret it if there were no prince in front of him. Immediately after, Alfonso demanded that Janovi apologize to the young woman. He did not want to do it, but managed to force out a weak "I'm sorry." The prince did not like the apology, and asked if when asking for forgiveness one does not state the reason. Ariadne was already tired of the talk and decreed that she didn't need any of that. Alfonso said he hoped Janovi learned his lesson and could leave now. Janobis shot out of the room, shouting that he felt enormous gratitude towards His Highness. Ariadne noticed that Alfonso seemed downcast after the whole affair. She asked him why he was sad, if she was the one who should be. The prince took a while to answer, as if he were weighing every word. He asked if they always treated her at home the way they had just treated his relative. Without waiting for an answer, the boy extended his hand towards her, seeking to show his support. Pushing a lock of hair away from her, he gently told her that such treatment could not be tolerated, because, according to the prince, Ariadne was the most incredible girl he had ever met. Those words caused a wave of emotion in the heroine. She clenched her skirt to hide it, but she couldn't hide everything. Her face flushed with a sweet blush when she called him by name. Apparently, Alfonso noticed something, so he asked Ariadne to stay still. He explained that, unintentionally, he had repositioned a lock of hair that she had deliberately let loose. It was so absurd to hear that the girl couldn't contain herself and burst out laughing. Alfonso didn't understand what was so funny to the girl. He asked why she was laughing, but she couldn't calm down or stop. The prince didn't grasp the reason for such a reaction, but contemplating her was extremely pleasant to him. And the time came to go out before the guests and start the debut dance of Mare's second daughter. The cardinal, taking a glass of wine, requested that they welcome his second daughter. The hall doors opened, and the beautiful Ariadne entered through them, accompanied by Prince Alfonso. The guests were able to closely observe the protagonist and commented that she, like her escort, they were beautiful. Isabella, of course, also saw who was accompanying her sister, and this grieved her and angered her at the same time. Inwardly, Isabella was indignant. How dare her sister invite the crown prince? She didn't understand how, if the girl stayed home all day, she had already managed to seduce the heir to the throne. Isabella looked enviously at the couple, who didn't even deign to pay her attention. The prince and Ariadne were happy, but that happiness would not last. An emissary from the king arrived with congratulations for the debut. The couple looked at each other. The prince said he hadn't notified anyone of his arrival. Music played, indicating that the king's envoy was ready to enter. All the guests knelt, greeting the royal messenger. Ariadne also knelt. Only Alfonso remained standing, perplexed, waiting for the emissary to enter at once. When the doors opened, Ariadne saw someone she never expected to find. It was Count Cessair, and as befitted his role, he was wearing light clothes. Ariadne was furious. She knew Cessair wouldn't just show up like that. That meant he was plotting something. The count unwrapped the message and began reading it to everyone present. The missive congratulated Demer's second daughter on her debut and recalled his recognition for her unwavering faith in God. Thus, the king congratulated Ariadne on her debut and, as a gift, sent Count Cessair as her dance partner. The last words shocked Alfonso. He never imagined his father would go that far. Ariadne was also shocked to learn that Cessair would be her partner tonight. While reading, Cessair boiled with rage against his mother. Because of her, he had to court that hateful Ariadne. After finishing reading, he was surprised to see the crown prince next to the young woman. This meant for the count that he was now actually interested in today's event, because it turns out his worst enemy has plans with Demer's second daughter. Cessair approached the couple, feigning surprise at the unexpected encounter. The count said that this time their meeting was official, so he would skip the formal greetings. Approaching Alfonso, he repeated that the king had assigned him to be Demer's second daughter's partner. He extended his hand towards Ariadne, ordering her to accompany him. Ariadne glared at Cessair, aware that she could not refuse. The count seemed exultant. He had surpassed the crown prince himself. Seeing Ariadne's indecision, he repeated that it was a royal order. She should hurry. Faced with Cessair's declaration, the prince was stunned for an instant, but he recovered. He smiled, easing the tension and reassuring his companion. Then he turned to her, explaining that he had to leave, but they would see each other soon. Cessair watched the couple in silence. He didn't want to force the situation and give a bad impression. Meanwhile, Cessair was already plotting how to sour the prince's existence. Now, the count was determined to snatch Demer's second daughter away from Alfonso. The music sounded, and Ariadne's debut on the floor began. Soon the guests joined the dance. Although dancing with the count, the young woman's face screamed how unhappy she was at that moment. Cessair, for his part, concluded that the girl had a good figure, and that with makeup she was quite attractive. He broke the silence, calling Ariadne by name and telling her how pleased he was to see her. Cessair admitted that the words spoken could not be erased, but he promised to be extremely kind from now on. Although she only asked him to address her as Miss Demer, he thought that, unlike all the ladies he knew, this young woman lacked courage. But the most important thing about her is that she is the crown prince's fiancée, and that meant he had to strive to snatch Ariadne away from Alfonso. Cessair was already full of anticipation, imagining how she would choose him instead of the heir to the throne. The count expressed his enthusiasm for the idea that he and she could get closer very soon. Meanwhile, Alfonso watched the couples dancing, waiting for Ariadne to be free. Isabella noticed him, although, to be precise, she hadn't taken her eyes off him all evening. The young woman decided to act, so she began to approach Alfonso. A vase on the mantelpiece would be an excellent excuse to get his attention, thought the eldest of the mares. And the very next second, the vase flew towards the floor. Alfonso had good reflexes, so he tried to catch the vase, but he missed by a fraction of a second, and the vase shattered on the floor, drawing the attention of the guests. They, not having witnessed the beginning of Isabella's show, assumed that the crown prince had knocked over the vase. Isabella's plan to draw attention to herself had worked 100%. The guests thought that the prince so desperately wanted to invite the beautiful Isabella to dance that he got nervous and knocked over the vase. A murmur ran through the hall. Not even the prince could resist the beauty of Demer's firstborn. Alfonso felt uncomfortable because of the attention and those whispers about dancing with the eldest sister. Isabella only smiled slightly, although inside she was celebrating it big time. With an innocent face, Isabella assumed the prince was about to ask her to dance. No, Alfonso didn't want that at all, indicating with his hand that it was all a coincidence. Isabella wasn't going to give up and told the prince to hurry, since everyone was already looking at them. Alfonso had no choice but to accompany her. During the dance, Isabella asked him if he liked the hall's decoration, to which the prince replied that everything was done perfectly. After this, there was a brief pause in their conversation, after which Isabella continued striving to give the impression of an ideal girl for the prince. Isabella, with a smile, commented that His Majesty danced wonderfully. Alfonso, with a slight hint of regret, replied that Lorold himself had instructed him. It seems this information did not sit well with Isabella, and she urgently decided to change the subject. She asked if the prince had noticed how uniquely decorated the hall was today. At that moment, as if by magic, she touched the prince with a subtle embrace. But firm. Immediately after, she revealed that all the ornamentation had been chosen by her sister Ariadne. The prince was stunned by the audacity of the eldest daughter of the mares. What nerve! Isabella, at that moment, believed the prince had adored her touch and must be impressed. Suppressing all his indignation, the prince addressed the elder sister as Miss de Mare. She, nonchalantly, immediately asked what the crown prince desired. He said something the young woman did not expect. He began to praise Ariadne as an exceptional and enterprising girl. This was a shock for Isabella. The prince was supposed to admire her, not talk about her sister. Obviously, this infuriated the elder daughter. And now she hoped for that event to arrive soon. She watched Ariadne's dance with Cessair and hoped it would explode at any second, because it is the only way to show everyone and the prince that her sister's body has great flaws. And only this will allow the elder daughter to become Count Cessair's favorite again. And the prince's. But nothing happened. The dance ended and the partners were already making the final bow. Right after this, Ariadne turned and walked away from Cessair with a firm and determined step. She didn't notice that Alfonso had been waiting for her this whole time, so she was surprised to see him. The girl told him she thought that, since the dance didn't go well, the prince would have already gone home. Alfonso replied that he had no right to leave until he danced with the protagonist of the ball. At that moment, the next melody sounded, and everyone who wanted to went to the dance floor. Alfonso extended his hand to the girl, finally proposing to dance a waltz with him. He asked if the adorable lady would do him the honor of dancing a waltz with him. The girl smiled in response. She had wanted to dance with Alfonso for a long time. Therefore, she replied that she would gladly keep him company. The music began, and all the couples turned to the rhythm of the waltz. Ariadne and Alfonso, dressed in white, attracted everyone's attention. Alfonso asked if Count Cessair had bothered Ariadne during the dance, to which the girl replied that the count had been strangely courteous. The prince asked how her first dance went, which caused the protagonist's incomprehension. Alfonso said he hadn't watched her dance because he was dancing with her older sister. Upon hearing this news, Ariadne's spirits dropped sharply, which did not go unnoticed by the prince. She sadly told Alfonso that her sister was very beautiful. Isabella is the most beautiful in San Carlo, capable of captivating any man. Ariadne knew that in beauty, she could never compete with her older sister. Alfonso reflected on the comparison and said that Ariadne and Isabella were incomparable. Such a direct answer caught her by surprise, leaving her momentarily stunned. She said that everyone saw her as the most beautiful, but Alfonso only saw Isabella as different. Ariadne turned over the prince's words, doubting his sincerity. Alfonso asked her if it was true that she had prepared the hall, to which she nodded. The prince praised her work. Ariadne thanked him, but a tearing sound interrupted them. The couple froze in surprise, taking a few moments to understand what was happening. Ariadne realized. Her dress had torn, exposing part of her chest. The sound was so loud that all the guests at the event turned to look at her. Some were asking what had happened. Others were already assessing the size of de Mare's second daughter's bust, while Alfonso reacted quickly. And he gave her his cloak. He embraced the girl and led her out of the hall, asking all the onlookers to step aside and let them pass. Alfonso said it was better not to go to the dressing room. There might be more curious people, and he asked Ariadne where she preferred to go. The young woman replied that the safest place was her room on the second floor. At that moment, Sancha was in the room and was surprised to see her mistress appear. While the prince sat down and calmed Ariadne, Sancha ordered the other servants to bring clean clothes quickly. Ariadne was trembling from stress, and seeing her like that, Alfonso asked how she felt. She couldn't recover, only feeling shame and humiliation. The protagonist recalled the words from her past life, when they said she had a masculine build and a horrible hair color. Again and again, she remembered the humiliations of her past life, that she groveled for men. Shameless and absolutely useless, tears streamed down her eyes. Ariadne felt terrible shame for what had happened. Lost in her thoughts and trembling incessantly, the girl was sure that the incident had driven Alfonso away from her. She covered her face with her hands, trying to calm down. Alfonso saw everything and felt great pity for the protagonist. He didn't know how to act in that situation and decided to at least take her by the shoulders. But the very next second he thought that wouldn't be enough, and whether the prince had the right to get close to her at that moment. He hesitated, looking for the optimal solution that would help Ariadne calm down. In the end, he simply hugged the girl, which had an immediate effect on the protagonist. He began to gently stroke her hair and, in a low voice, tried to soothe her. The crown prince told her that everything was over, and she didn't have to worry anymore. They sat on the sofa, and the prince repeated over and over that everything would be fine now. When the girl stopped trembling, Alfonso asked if she felt better. She nodded in agreement, still afraid to look the prince in the eyes. The girl asked him if everyone had seen her shame, clutching his cloak tighter. Alfonso rushed to reassure her, telling her that if they saw it, it was only for seconds. And possibly, no one understood anything, and they took it as a new fashion trend. He joked that such necklines had become very popular among older women lately. But his joke didn't work as it should have. Ariadne remained seated with a sad expression. She said that everyone who saw her chest concluded that it was horrible. Alfonso, at first, didn't understand what horror she was referring to, so he asked her what she was talking about. Ariadne was talking about her bust. When Alfonso abruptly interrupted her, saying it was beautiful, those words calmed Ariadne a little. Although she doubted his sincerity, Alfonso realized what he had just said and felt terribly ashamed. But in the end, he added that he managed to cover her chest quickly so that no one else would see it. Clenching his fist, the boy added that he wished only he could contemplate her beauty. After such words, Ariadne found it hard to doubt his honesty. She looked at him with still tearful eyes, while the prince turned red from his confession. Alfonso stood up suddenly and said that, apparently, he had danced for too long, so he urgently needed to get some fresh air to calm down a bit. He left the room, closing the door and trying to sort out the thoughts and emotions that were overwhelming him. Ariadne, at the same time, calmed down a bit and reflected on the young man's words. She remained seated wrapped in his cloak and didn't want to return it at all. Meanwhile, the prince tried to calm himself down. He had made several crucial decisions. The main one is to be an honorable gentleman, so he must not show his emotions or desires. The prince knew he had to restrain himself, but he found it terribly difficult. Meanwhile, the ball guests sympathized with Ariadne, wondering how this could have happened. Isabella did not accept this. She wanted only the pocket to come off, but now her whole chest was visible. She believed her sister had humiliated herself in public, but they pitied her. She had to take control. Isabella declared that she considered the incident deliberately orchestrated. She said her sister's vanity was excessively high. Isabella added that her sister would do anything for attention, but she didn't think Ariadne would go that far. The ball guests immediately started murmuring, doubting the accidental nature of the event. Some even supported Isabella, adding that the dance itself had been too unusual. Several young women decided that Demer's second daughter was too vain, unlike the elder one. Isabella, even events at the reception, now, looked like a way to stand out in the crowd. They also discussed the prince, how the girl had lured him with tricks. Isabella was pleased with the effect of her words. Now they were also starting to comment on the low-birth humble origins of the second daughter. Alfonso managed to hear the end of the conversation, which enraged him enormously. He addressed those present, asking them how they weren't ashamed to say such things. The prince asked if they had any proof of the deception, and added that it was hard not to notice the state in which the young woman had left the hall. Isabella was shocked and furious because the prince defended his sister. Now all the attention was on Alfonso, determined to crush the rumors of the incident. But Isabella would not give up, and continued to insist on her version of events. With an innocent face, Isabella affirmed that there was no bad intention in her words. Alfonso hesitated, seeing that the elder daughter was about to burst into tears. Isabella shed a tear, alleging a simple misunderstanding, while the guests murmured that the prince had made her cry. The prince moved closer to comfort her, exactly what Isabella had been waiting for. She was counting on the prince to embrace her in full view of everyone to console her. Alfonso did not understand Isabella's attitude and asked her what was wrong. The prince approached Demer, who was already savoring Alfonso's embrace. But that was not going to happen. The servant announced that Ariadne Demer was entering the hall. Ariadne ruined all the plans again, with tears still in her eyes. Isabella looked at her sister. Alfonso also did not expect the young woman to recover so quickly, change, and come downstairs. An interesting scene was revealed to Ariadne, with her older sister crying inconsolably in the center. Ariadne approached the young woman and understood that she had staged some kind of drama in her absence. The protagonist asked her sister why she was crying, but Isabella was not quick to answer. Isabella took her sister's hand and declared that the prince had misinterpreted her attitude regarding the incident. And as a result, the heir to the throne decided that Isabella had slandered her sister. Isabella continued that, in reality, the humiliating incident with the outfit had made her even more beautiful in the eyes of the guests. and that Alfonso mentioned her sister's lush figure. Alfonso immediately said that all of that was a lie. After listening to her sister, Ariadna tried to respond with forced calmness. Ariadna observed the repentant girl, who was still soaked in tears. Then, activating her actress mode and shedding a tear, she accused her sister of criticizing her figure. Suddenly, Ariadna withdrew her hand. An unexpected move for Isabella. Ariadna added that she did not like conversations about those topics at all. She began to tremble, begging her older sister never to comment on her body to anyone again. Sobbing, Ariadna proclaimed that it was very unpleasant for her that people looked at her strangely. The guests sided with Ariadna and pitied her for living like that, with such an uncomprehending sister. Those present thought that not sharing blood ties did not justify such behavior. Isabella understood that the situation, once again, had turned against her. She was still trying to justify herself, assuring her middle sister that she hadn't understood her correctly. Ariadna sadly replied that her sister had gone too far, and that their closeness was only a partial blood tie, although Ariadna did everything to be a good sister. Then, the protagonist turned and walked away from her sister, who was still trying to stop her. At that moment, it was being said in the hall that it was Isabella who brought up the topic of her sister's figure, and that, apparently, she wore the white dress not out of love for her middle sister, but to harm her. The guests said that they hadn't noticed before, but the behavior of the eldest de Mere was truly perverse. Ariadna, as she walked away, understood that she had done the right thing and protected her reputation. She was completely satisfied to have been able to teach Isabella a lesson and damage her reputation. As Ariadna was going up the stairs, Isabella called her and told her to stop. Being ignored, Isabella shouted that her sister seemed to have gone deaf. Isabella grabbed her sister by the arm, calling her a bitch, and saying that the topic of her figure had never been discussed before. The elder daughter accused her sister of shifting all the blame. Isabella raised her hand to hit Ariadna, calling her a miserable creature this time, for not accepting all the love with which Isabella had cared for her for years. But this time, in this life, Ariadna would not let herself be hit. So she intercepted Isabella's hand and squeezed it tightly. In a whisper, so no one could hear her, Ariadna told her she was a stupid lunatic, and that's why she could die. The intonation and the words chilled Isabella, who felt real fear. Ariadna released her hand and said that not only Isabella knew how to insult people. Then, the protagonist smiled and reminded her dear older sister that their rooms were separated only by a wooden board. This scared Isabella even more, as she even lost the desire to utter another wicked word. She could only scream something about that girl, and that was the end of her arguments. Isabella left the room, furious that her sister had been able to resist her. When she seemed so harmless, the elder daughter understood that a true enmity would now begin between them, where Isabella would emerge victorious. And for that, she will use her many friends. With that idea, the girl ran crying towards her friends. Isabella sat among her friends, sniffling, provoking even more compassion. She said she only wore the white dress at Ariadna's request, and she didn't understand why she had gotten angry with her. Isabella continued, enumerating her merits. She said she even lent dresses and helped with moving. Clearly, it was all the prince's jealousy. Not all the girls believed the words of de Mere's eldest daughter. Showing her tearful face, inside the girl was happy that they believed her. But it turned out that not all of them did. One of the girls noticed that the edge of the breast pocket was visible on the elder daughter. Isabella did not expect to be showing herself what she accused her sister of. Julia de Balsadera, who said this, decided to leave that company so as not to listen to Isabella's speeches. Julia went directly to the main ballroom, where Ariadna still was. Isabella felt insulted and became furious because her friends did not support her. She shouted at them that they were traitors. Julia de Balsadera, meanwhile, approached Ariadna, the prince, and his entourage. She made a cordial bow and introduced herself to Ariadna as the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Valdezara. Ariadna was surprised that Miss Julia herself had approached her. Julia told her that she wanted to organize a tea the following week at her residence. The young woman asked if Ariadna would do them the honor of attending this event. Ariadna remembered that in her previous life, no one her age had ever approached her on their own initiative, and now they were even inviting her to a tea. Naturally, Ariadna happily accepted the invitation. The cardinal was in shock, as organizing a simple ball required at least 300 ducats, and her father had only allocated 150 ducats for Ariadna's event. And now Ariadne was returning the 12 ducats that were left over from the celebration. The young woman confessed that she avoided unnecessary expenses and showed a book with the detailed expenditures. The father glanced through the book with great amazement and at the same time asked where she got that knowledge from. Ariadne replied that she found a similar book in her father's study and based it on that. The cardinal read the expenses carefully, and with every line, he was more amazed by his daughter's actions. Then he ordered Ariadne to bring Lucretia. The woman asked why the head of the house needed her so urgently. The hostess was very irritated by the presence of the second daughter in her husband's study. The cardinal was not in the mood and asked how Lucretia managed the family's money. The question was unexpected for Lucretia, as her husband had never been interested in that before. The suspicion arose that perhaps the cardinal had discovered the money Lucretia was hiding at her parents' house. The cardinal asked if she remembered the expenses for Hippolito's funeral, as there were few guests, but the sum exceeded 500 ducats, while Isabella's dress only cost 50 ducats recently. Lucretia decided not to yield under any circumstances, saying that the event didn't matter if it only happened once. The woman stated she had been managing the house's finances for 20 years. Why this audit right now? Lucretia raised her voice, declaring that perhaps the problem was that the cardinal had stopped trusting her. The head of the family was not willing to listen to insults or excuses. He asked of what trust and gratitude was spoken, when it was she who should be grateful all these years. The cardinal pointed out that Ariadne spent only 138 ducats on the ball, demonstrating how wasteful Lucretia is. The head said that now he, personally, would give the money to Ariadne for her expenses, and Isabella would receive no more than her sister. Furious, Lucretia declared that it seemed the cardinal planned to transfer part of his duties to the illegitimate daughter. If he did so, her reputation as a housewife would be affected, and she added that the cardinal no longer considered her his wife. She opposed elevating the rights of the illegitimate child, but the cardinal did not intend to repeat his decision twice. He ordered Lucretia out of the room so as not to continue arguing. The mistress of the house suspected that the illegitimate daughter was involved in this whole mess. She looked at her with contained fury, but preferred to swallow her words. A crossing of icy looks, but neither the daughter nor the lady was going to cause a scene in front of the father. The conversation was exhausting the cardinal, but he needed to know more. He couldn't give up. He asked if the rumors of an incident at the ball were true, and if she had discovered the cause. Ariadne said that the problem arose after the dress arrived at the residence, and she would tell more upon gathering evidence. The cardinal insisted on the importance of controlling the servants and preventing such incidents from repeating. Finally, the cardinal announced that starting this month, he would give Ariadne 10 ducats for her expenses. It was the best news she could receive. A slight smile appeared on her face. She thanked her father, internally celebrating her small victory over Lucretia, who lost 10 ducats a month. Sancha asked her mistress why she didn't reveal that Isabella was behind the problem with the dress. Ariadne replied regretfully that she didn't have solid proof. The young women examined the dress closely after the ball and noticed two oddities. Silver was used instead of iron on the hooks themselves. The hooks that Maria brought were different and fastened poorly, which meant they would loosen over time. On the front, there were traces of an unnatural tear in the sewing thread. Ariadne was sure that Isabella was guilty, but until there is evidence, it is better to say nothing. Ariadne decided to explain to Sancha why they couldn't say anything now. She compared any evidence to a bomb that must be activated just when the opponent is weakened. So her mission is to gather evidence little by little, to deliver a devastating blow in the end. At the family meal, the cardinal declared that the family's problems must remain within this house. He told Ariadne that she should not have pointed out Isabella's mistake in front of other people. Ariadne understood that her father was angered by the public dispute and promised it wouldn't happen again. It was harder with Isabella. He demanded that she explain those comments about her sister's figure. The cardinal believed that behavior was unacceptable for an adult young woman. And moreover, her sister. Isabella burst into tears and said it wasn't actually like that Camelia was the first to talk about her sister's chest. She said Ariadne had shown it on purpose. The cardinal calmed down a bit and asked if it wasn't she who had started the conversation. At that moment, Lucretia intervened and affirmed that the cardinal believed absurd rumors instead of his daughter. The cardinal confirmed that perhaps there was a misunderstanding, but he still wanted to have that difficult conversation. At that instant, Arabella unintentionally knocked over her plate of soup and immediately apologized. Father and mother struck the youngest daughter with a look that said she was to blame for everything. But that was the last straw for the cardinal. He got up from the table, saying his appetite was gone. Lucretia immediately began shouting at Arabella that her father had left because of her fault. Then, the mistress of the house hugged her elder daughter, and together they left the dining room. Arabella felt guilty. She began to sob softly, and tears sprang from her eyes. Adriana brought her plate of soup closer so she could finally eat something. The heroine told her to chew slowly, eat calmly, and go to her room. Then, Ariadne added that Arabella was not to blame for absolutely anything. Her sister grumbled in aha. She calmed down and started eating in complete silence. Meanwhile, the queen summoned the crown prince to her chambers. Alfonso remained silent. He already knew why his mother was calling him, and he just waited for her to speak. His mother didn't rush to start the conversation, finishing reading the documents they had given her. A little later, she said she had been informed of his presence at the debut of Mare's second daughter. Alfonso only replied that her name was Ariadne, and that his mother knew it perfectly well. She gave him a stern look and decided not to comment on his words. Instead, she handed him the papers she had just read for him to review. Alfonso began to quickly skim the pages. It was a report about the Archduke of Bioa and his daughter. Seeing that the papers were coming to an end, his mother only pronounced a short, but resounding yes. The Lady of Bioa was the Archduke's daughter in the Kingdom of Caligo. A second later, his mother dropped the bombshell: negotiations to marry her to Alfonso. The news left the boy in absolute shock, and a deathly silence invaded the room. Alfonso exploded. "What engagement are you talking about? I haven't even seen her in my life." His mother replied that next month, an emissary from Caligo would arrive to plan the royal wedding. And this, according to the queen, obliged Alfonso to put on his best face. The guests must not suspect that the prince had a close relationship with the cardinal's illegitimate daughter. Alfonso was disgusted by the conversation and how they disparaged his friend. Ariadne is not just some girl from another family, he snapped at his mother. If she was bothered that he attended the young woman's debut in secret, they should only blame him. With a cutting tone, the queen reminded Alfonso that he is the sole heir to the Etruscan throne. He cannot marry just anyone. Alfonso knew that. His mother was right. That's why he was there, dejected, assimilating the harsh truth. The queen, determined to make everything clear once and for all, continued speaking firmly. She stressed that he must keep in mind concepts, such as reputation and the appropriate age for marriage. If nothing changed, and Ariadne kept dreaming of a future with the prince, the consequences would be devastating for her. Anchored to those hopes, she would miss her chance to marry and would end up completely alone. And in that tragic outcome, the only culprit would be Alfonso. His mother also ordered him that from that moment on, he and Ariadne must stop corresponding by letter and seeing each other alone. The queen believed it was better to cut ties cleanly now, before their relationship went too far. Ariadne, for the first time in her 2 lives, accepted an invitation for tea. As she walked with the hostess towards the other guests, the girl wondered what they would talk about at such events. Ariadne really hoped to have the opportunity to make some friends today. The first thing she heard was a phrase about whether the young man would really get married. It was Amelia. She was commenting that she had already been engaged, but wasn't sure if it would lead to the wedding. The protagonist did not expect to hear conversations of that kind, so she was completely taken aback. She smiled and thought to herself, so that's what they talk about at teas. But then she heard a phrase about Isabella being at fault for everything. For the second time in minutes, Ariadne froze. Had Isabella caused trouble here too? Amelia said that Isabella had humiliated her in Octavio's presence. According to Amelia, the eldest of the Mare family had charmed her fiancé with words. So much so that the fiancé forgot his fiancée was there. Ariadne was surprised again, but this time by the fact that her sister was flirting with someone else's man and maintaining her impeccable reputation. The protagonist approached Amelia and asked her to calm down. As for Isabella, it was just a passing pastime. Amelia noticed Ariadne arriving just now and immediately recalled that terrible incident at her debut. Ariadne kept calming the girl, assuring her that if Ottavio reciprocated, he would be abandoned instantly. Finally, Ariadne added that, in this way, her older sister was simply seeking attention from men. The girl recalled that Isabella had used the same tactic with Cesare in her previous life. How bold! Amelia stopped crying and was surprised by Ariadne's words, as were the other girls around her. The young woman thanked Ariadne for trying to comfort her, stating that the protagonist was very kind and considerate. To herself, Ariadne thought it was more about mutual compassion than true kindness. What irony! Amelia commented that Isabella's sister was very kind, so she didn't understand why the eldest of Mare spoke so badly of her. The girl added that if she had known Ariadne was so good, she would have stopped Isabella that day. What regret! Ariadne didn't understand what they were talking about, so she asked Amelia to explain in more detail. Amelia said that Isabella had started telling everyone that Ariadne had intentionally ripped her dress to show off her bust. Ariadne was furious, but tried to contain her emotions so as not to look ridiculous. Amelia added that Isabella also used a breast pocket, but that she, unlike her sister, had nothing to show. The new information further enraged, but also gladdened the protagonist, although now for another reason. Ariadne saw that Amelia had betrayed her close friend to become friends with her. The protagonist understood that Amelia was pretending they had become close, which meant that this girl also couldn't be trusted, since she could spread rumors behind her back. Now, Ariadne completely understood the nature of the tea time events. She was a little disappointed with her discovery, but decided that even that would work to her advantage. Ariadne told Amelia that her older sister had told a very different version of events at home, and according to her, it was Amelia who brought up the topic of Ariadne's chest at the debut. Obviously, this shocked Amelia. Ariadne continued saying that this was how Isabella portrayed everything to her father, the head of the family. Amelia trembled upon hearing this, and other girls confirmed that they themselves heard that Isabella started the conversation. Amelia was furious because the eldest of the Mare family had put all the blame on her. Seeing how angry Amelia was, Ariadne remembered the old saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So she plans to set Amelia against Isabella and use their relationship for her own benefit. Around the same time, Count Cessair was drinking wine and gambling with his friends, although his thoughts were far from what was happening in front of him, as he was facing a difficulty for the first time. He moved his faithful friend Ottavio away from the game to ask him a question that had been tormenting him for a long time. Cessair asked how Ottavio managed to seduce girls who didn't like him. Ottavio said he had no idea how to act in that situation, especially if Cessair himself didn't know the answer. He said that Ottavio was a famous Don Juan and heartbreaker in the city. The Count confessed that he had never had to be the initiator in a relationship. Hearing those words from the city's main heartthrob was extremely strange for Ottavio. Seeing that reaction from his friend, Cessair asked why he was looking at him like that if he had said something strange. Recovering from the initial shock, Ottavio suggested to his friend that they start with the basics. For that, it would be worth sending flowers and gifts to the girl. None have resisted them. Cessair paused to think about the suggestion, as what they were telling him seemed absurd. After that, he patted Ottavio on the shoulder and told him that he understood why his friend had so little female attention. While Ottavio was indignant about the Count's reaction, Cessair was already thinking about the gift. Upon opening the door, Isabella was struck by the immense bouquet of red roses. Next to the bouquet, a dress that left Isabella completely ecstatic. When asking the sender, the messenger replied, "I come from the Count of Como." Isabella felt flattered. Finally, the Count showed interest in her. She pretended surprise at the gift, although inside she was bursting with joy for the attention. The eldest daughter ordered the flowers to be taken to her room, but the dress had to be tried on right away. The messenger almost fainted, sweating profusely. He begged the young woman's pardon quietly. It was a gift for Mare's second daughter. Isabella could not believe such a turn of events. Upon going up to Ariadne's room, the messenger repeated that he came from Count Cessair. He confirmed if he was in front of Ariadne to deliver the package to the correct recipient. The Count also wrote a letter that the messenger delivered to the protagonist. In it, he stressed that he was still ecstatic about having been her partner at the first ball, and that he was sending roses to remind her of his existence. Ariadne did not want to allow such behavior towards her from Cessair. The mere idea of Cessair in her new life disgusted her. She remembered her old dream, where they walked through the garden and talked about Lily of the Valley. Cessair compared Ariadne to that flower and said that only he, in his humble inclination, was capable of seeing the girl in them. He compared her to wildflowers, which are beautiful and can be obtained at no cost. Ariadne was enraged that only a few changed circumstances had made Cessair change his opinion about her so drastically. She ordered the messenger to return the gift, as nothing connected her to that man. The messenger, terrified, said that if she did, the roses would wilt as they were alive. Ariadne looked at the flowers. She understood that discarding the bouquet would create problems for the messenger. She asked the messenger, who confirmed her suspicions, and thought the girl would accept the gift, but Ariadne only accepted the roses. The messenger would have to take the dress back. She told the young man to leave the flowers outside. The farther away from her, the better. When Arabella saw the bouquet, she was ecstatic. She had never seen such large roses. Isabella, on the contrary, reacted terribly. She didn't understand why the gift wasn't for her. Upon hearing Arabella's effusive reaction, Isabella asked her for silence. Her head was going to explode. The younger daughter, somewhat sad, left the room, but her older sister's mood did not improve. Isabella was furious that Julia de Valdezar organized a tea without her, and now Cessair was sending gifts to Ariadne. She didn't understand what was wrong with the Count, as not long ago he was persistently courting her. All this drove Isabella crazy. Ariadne didn't even come close to her beauty. Her musings were interrupted by a male voice, asking what afflicted the beautiful Isabella. It was Jan Obai, who decided to visit and admire the luxurious mansion once more. Isabella immediately ran to her brother, in tears and shouting, saying that she had been offended. She began to tell him about the tea party and the gift Cessair had given Ariadne. Jan Obai flew into a rage and declared that Ariadne was a very bold girl. Flattered that the beautiful Isabella confided her problems to him, Jan Obai promised to ruin Ariadne's life. He said he would tell all his friends how horrible Ariadne was, and that Isabella should simply trust her brother. Arabella told Ariadne that her sister was going to the hunting competitions, and added that when she grew up, she would go too. Arabella dreamed that after the competitions, she would give her handkerchief to a handsome gentleman, and then she would become his wife. Smiling, Ariadne replied to her sister that it would be so. In the hunting competitions, young men armed with bows set out to hunt. Meanwhile, the aristocrats chatted in the tents, unaware of the glory awaiting the hunters. As a prize, the ladies gifted the winner with a handkerchief, a token of their admiration. Although sometimes, even the losers received a handkerchief if a lady considered them brave knights. Arabella kept dreaming, longing for her debut to go to Tess and dazzle at the balls. Ariadne loved listening to her sister. Her plans evoked a warm feeling in her. The protagonist vowed to herself to do everything possible to help her grow and find her prince. In her past life, her younger sister died of the plague. Ariadne had to prevent this tragedy. The heroine was determined to change her little sister's fate in this new life. Their conversation was interrupted by Sancha, who came running with a letter for her mistress. Ariadne hoped that perhaps Alfonso had finally written to her. The heroine decided to quickly send Arabella out of the room, so she asked if she didn't have classes. The little sister replied that yes. As soon as Arabella closed the door behind her, Ariadne took the letter in her hands, thinking it was the first news from the prince after the debut. She wanted to open the message as soon as possible. She was anxious to know its content, but upon seeing the first lines of the letter, the girl was disconcerted. She didn't want to read that at all. In a matter of seconds, the message was shredded and thrown away, as it turned out to be from Cessair. The girl's irritation could be felt from afar. She was very angry with her former lover. It angered her that in this life, Cessair began to treat her differently and tried to win her hand. In a brief message in the torn letter, Cessair reported that he would participate in the royal house competitions. He asked Ariadne to give him her handkerchief. If he became the victor, Sancha assumed that Cessair knew the girl would attend the event. That's why he sent the chair. The chair, by the way, is of the highest quality and expensive, so rejecting it would be foolish. Seeing Ariadne's reaction, Sancha sighed deeply and said she was going to return the chair. Ariadne thought angrily that in this life too she would have to listen to Cessair talk about the golden servant. At the same time, it saddened her that Cessair sent gifts every day, and she hadn't heard from Alfonso in a long time. She could only assume that perhaps something had happened, or maybe the reason was her. The protagonist feared that upon seeing her huge and ugly body, the prince would hate her immediately. Despair began to take hold of the girl. She wasn't sure if she could see the prince at the event. At the tournament that began, a diplomatic representative from Caigo arrived before the king. Alfonso stood next to the king, strictly following his mother's orders. The representative was Duke Maieri, head of the Caligo delegation, who began talking about the weather in his native tongue. The Etruscan representative, Count Marquez, told Maieri that he should converse in the local Etruscan language. The representative of Caligo only smiled. With his speech in his language, he wanted to show his country's superiority over Etruscan. He said that the representative of a country, as large as Caligo, should not follow the laws of a small kingdom. Such a brazen approach, at the start of negotiations regarding the engagement, took the young prince by surprise. For a moment, a deathly silence fell over the hall. Everyone awaited the king's reaction. Count Marquez felt uncomfortable. He feared that the king would not tolerate such insolence and ruin the negotiations. However, it was the king who eased the tense situation, bursting into laughter. After this, he commented that hunting down his son, apparently, was not such a simple task. The king said that two kingdoms would become related in the near future, that there was no need to make enemies over language. Better to set aside unnecessary topics and drink together. His Majesty radiated the pressing need for everyone, including his son, to relax immediately. Alfonso was not in the mood for festivities. He longed to flee from there as soon as possible, but his duty as heir prevented him. Cesare and Ottavio, along with other hunters, had already started the competition. When Ottavio mentioned that Alfonso would not participate, Cesare replied that it is easier to loot an empty house. Ottavio found the phrase amusing and wanted to continue with the strange comparisons. But the count wasn't amused. Cesare declared that today he would hunt alone, so Ottavio should not accompany him. The count explained that his goal for the day was to find the golden deer. Ariadne, who was traveling a little behind them, accidentally overheard the friends' conversation. She thought that, even in this new life, her former love still believed in tales about the golden deer. It is rumored that if one washes with the water that deer drank, they will gain an irresistible charm for anyone. But an even darker rumor says that whoever captures the deer will ascend to the throne. Apparently, that's why Cesare has been obsessed with its search in this life and the past one. Ariadne remembered how her beloved never ceased in his efforts to find that deer. Cesare claimed he had become so handsome only because, as a child, he washed with water that the deer drank previously. Naturally, his stories and all those rumors cannot be true. Suddenly, Ariadne realized that Alfonso was standing very close to her. Looking at her, it seems this encounter was a complete surprise for both of them. After a few seconds, the heir to the throne turned away without saying a single word. Ariadne wanted to greet him, ask him how he was, but she couldn't utter a single word. The protagonist tried to calm down, repeating to herself that he acted that way because it was a public event. The girl had no choice but to take the reins and order the horse forward. Moving away from the prince, she sank into her thoughts. She understood his action, but it didn't make her feel any better. Ariadne didn't even notice that she had gone quite far from everyone. Finally stopping the horse, she thought it would be much better to be in the tent right now, although she quickly dismissed that idea, remembering who was there at that moment. Her attention was interrupted by a male voice saying they needed to talk. It was Janobi. Ariadne was already in a bad mood, but the appearance of her relative made it even worse. The girl declared that she had nothing to talk about with the boy, so she preferred to leave. Janobi didn't give up so easily. He called her again, pointing at the protagonist with his finger. He asserted that Ariadne had forgot how to show respect to elders. Janobi threatened her. If he heard again that she didn't respect Isabella, he would put her in her place. Ariadne, in a bad mood, called him a dirty bastard, implying that he had feelings for her sister. Janobi did not expect that. Her words enraged him beyond measure. Ariadne added that he should solve his own problems, not meddle in others, and that he hadn't earned a dukedom. It was an unbearable insult, so Janobi exploded instantly. He called her a cheap slut and ordered her to shut up at once. But she continued to provoke him, calling him useless scum. He kept repeating that she should shut her mouth and stop saying nonsense. In the end, he grabbed a crossbow, shouting how dare she disobey him. Fear and terror invaded Ariadne, screaming that he was going crazy. At that moment, the arrow was already flying fast toward its target and struck the protagonist's horse's haunch. Due to the sudden pain, the steed reared up and bolted at full speed in a random direction. Seeing the consequences of his action, Janobi was terrified. He didn't want to shoot anyone. Ariadne's horse did not slow down. The young woman struggled with all her might to stay aboard, unable to see the path. She debated whether to jump at that speed, or if that would finish her off even faster. She had to decide now. The girl managed to look forward and confirmed that the horse was running towards a cliff. Panic invaded her upon realizing she would soon fall into the abyss. Her strength was quickly abandoning her. She felt that in a matter of seconds, her life would come to an end. Suddenly, she heard a voice shouting at her to loosen her grip. The voice called her by name, and she looked in the direction where that person was. Cesare was yelling at her what to do. He wanted her to loosen her hips and lean forward. The girl tried to do what the Count shouted, but it was impossible with the animal's speed. Cesare saw that the situation was not improving and urgently tried to find a way to save her. He called her name again with a firm voice. She looked at him, still expecting his help. The Count ordered her to take her feet out of the stirrups, and in seconds, he threw her off with a jump. It was all over. Cesare and Ariadne stopped the fall and were now lying on the ground, catching their breath. Ariadne looked at the Count and asked if he was okay. He was still embracing the girl and apparently was unconscious. Fearing that Cesare had died, Ariadne jumped up, turned him over, and decided to check if he was breathing. Without opening his eyes yet, Cesare said he loved hugging the beautiful lady. But she fled. Ariadne was still worried about her savior, so she asked if he had hurt himself. The Count replied indifferently that his hand hurt, so he preferred to stay lying down for a while longer. Then he added that his arms were open, so the girl could join him. Ariadne thought Cesare's words were horribly disgusting, something that could easily be read on his face. She told him the Count should get up, and that if he didn't, she would kick his hand. Ariadne demanded he hurry and dragged him by the wrists, which caused the Count pain. He immediately said it hurt a lot. Ariadne supposed Cesare might have a fracture. Then, she tore the hem of her dress to make him a bandage. Cesare was surprised that the girl knew how to make bandages, but she replied that it was basic knowledge for those who live on farms. After that, he got up, dusted himself off, and said they should hurry, as he didn't want to be stuck alone with her at night. They approached Ariadne's horse, but it was already dead. Ariadne supposed the mare broke its neck while running wild. At that moment, Cesare saw something he should never have seen. A crossbow bolt was sticking out of the horse's rear end, and he asked the girl about it. She replied it was a long story, while the Count pulled the arrow out of the horse. Cesare said Ariadne could tell it all on the way, as the journey would be long. The Count indicated that the girl should ride first, but she replied she would walk, and that he should go alone. Cesare did not understand why the girl refused to travel alone with him. She replied there were reasons, and thought to herself that she simply didn't want to ride in his arms. Cesare laughed and said that sounded like an attempt to be alone in the woods at night. Of how he kept asking the girl why she rejected him, but she just asked him to stop bothering her. During the negotiations, the bombshell was revealed. The prince's wife would be the Archduke's youngest daughter, and not Susanna, the eldest. The kingdom's representative alleged that the arrival of Larissa, the younger one, as a wife, would not amuse the king at all. The representative of Caligo explained that, after the death of the eldest daughter, there was no other option. Susanna was famous for her exceptional beauty, her wisdom, and her faith in God. Her fame spread beyond the kingdom's borders. But fate was cruel. She fell seriously ill, and alas, she soon left this world. For this reason, the younger sister, Larissa of Beoa, took the bride's place. Mairi ruled that the eldest daughter could not be brought back to life, and that opening that wasp's nest made no sense. Marquez declared that if the bride changed, the dowry must change too. He demanded 2 additional points in the agreement: 20 cannons and the formula to manufacture gunpowder for the regular army. The sudden proposal left the representative of Caligo completely stunned. He asserted that the secret of gunpowder and 20 cannons were excessive for their agreement. Marquez insisted that, without that, his daughter would not obtain the position of heir's consort. The representative of Caligo replied that the Etruscan king must see weaknesses in the girl, so the youngest daughter would personally go to Etruscan to meet the prince. Ariadne and Cesare were returning after the incident, and Cesare did not understand why he was holding the reins like a servant. She replied that he himself had put her on the horse, and if he didn't like it, he could ride, and she walk on foot. Cesare replied that he wouldn't be a gentleman if he rode, and left a lady behind. The Count asked why his stepbrother had attacked her, and reminded her that, without him, something terrible would have happened to her. She answered Cesare that, apparently, according to him, she should endure the insults, and not respond. Cesare counterattacked by saying that what she should have done was first stick the knife in her horse's rear end. She didn't expect such aggressive advice, but it seemed Cesare was serious, though with humor. Cesare looked at the girl and told her that, If there were problems, he would come at the first call. And he would take care of everything. Ariadne said that Cessair was lying, and that wasn't true, to which the Count replied that it was true. But how did he know? Cessair announced that he had come from home with a specific goal, but because of Ariadne, all plans went to waste. Behind the bushes, near the river, there was a real golden deer. Ariadne was surprised. Did a golden deer really exist? The girl looked at Cessair, who was extremely focused. Whoever catches the golden deer will ascend to the throne, and there is that deer, so close to Cessair. Ariadne thought that now Cessair would abandon her and run after the deer. She carefully dismounted the horse so Cessair could ride after the rare animal. Suddenly, Cessair refused to continue with the plan. He said he would have to abandon the girl. Ariadne knew Cessair from her past life. That's why she was so surprised by that answer. She let slip that the Count dreamed of hunting a deer, that he always wrote about it. That phrase made him think. He realized that Ariadne did read his letters. When he was convinced, she threw them away. Cessair was happy to hear that and asked, "So should I write to you more often?" Ariadne realized she messed up, and now she would have to fix it so the Count wouldn't get his hopes up. She denied saying she read the letters. Just then, Cessair realized that the deer had escaped. He pointed towards the river. He said that he and Ariadne should wash their faces with that water as a source of eternal life. Cessair washed his face and told her to do so too. Perhaps the water had some effect on her. He insisted that washing with that water would make you more beautiful. That phrase was starting to irritate the girl. Cessair touched the wound on his face. Ignoring the burning sensation was almost impossible. Seeing the Count's reaction, Ariadne noticed it must hurt, and he confirmed it. Ariadne said that young men hide pain to appear nobler. Cessair replied that he always was. The heroine remembered that Cessair, no matter how he treated her now, was still the same as before. While Ariadne was lost in thought, the young Count looked at her again. After washing, the young woman felt that living had become a little easier. At that instant, Cessair abruptly approached and kissed the bewildered girl. Due to the surprise and closeness, Ariadne blushed instantly. Completely, she could barely emit a long, incomprehensible sound, as if asking what was happening. Reacting, the girl jumped far away from the boy, as if burned, asking what he was doing. The Count apologized, blaming the water of eternal youth for the young woman's sudden beauty. She looked at Cessair, unable to truly get angry. Everything had been too fast and elegant. She turned to the Count and told him it was time to continue their journey. Cessair tried again to convince Ariadne to join them, but failed miserably once more. After the hunt, the royal couple and the other guests settled into an enormous tent. One of the tables was occupied by Mare's and Janobai's family. Ariadne's seat remained empty. The young woman's absence greatly worried Alfonso, but he couldn't approach to ask where she was. At first, he thought she might have left home, but that didn't seem like something she would be interested in. But if she isn't hunting, where the hell has she gotten herself? Did she leave with someone? The prince wondered if there was anyone among the participating hunters who might interest her. Alfonso tried to convince himself that something like that was impossible. He remembered every trait of the girl's character, especially when she showed her true self. In front of others, she was strong and brave, but only with Alfonso was she tender and fragile. The prince believed that no man would ever know Ariadne's true essence. He sank into memories and blushed recalling those unique moments she gave him. Alfonso noticed how the servants informed the king that the Count of Como had not yet returned from the hunt. The king became truly alarmed upon seeing that his illegitimate son hadn't appeared after the competition. He immediately ordered them to look for him, as the sun was beginning to set on the horizon. One of the servants spotted someone emerging from the forest. It was Cessair, accompanied by Ariadne. Alfonso was astonished that the young woman returned so late, and alongside the Count he hated so much. Ariadne felt terribly uncomfortable due to so much attention, even more so because Alphonse saw her with Cessair. The appearance of this little couple left almost everyone in the tent speechless. The king, worried about his son, ran towards Cessair to make sure he was okay. Cessair, as was proper, knelt and bowed before his majesty. He pointed to his injured hand and explained that, due to a fall from the horse, he could not greet the king as he should. The king insisted, asking how it could have happened. Couldn't he control his own horse? Cessair replied that the reason was that he had been saving the young lady next to him. When Cessair revealed that Ariadne took an arrow shot and could have died if not for him, the king burst into fury and demanded to know who was to blame. Cessair accused the nephew of Cardinal Mare's mistress, Lucretia, which shocked Ariadne. She never mentioned his name. The count continued, saying that the nephew comes from a family of knights, but apparently this individual lacks knightly honor. The king, back on the throne, ordered that miserable wretch to be brought before him immediately. In the blink of an eye, Janobai lay tied before his majesty, not understanding what the hell was happening. Addressing him, the king snapped whether it was true that Janobai had shot an arrow at Cardinal Maire's second daughter. Terrified, Janobai replied that he had not done any such thing. No way. He said he had been in his tent the whole time, so it was impossible for him to have shot Ariadne's horse's rear end. Inwardly, Ariadne smiled scornfully, seeing Janobai lie so shamelessly in front of her. She didn't want people to think she was seeking attention, so she decided to take action. Ariadne apologized to the king for bothering him with such a trivial matter, but still wanted to add a couple of details. She clarified that Count Cessair had only reported that Janobai had attacked her with a crossbow, but he hadn't said where the arrow had hit or if it had hit her. Or the horse. Janovi understood that he had made a fatal mistake, almost impossible to repair. There was no turning back, so Janovi still tried to prove his innocence. Claiming they misunderstood him, he said he thought there were problems with Ariadne's mare when he saw her leave the forest alone. Ariadne replied that Janovi chased her during her walk and then shot. At that moment, Lucretia ran towards them. She began shouting that her nephew was a good man and that Ariadne was slandering him out of spite. Janobai also said he only reprimanded the young woman for her treatment of the elder sister. Ariadne knew that now she looked like the villain. To everyone, Lucretia is her stepmother, which means Ariadne cannot oppose her in public. While Ariadne thought about how to prove the truth, Cessair observed the situation carefully. Cessair decided to intervene, showing the king the arrow that was shot at the young woman. Engraved on it was the owner's name, Janobai, and the family coat of arms. Janobai's hopes of getting away unscathed vanished completely. Ariadne glanced sideways at Cessair. She didn't believe the count would defend her. It seems Cessair decided to annihilate Janobai. That's why he didn't stop the arrow in the demonstration. He said that because the arrow hit the horse, the Lady of the Sea almost died when falling from the maddened animal. The count also pointed out that he himself miraculously survived while rescuing the girl from death. For the king, the matter took an unexpected turn, as now Janobai almost caused the death of his son. Ariadne couldn't believe what was happening. She didn't understand why Cessair defended her so much. The girl saw no benefit for the count in this situation, so he helped her without getting anything in return. This behavior was totally atypical of Cessair from her past life. After analyzing the situation, the king pronounced his sentence, asking them to listen carefully. He said that Janovi, as a knight, should protect the young woman, but he injured her. Something unacceptable. Furthermore, with that act, he disrespected his relatives, and his punishment will be 40 lashes. Lucretia was happy, as it was the minimum punishment her nephew could receive. Ariadne understood that it was a punishment for material damage. The king did not acknowledge the attempted murder, but that wasn't all. The king forbade him from being named a knight for life. Janovi did not expect that sentence. He begged the king to revoke the decision. He shouted that he must be a knight, that everything happened because of that conceited girl. Ariadne thought the boy was not relieved by the ridiculous punishment, but rather lamented out of self-pity. She looked at him with disgust, thinking that even this punishment was too lenient. Lucretia didn't know how to help her nephew. She couldn't prevent the guard from taking him away to be punished. Janobai glared at Ariadne with fury. Now she was the person he hated the most. Lucretia lunged at Ariadne, shouting that she was to blame for everything. But Lucretia couldn't reach the girl. She slipped and fell to the ground. Everyone heard the sound of the fall, and Isabella ran to help her mother. The attendees shouted to call a doctor urgently, and Isabella tried to revive her mother. Meanwhile, Janobai was already receiving his punishment. 40 lashes. Ariadne went outside to calm down, and Cessair was right there. She looked at the count and realized that today he had helped her a lot, even if she didn't want to admit it. The young woman observed her former love and wondered if it was worth thanking him. Cesar looked at the girl silently, while Alfonso watched them from a distance. A storm of emotions flooded him, mixing rejection at seeing her with Cessair and relief that she was safe. The cardinal alleged that for 22 years he provided Janobai with food, clothing, and shelter, and now he doesn't understand his ingratitude. The head of the family, with an imposing voice, questioned him why he tried to harm his own daughter. Janobai, without hesitating, replied that he acted at the request of the eldest daughter, who had been offended by Ariadne. Isabella immediately jumped up, flatly denying Janobai's accusations. It was a complete fallacy. She accused him of lying in front of the king himself. And now, back home, he persisted in his despicable behavior. Janobai insisted. Isabella asked him to teach that brat a lesson, but she counterattacked. He proposed revenge first. The cardinal, fed up with the circus, addressed the elder daughter directly, with a piercing look. "What did Ariadne do to you to deserve such hatred? We want the truth," he asked with a tone that chilled the blood. Isabella, cornered by the direct question, was left speechless. The silence became deafening. The cardinal repeated his question, adding that because of her snub, Ariadne almost ended up alone with a man in the forest at night. The head of the family decreed that Isabella must read a story about the city of noble ladies and write a conclusion. Until that moment, she is forbidden to leave home. The news devastated the young woman, who burst into inconsolable tears. Immediately after, he ordered Janobai to be captured and all the tendons in his hands severed. And ankles. What an outrage. The poor nephew did not expect such a severe punishment from the cardinal. This is the last straw. As they dragged him away, he begged Lucretia to save him from such an atrocity. What a tense moment. Next, the cardinal addressed Lucretia and declared that, as a priest, he had no right to form a family. For this reason, the cardinal always felt guilty and therefore tried to be good to Lucretia. An open secret, the cardinal affirmed that she didn't even imagine how great his gratitude was. But only until that day. What a declaration. From that moment on, he would no longer tolerate her conduct, her secrets, nor her squandering of his money for the benefit of her family. Approaching her, he asked if she thought he did nothing because he was ignorant of her excesses. Lucretia felt an icy panic. A shiver ran down her spine. Just as her father addressed Ariadne, he told her that now she would control all the income and household expenses, besides keeping the account book. Lucretia, for her part, had to hand the book over to Ariadne every week for her reviews. The cardinal added that Ariadne should show no mercy towards Lucretia for being her mother, and notify her of any anomaly. After giving all the orders, the cardinal withdrew to his study, leaving Ariadne and Lucretia alone. Lucretia lunged at the protagonist, blaming her because, since her arrival, everything in the house had gone wrong. Ariadne, calmly, replied that she would begin the review of the records the following week, so they would see each other on Friday. Immediately after, the heroine left the furious Lucretia alone and retired to her room. A cheerful Sancha was waiting for her there, always in a good mood when her mistress returned. Ariadne entered, closed the door, and called the young woman by name. Immediately after, with an exaggeratedly sad voice, Ariadne declared that from that day on, her father had ordered her to review Lucretia's account book. Sancha was incredibly enthusiastic about the news, assuring that now Lucretia would feel the problems firsthand. Ariadne barely managed a smile, although in reality she was as happy as her maid. Moving away from the door, Ariadne confessed that she had learned something today, precisely that even when hunting a rat, you must first foresee all its escape routes, and only then attack, or it will bite you hard. Ariadne said she was sure Janobai wouldn't touch her, because she was the cardinal's daughter, and he her cousin. But by putting him in a difficult situation, she forced him to attack, using brute force, to which Ariadne could not respond. Sancha asked how, in that case, her lady could demonstrate her power. Ariadne replied that the situation was like aligning domino pieces, that one must attack when all the pieces are completely set. Only then can the protagonist annihilate her enemies with a single blow. A few days later, Sancha handed over Lucretia's account books. Sancha complained that the lady didn't want to hand over the records, and she almost had to snatch them away. And Ariadne immediately noticed that the state of the records was terrible. The heroine remembered that, according to Sancha, Lucretia had been receiving many letters lately. They demand the money that Lucretia stopped sending to her family and extra money for Janobai. Furthermore, they call Lucretia ungrateful and accuse her of abandoning her family. Reflecting on this, Ariadne felt a little pity for Lucretia. Sancha recalled that she had received a letter addressed to Ariadne that morning. Along with the letter, they again sent the buckskin saddle that the young woman had previously rejected. Ariadne boiled with rage instantly. She was fed up with Count Cessair being so persistent and writing to her again. In the letter, Cessair reported that, because of someone with a broken hand, he would not be able to save lives in the coming months. That's why he insists that Ariadne use the saddle he gave her, so her feet won't get stuck in the stirrups anymore. He also added that if she ends up with a scar on her face, someone will have to take responsibility for it. At least this letter did not irritate the girl. It even brought a smile to her face. Upon reading the last lines, she already knew what she would reply to her savior. She wrote that she was sending him a very good ointment so he could recover quickly. Once the Count recovers, Ariadne recommended he meet a good woman and start a family with her. An excellent mood accompanied Ariadne throughout the process of composing the reply letter to Cesare. Ariadne ordered the saddle to be left behind and that the letter should also be sent to the Count. And the medicine. Sancha couldn't believe what she was hearing, so she asked her mistress what her wishes were. Sancha said she would leave the remaining letters on the table for now. Ariadne didn't expect any more letters, and a faint hope bloomed in her chest. One was from Alfonso, worried about what happened in the competition and disappointed by the mild punishment for Yanov. It also informed about a masquerade ball at the end of October at the palace, hoping to see her there. He added that they needed to chat and that he missed her terribly. Ariadne felt immensely happy reading it. Now she knew everything was fine between them. She held the letter to her chest, trying to feel Alfonso, who had held her before. Since the beginning of her new life, Ariadne had approached the prince, purely for convenience. She saw him as the only way to escape the Desmarais and avoid getting engaged to Cesare. But at some point, everything got out of control and her feelings became real. She began to miss the prince and became increasingly interested in his affairs. With each passing day, she wished more that her feelings were mutual. It was pleasant to think about it and remember all the moments with the heir to the throne. But even so, Ariadne was sure she would never truly love him. The protagonist considered that the arrangement in their relationship benefited them both. He would save her from the Mare family, and she would help him ascend the throne and stop the rebellion. Therefore, the protagonist, trampling on her own conscience, tried to get closer to the boy from their first meeting. Little by little, she began to seduce him and make him fall in love with her. But at some point, Ariadne felt a chill that made her forget her feeling of guilt. And now, reading Alfonso's letter, Ariadne understood that infatuation had made her dumber and made her forget her initial objective. She wondered what to do now, whether to follow the laid-out plan or be carried away by her feelings. In any case, she had to marry Alfonso so that he would save her from the Mare family. This would solve the problem of being Cesare's wife and would prevent a revolt. Alfonso would occupy the throne, and she could live without fearing for her place in this world. Ariadne thought that the best thing was not to fall in love with anyone and to become queen. Shortly after, Ariadne visited Sayone's workshop. The owner said that if her dealings were discovered, the workshop's reputation would be ruined, and the first client Sayone would lose would be the Cardinal of Mare. Therefore, the workshop could not offer Lucretia a discount that would return the money spent. If the workshop returned the money, it would seem that the dresses were bought for less than what was recorded. Ariadne thought that if the rumor spread that Lucretia had extra income from the workshop, she would have no choice but to return part of the money. For Lucretia, this would be the only way to save something. For Ariadne, it would be the definitive proof that Lucretia is still stealing money from the cardinal. This will reduce the cardinal's trust in Lucretia, and eventually allow Ariadne to control the household money. Ariadne asked if Sayone had noticed changes in customers after the heroine showed her dress to high society. The young woman replied that she remained loyal to her workshop, rejecting offers from more prestigious workshops. And Sayone cannot fulfill even a single request from the girl. That's how clients are lost. The workshop owner felt she was being cornered. Ariadne confirmed that if her plan to oust Lucretia works, her house will break off all ties with the workshop. But at the same time, the young woman promises to keep showing off the workshop's designs and will help Sayone expand her business. The workshop owner was not sure she had understood Ariadne's proposal correctly. Ariadne said she recommended opening a second shop, under another name, where they would sew clothes for servants. And betting, these proposals were extremely unexpected and gave much food for thought. Getting up, Ariadne added that when she was the head of the household, she would have to resolve these kinds of matters. The Mare family would become her regular customers, and therefore attracting the attention of other influential families would not be difficult. The owner remained impressed by the young woman's proposal. Ariadne saw Sayone's reaction and understood that everything had gone perfectly. She prepared to leave, and before going out, asked the workshop owner to communicate her decision when she was ready. Several days passed, during which Ariadne and Sancha continued reviewing Lucretia's expense books. Sancha found an inconsistency in the date of August 3rd. Apparently, the purchase had been fraudulently calculated. Ariadne commented that Sancha had improved tremendously in reading and accounting. Weakness. Sancha, with pride and some vanity, proclaimed that she learned everything from her mistress. Ariadne added that they would intentionally not touch Lucretia's personal expenses, something Sancha did not understand. Ariadne handed the young woman a document to review carefully. It was a letter from the Laziani workshop, where the owner confirmed that she accepted Ariadne's proposal. This means Ariadne can act. Therefore, she asked for the maid closest to Lucretia to be called. With her help, she would prepare the ground for a single, definitive blow against the lady of the house. Césaire was in his office, reading yet another letter from his admirers. The missive detailed how the young woman waited for him for a long time at the agreed spot, which Césaire never reached. He crumpled the message and threw it away, declaring that reading such things was terribly boring. Ottavio commented that the Count met that lady last month. Has he already gotten tired of her? Césaire replied that he did not meet her. He only had fun once. The Count did not understand why women were so unperceptive. If there is no reply within a month, it is obvious there is no desire to keep contacting. Césaire asked, bewildered, why everyone around him was so serious. Ottavio opened another letter and began reading with a pitiful intonation the story of a girl who waited for the Count for hours at the mill on the outskirts. Ottavio was dumbfounded that the girl waited for him at the mill. Does the Count deliberately lure people to those places and then not show up? Césaire replied indifferently that he simply forgot the appointment. And Ottavio said that's why the girl will have a lifelong scar. But after Césaire said the young lady was married, Ottavio no longer knew how to react. Ottavio thought that at this rate, some woman would kill Césaire by stabbing him in the back. Césaire had been looking at a sealed letter for a while, which aroused his friend's interest. Ottavio felt an imperative need to know what that highly protected letter hid. Césaire slapped his hand, snatching the missive away, insisting it was none of his business. To Ottavio, the scene was very strange. Césaire had never behaved like that. So, determined, he tried to retrieve the letter to discover its mysterious content. Césaire reiterated that it was not his concern, while a slight blush rose on his cheeks. To avoid his friend's curiosity, Césaire put the letter in the desk. But Ottavio's imagination was already flying. Ottavio concluded that the letter was for a very special lady in the Count's life. Césaire felt exposed, as if his friend could read his mind, and asked him to be quiet. Ottavio decreed that the letter was for Miss Ariadne de Mer, and fantasized about a marriage engagement. Ottavio imagined deadlines and promises. If Ariadne accepted the responsibility, Césaire would even gift her a kingdom. Around the same time, Alfonso's questions struck his advisor, so he decided to confirm what he had heard. Alfonso asked again if he could invite Ari to the event. The advisor said it was strictly forbidden. Miss de Mer could not be invited to the Southern Palace. Alfonso was reminded that in these times, it was not prudent to invite any young maiden. Regarding male guests, the advisor didn't know what to say, which gave the heir to the throne an idea. Ariadne could dress up as an aristocrat, and they could spend the evening together. They, holding hands, would run through the palace, then escape to the forest, and spend several hours there alone. Imagining all this, a slight blush had already appeared on Alfonso's face. The prince decided that, given the circumstances, the two of them would have a lot of fun. And when he became king, the young woman could share her wisdom with him. Alfonso realized that he was thinking about them being together. The prince felt his imagination had flown too far. He needed to calm down now. He tried to devise a way to meet Ariadne, even if he couldn't formally invite her. The heir was sure that the occasion would arise, and they could be alone. During the family dinner, the queen told Alfonso that his future princess would attend the masquerade ball. The young woman decided to attend the event because it was held on St. Michael's Day. The king, laughing, supposed that his fiancée was eager to marry his son. The queen said that the duchess was an important guest, coming directly to see the prince. This meant that the prince was obliged to accompany her from the beginning to the end of the ball. Alfonso did not like the news at all. He understood that it would now be difficult to see Ariadne. Looking at the prince, Margarita stated that the accompaniment should be with special dedication, because only that kind of attention will prevent serious diplomatic problems. Imagine the mess. Alfonso felt a jolt inside, but calmly replied that he would do everything perfectly. Alfonso sent a letter to Ariadne, telling her about Caligo's guest and the impossibility of seeing each other. Ariadne started recalling her previous life, and of course, she remembered that girl in particular. The Archduke's daughter, Beoa's Riesa, is pointed out as Alfonso's fiancée. They met right at this ball. The girl fell madly in love with the prince, but an incident erased the wedding forever. In the end, Alfonso ended up marrying the eldest daughter of the Mare family. What an unexpected turn. All this implies that the invited princess poses no threat to our Ariadne. The protagonist knew there was no reason to worry, but her heart remained restless. Meanwhile, Arabella stealthily opened Isabella's room door. Her sister wasn't there, so the girl decided to enter without being seen. She had long been curious about the jewels her older sister hid. Arabella had a lot of imagination, but she didn't expect to see a room so full of ornaments. She took out one of her dresses and tried it on in front of the mirror. It looked great on her. Then it was makeup and lipstick's turn. She had to try out as much as possible. Then she moved on to hair ornaments, crowns, and other interesting accessories. One of them caught the girl's attention. She had never seen it on her sister. It was a lock of hair held in place with hooks. The metallic tip of unusual appearance caught the girl's eye, and just one lock adorned Arabella. The girl loved how she looked with it. At that moment, she heard the servant's voice calling his mistress. She had to hide everything quickly in the chest, so her sister wouldn't notice she had been there. Immediately, she heard the servant telling his mistress that the requested mask had arrived. Arabella quickly left Isabella's room and went to see the purchase with Ariadne. Entering her sister's room, she asked Ariadne to let her try on the mask. But apparently something happened. The little sister and the servant were crestfallen. She walked towards them, asking why they looked so serious if the mask had already arrived. Ariadne, with the mask on, turned and looked at her younger sister. Arabella froze and, with a voice full of terror, said the mask was hideous. Ariadne tried to say something with the mask on, but her sister didn't understand a word. Observing the sisters, Sancha noted that the mask didn't suit Ariadne well. The young woman finally took off the mask and said it was impossible to utter a word with it on. For the mask not to fall off, you have to bite the interior peg. That's why they call her the mute servant. Ariadne didn't know these details in her previous life, and it was already too late to order a new mask. It turns out now, she won't be able to utter a single word during the entire ball. At that moment, a messenger from Cessair appeared again at the door, with a box and a bouquet of roses. Ariadne stated that, as usual, she would open the package and then return it. She said to leave the roses on the facade of the house and to collect the gifts while she opened the box. Inside the box was a demasked mask from the Colazzini atelier. The boy blurted out that the gift cost a fortune, and if she returned it, the Count would kill her with his own hands. Ariadne thought it was too much of a coincidence that Cessair sent the mask right before the ball, and accepting it would solve the problem. Arabella and Sancha were fascinated by the mask, but they already thought it would go straight back to the sender. The girls decided that such a gift could not be refused and communicated it to the protagonist. Ariadne asked if she had the right to accept a gift from someone with whom she had no relationship. Sancha approached Ariadne and began to lecture her mistress in a firm voice. Taking the heroine by the shoulders, Sancha declared that under no circumstances should she refuse the mask. To show off at the ball, Ariadne did not expect such an attitude and advice from Sancha, but they helped her make a decision. Ariadne thought that Alfonso, in any case, would be at the ball with someone else, and she had already accepted a saddle from Cessair once, so she could accept the mask. On the day of the masquerade ball, a carriage was supposed to take Ariadne to the palace. Sancha and Arabella, next to the carriage, wished their sister a good time. Ariadne looked spectacular today. Almost no one would recognize her in that outfit. The heroine hoped to enjoy herself to the fullest today, even without Alfonso by her side. The young woman was about to board the carriage, but in seconds she ran into something unexpected. Ariadne had completely forgotten that detail, so she froze for a few moments. Isabella was already sitting in the carriage, who was also planning to attend the ball. Somehow, Ariadne did not like the idea of going to the ball in the same carriage as her sister at all. Arabella, oblivious to the tension in the carriage, asked her sisters to bring her many interesting stories. Ariadne waved goodbye to her sister, indicating that she would fulfill her request. Isabella, for her part, decided to ignore the request and waited for the carriage to leave. From the beginning of the journey, the sisters did not say a word, which was for the best. Ariadne attentively observed her older sister's appearance. She noticed that the mask Isabella was wearing would become popular in a few years. What a flair for fashion, but the mask did not completely cover her face. Anyone could recognize Isabella de Mare. Ariadne, on the other hand, wore an opaque mask so that no one would guess her identity. The only way to know who she was would be upon getting out of the carriage with Isabella. That mask would also allow her to hide any emotion or expression on her face. Ariadne thought that these thoughts indicated she was running away from something. The Princess of Caligo chatted with the prince before the ball, saying she had heard a lot about him. The young woman, who introduced herself as Beoas Ariessa, looked quite attractive. The prince revealed his full name and expressed his joy at finally meeting her. He suggested starting the conversation in the Caligo language, if Etruscan proved complicated for her. The young woman smiled and replied that she would try to communicate in Etruscan. She added that her father had taken great pains with both daughters' education, especially Susanna's. Therefore, she had a good knowledge of literature, music, and art. The girl emphasized that Susanna was unsurpassed in poetry and painting. Alfonso was very surprised that the young woman constantly mentioned her older sister's merits. The girl continued to praise Susanna, now highlighting how attractive her sister was. She said she had white, almost translucent skin, incomparable to anyone else's. At one point during her speech, the prince interrupted her, determined to ask her a question. He asked why she always talked about Susanna, if she herself was also very beautiful. The young woman didn't expect that question, and for an instant, she went completely blank. Immediately after, Alfonso asked her to tell him more about herself, touching her deep inside. The girl was used to living in the shadow of her older sister, which made her secretly hate her. But in front of others, she always appeared admiring and fascinated by Susanna. Everyone only talked about Susanna, and they only liked the sister when she also praised her. The prince was the first person who asked the young woman to talk about herself. With this, Lariez's soul filled with warmth, awakening a whirlwind of emotions in her. And longings. She felt herself blush, but it was impossible for her to calm down in front of the prince. Larieza still didn't believe her own Prince Charming existed. Interested only in her life, the girl prepared herself and mentally addressed her deceased older sister. She thanked Susanna for having died so opportunely. Determined to dazzle the prince, she proposed painting a small still life for him. Thinking that a little bravado wouldn't hurt, she said she was a candidate for the Montpellier Prize. Alfonso asked if she meant the Montpellier Prize and that it was strange, since only men under 30 competed. The information hit the girl like a bucket of cold water, leaving her completely bewildered. She replied that that was impossible, since her sister Susanna had won the Montpellier Prize. Alfonso suggested that maybe the rules had changed, but she didn't understand why they would. At that moment, the Riessa thought that perhaps Prince Alfonso despised her. She asked if he thought she was deceiving him. How could he think that if they were going to get married? Alfonso didn't expect such strange accusations. He didn't even know how to answer. The Riessa, in tears, shouted at Alfonso that they should love each other. She believed she had tried to be good and fulfill her duty. The Riessa deduced that the prince believed her to be a liar, and he ran off to find help. He shouted to the servants to find a doctor quickly, but the girl had already fled. Alfonso called her by name, but the duchess had disappeared without a trace. The prince had to leave the castle and ask the guests if they had seen her. Some saw a strange girl running and pointed him in the direction to search. Alfonso questioned many witnesses looking for the Riessa, but he didn't find her. Finally, he reached the garden, where there was no trace of the girl nor, of course, of the princess. He thought he should be her escort, but he couldn't fulfill the mission because of the princess's flight. And then he thought his servants were looking for her, so he could dedicate a little time to himself. But an inner voice told him he shouldn't, so Alfonso gave up his whim. He told himself that he had to take responsibility for the disappearance of an important guest. He remembered where the last guests who saw the girl pointed, and he saw a young woman in a golden dress. Even without seeing her face, Alfonso knew in seconds who was in front of him. The young woman noticed his presence, stopped, and looked at the prince. Ariadne looked stunning. The dress and the mask complemented each other perfectly. Alfonso, hesitantly, addressed the young woman by name, fearing he was confusing his desires with reality. Without waiting for an answer, the prince ran towards Ariadne, asking along the way if it was really her. Ariadne also recognized Alfonso, but at first she didn't answer, because she didn't understand how the prince had ended up there. Alfonso said he was just wandering aimlessly in the garden, and saw her by chance. Ariadne immediately felt the urge to ask where Duchess Lariessa had gone. But the young woman perfectly understood that the question would be tactless. After all, she and the prince did not have enough trust to talk about such topics. Alfonso said he planned to visit Taranto in September and would like Ariadne to go with him. Hidden among the bushes, Isabella observed the couple's conversation. She was in shock to see that Prince Alfonso and Ariadne were on a secret date. Meanwhile, at the ball, the Count of Como moved with total elegance. He knew he looked, as always, impeccable, although he doubted they would recognize him with the mask. It saddened him that no one appreciated his beautiful face today. In this fact, Cesare saw an undeniable advantage too. He will be able to test his seduction skills without his looks. But even with that mask, someone recognized him, calling out to him instantly. A feminine voice asked if Count Cesare was hiding behind the mask. Speeding up his pace, Cesare shouted that the girl was mistaken, but she was sure the voice belonged to the Count. This was another advantage of the masquerade ball, pretending to be a stranger to his friends. This way, he can have fun and avoid the tears of his abandoned female friends. Lost in his thoughts, the Count arrived at a garden he hadn't visited in years. Childhood memories invaded him when he was a frequent visitor here. He recalled that time he ran through the garden, drenched in tears, after another fight with his mother. He was so frustrated that his mother constantly scolded him for no apparent reason. Suddenly, he saw Queen Margarita, and his spirits instantly improved. The queen always gave him sweets at every meeting and never reprimanded him. He began to wave at her, but noticed that Margarita was not alone in the garden. Cesare heard the king's voice, who was holding a baby and calling him his heir. The boy stopped and watched silently as his father hugged another child. At one point, the king noticed Cesare's presence nearby. The king's face changed immediately. He handed the baby to the queen and approached Cesare. His Majesty looked at the baby with contempt and slapped him. With all his strength, it was the first time his father had acted that way towards Cesare, a memory that would mark him forever. With a threatening voice, the king snapped at him that he had no right to be in that garden, and that he should return immediately to his mother. Cesare, with tears in his eyes and a trembling voice, stammered that he wanted to walk with his father and his mother. The king leaned down toward the boy and, with a look full of hatred, asked him who his father was. That was an absolute shock to little Cesare. Fear completely invaded him. He told him that Cesare had become too spoiled and that he must never again utter the words mother and father. His Majesty yelled at him one more time to leave, and turning away, walked towards his wife and son. Cesare remained rooted to the spot, glancing at his father as he walked away. He turned his gaze to the queen, but found no comfort in her either, and to top it off, the baby in her arms started to cry. To calm the young prince, she began to stroke him gently and rock him carefully. The king approached the family and asked the baby why he was scared, trying to soothe him. Cesare felt this scene deeply hurt him. Now he felt there was no one who could love him. The count sadly realized that he didn't have a single warm memory of this place. He put his mask back on and headed toward the sound he heard not far away. After passing several rows of bushes, he unexpectedly saw Alfonso and Ariadne chatting cheerfully. The couple didn't notice they were being spied on and continued enjoying each other's company. Cesar thought that from the beginning, he had no chance to create pleasant memories in that place. Alfonso was commenting to Ariadne about the size of her hands, assuring her that it was difficult to harvest grapes with hands so small. He compared his hand with hers and told her that her hands were truly tiny. Ariadne replied that it wasn't her hands that were small, but his that were too big. Just at that instant, someone roughly separated their hands. The couple didn't understand what was happening. When Ariadne saw who had interrupted them, she was stunned and felt a slight fear. The individual who separated them was wearing a mask. It was impossible to guess who was hiding behind it. Alfonso ordered the stranger to release the young woman's hand. Immediately, the prince held him, forcing him to release Ariadne. At that moment, his bracelet fell off, but no one noticed. The stranger said that, even by revealing his identity at the masquerade ball, no one would force him to be polite to royalty. Taking off the mask, Cesar declared that today he had the right to forget manners. Seeing the Count of Como in front of them, Ariadne and Alfonso were absolutely dumbfounded. Cesar affirmed that the prince's demand to let go of Ariadne's hand was not amusing at all. The reason is simple. Alfonso is the one who has no right to take this lady's hand. Cesar asked where the devil has the Duchess of Bioa gotten herself to, and how, with this situation, Does Alfonso dare to flirt with an innocent? Cesar exclaimed that the prince had already played enough with the girl's heart. He had better look for the foreign duchess. The count extended his hand, imploring Ariadne to come with him. Cesar exclaimed that she would fare much better if she walked away from the prince right now. Ariadne didn't understand why Cesar was acting so provocatively. Ariadne questioned Alfonso. Was it true that the guest of honor was the Riesa of Beoa? Cesar confronted the prince. Didn't you tell Ariadne whom you were supposed to escort today? Alfonso hesitated. He didn't know how his friend would react to such a revelation. Ariadne saw the prince's confusion, so she decided to take the reins. The girl said that, if it concerned that guest, she would immediately join the search. Cesar didn't expect that reaction at all, and that enraged him greatly. He asked Ariadne if it didn't hurt her that the prince couldn't be by her side. Cesar said that Alfonso's wedding to the Archduke of Caligo's daughter was currently being negotiated. It turns out that the prince stirred up her feelings and will soon marry another, abandoning her completely. After those words, a deathly silence reigned. The men awaited Ariadne's reaction. And then Ariadne replied to Cesar that, apparently, there had been a misunderstanding on his part, since there was no romantic relationship of any kind between her and His Majesty. Alfonso was surprised to hear that. He didn't want to believe a word the girl said. Ariadne continued, saying that the prince had never made any proposition to her, and their encounters were never intimate. As he listened to Ariadne, Alfonso reflected on his actions. It deeply hurt him that she still ignored his true feelings and hadn't told him about the Riesa. Ariadne concluded that Cesar was not someone who should meddle in her private life. Now it was the count's turn to feel offended, as they were not taking him seriously. He smiled sarcastically and admitted that, indeed, he now had no right. To make amends, he announced to the protagonist that she should consider him her suitor. Apparently, it was a night of unexpected news, because Ariadne didn't know how to react. The same happened to Alfonso, who remained astonished by the count's words. Cesar continued, stating that he, unlike the prince, could propose marriage to her immediately. And that meant that, the next morning, the Count of Como would ask for Ariadne's hand. This time, there was neither mockery nor falsehood from the count. Cesar only said that, because of this, he would not allow such treatment towards his fiancée from the prince. It seems that Ariadne returned to the beginning of her past life, where her destiny was intertwined with that of Count Cesar. This situation would make Ariadne laugh if it weren't so awkward. The girl urgently needed to relieve the tension, so she let out a loud and contagious laugh. Neither Alfonso nor Cesar understood why the girl was behaving so strangely. The reason for the laughter was that Ariadne had waited for that proposal her entire past life. But she heard it right when she was trying to escape from Cesar. The girl thought it all seemed like a play, and when she calmed down, she addressed the count by name. She said it wasn't worth talking about what wasn't felt in the heart. Ariadne knew perfectly well how fickle Cesar was, and how often he promised marriage to many. The protagonist told Cesar not to obsess over her, and to live a free life. Cesar was astonished that she called him immoral, and replied that the girl, apparently, knew him very little. The count continued. He proposed to Ariadne to be his fiancée, because she was the ideal choice for him. Alfonso stepped in front of Ariadne and ordered the count to shut his dirty mouth once and for all. The prince stated that someone like Cesar had no right to demand such an answer from him, not even as a joke. Alfonso inquired if Cesar had taken care of that married woman, as rumors of his affairs had reached the palace. Cesar retorted that all that was in the past, and that Alfonso's words were now absolutely useless. Alfonso was not calming down. He believed that the count never took responsibility for his actions. Precisely because of that, according to Alfonso, the king would not recognize Cesar as his son, because if his father accepted him as a son, he would immediately create many problems. More, such an insult got the better of Cesar, and he decided to prove the prince wrong with his fists. Sensing what was coming, Ariadne shouted loudly for both of them to end their dispute. This cooled the spirits of both, which helped to calm the tension and avoid a fight. Maintaining courtesy, she reminded Alfonso that it was time to look for his guest. The young woman added that she would help find her, but that they clearly needed to hurry. She turned around and walked away from Cesar, while Alfonso followed Ariadne. Cesar was furious. He didn't want to let Alfonso's insults towards him go unanswered. The count had no choice but to curse and walk in the opposite direction. In the end, the count and the prince parted ways, without resolving who Ariadne should be with. Isabella witnessed the entire conversation from beginning to end, still unable to believe what had just happened. The girl finally emerged from the bushes. She was in shock from her sister's intrigues. Thoughts tumbled over each other, but how did Ariadne seduce both boys so quickly? Suddenly, Isabella saw a bracelet lying on the grass. What a coincidence! The girl recognized that bracelet, the very one she had longed to have for so long. While admiring the jewel, a precious stone suddenly fell off. Isabella thought it didn't matter. She could carefully put the ruby back in place. She realized she was happy about finding the bracelet, even though it was broken. Had she fallen so low? She was stunned by the situation, and on top of that, her horrible sister stole her chance to marry. Cesare should belong only to Isabella. The Count had even discussed marriage with her father. The girl was surprised, thinking she was becoming too interested in the Count, and that shouldn't happen. She seriously considered whether Cesare would be a good husband, and his only flaw was that he didn't aspire to the throne. Cesar had no other flaws, so Isabella decided he could be a good option for her. Isabella decided that, at any cost, she would reclaim what once belonged to her. Ariadne and Alfonso had been walking in complete silence for a while now. This generated a palpable tension between them, which needed to be resolved. Alfonso knew he had to start the conversation, but he couldn't gather the courage to do so. At one point, he caught up to the girl and called her by name. He told her that the guest had indeed come to San Carlos to discuss an arranged marriage. Ariadne stopped, but she still wasn't looking at the prince, which made Alfonso very nervous. At that moment, the girl was immersed in thoughts about what had happened, trying to understand her feelings. She told herself that feelings were a luxury, and Alfonso, her tool to achieve her goals. And that only means one thing: the protagonist will never love anyone again. Ariadne told him that the young woman he was engaged to is an excellent lady, and that will bring him closer to the Archduke of Bajoa. Therefore, as his close friend, Ariadne congratulates him on his impending engagement. The protagonist turned back towards the prince and said there must be an exit from the garden that way. Ariadne's words hurt Alfonso, as she didn't perceive the feelings he had for her. The prince wanted to stop her and tell her that he didn't want to marry the Duchess. Alfonso stood there thinking about the protagonist's feelings for him, hoping they were mutual. But Ariadne couldn't hear his thoughts, so she walked further and further away from him. This made Alfonso start thinking that perhaps everything was a product of his imagination, and Ariadne feels nothing for him. Isabella was still in shock from what she had seen, returning to the palace lost in thought. She couldn't process that both Count Cesare and Alfonso were in love with Ariadne. Isabella thought Ariadne was ugly, so she didn't understand why men were so attached to her. The young woman believed Ariadne could only seduce men with her breasts, as she had nothing else attractive. Isabella was full of indignation. She wasn't going to leave things as they were. No way. How was it possible that men preferred the vulgar Ariadne over the sweet and beautiful Isabella? Her fury was interrupted by suspicious noises coming from some nearby bushes. She immediately calmed down and stealthily approached the place where the sound was coming from. What she saw was a total shock, but she couldn't take her eyes off what was happening. A man and a woman were committing lewd acts in the royal garden. In that man, she recognized Marquis Campa, famous for his terrible reputation. He contracted syphilis in a brothel and infected his 2 wives, who died very soon. Moreover, the Marquis had been seen several times abusing women of various social classes. This man always caused trouble, which is why he hadn't been invited to social events for a long time. Isabella thought that perhaps the Count had forced the young woman, so she should scream and attract attention. But the more Isabella spied, the more convinced she became of the opposite. It seemed that what was happening greatly pleased the girl, whose face was still hidden by a mask. But with another passionate gasp, the mask fell from the face of that libertine young woman. It was a night of revelations for Isabella, as she knew who that girl was. She was Ottavio's sister, famous in aristocratic circles for her chastity and fidelity. And now, this countess, with passion on her lips, looks nothing like the one everyone knows. It seems Isabella was not the only witness. Another couple was passing by and saw the countess and the marquis in a compromising situation. At that moment, the Countess of Bartolini realized they had been caught, and she wasn't wearing a mask. Without a second thought, she roughly pushed the marquis. She put on her mask and ran where no one was. The countess ran right where Isabella was hiding, so she almost collided with the eldest daughter of the Mayer family. Isabella didn't know how to react, so she simply stared at the girl in silence. In the end, the Countess simply ran past Isabella, who remained paralyzed. After the initial surprise, several ideas immediately occurred to Isabella on how to take advantage of the situation. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching her, Isabella threw the bracelet she had found near where the Marquis lay. Ariadne and Alfonso decided to separate to search for the Ariessa more efficiently. The heroine noticed a crowd and loud voices, so she decided to investigate what was happening. She thought the cause of the conversation might be a special guest. As she approached, Ariadne heard them commenting that Marquis Campa had slept with a woman. Someone in the crowd pointed at Ariadne and asked everyone to look at her. Whispers were heard that the lady was wearing a dress of the same color. Someone noticed that Ariadne's mask and necklace were from the collection. That means the necklace must match, so Ariadne is the mistress. The ladies who arrived due to the noise looked at Ariadne, who did not understand their interest. A woman showed Ariadne a bracelet and asked if it was hers. Ariadne recognized her jewel, but she didn't understand when she could have lost it. The heroine didn't understand how the bracelet ended up there, but she did understand what everyone thought of her now. She saw Marquis Camp lying on the ground, and a romance with him would be the greatest shame for any lady. The young woman knew she shouldn't justify herself to those present, but one thing in particular tormented her. It was crucial to find out how her bracelet ended up there. She had to find out what the hell was going on. Ariadne said there seemed to be a misunderstanding, because if she were the mistress, she would have fled to the garden long ago. The accidental witnesses gathered agreed that her words made sense. Isabella was behind everyone, praying that someone would contradict her sister. And then, one of the women finally demanded that Ariadne prove her innocence. Now rumors were circulating that Ariadne was suspicious and hiding something. Isabella was ecstatic. Ariadne didn't know what to answer. What proof could exist in such a situation? It seems all bystanders just need a toy to destroy. Since no one knew who was hiding under the mask, Ariadne sharply turned and decided to flee into the thicket. As she turned, Ariadne saw a familiar face in the crowd, which stopped her dead in her tracks. No longer hiding, Isabella was in front of all the onlookers, proving that fleeing was useless. Now Ariadne understood who was behind her being suspected as the mistress. This also meant that her sister had placed the bracelet there to disgrace the protagonist. Isabella whispered something to the masked girl standing next to her. Ariadne realized that Isabella was whispering with the Viscount's daughter, Laetitia. It is unknown what they were whispering about, but Laetitia burst out laughing and applauded. After that, she addressed Ariadne, saying that the encounter in that place had been a complete surprise for her. Isabella moved a little aside, with a smug smile on her face. Laetitia, finishing her laughter, continued by saying she was happy to see the Cardinal of Maria's second daughter there.